Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
101. Kazuma saves Mei Mei. Bang! The tombstone exploded, and Mei Mei swung the giant axe to break the seal. Without hesitation, she chopped at the head of the smallpox deity. The battle axe moved swiftly and sharply. In response, the smallpox deity remained unflustered, clenching its right fist and knocking it against the palm of its left hand. Bang! A strange noise echoed through the area, resembling the muffled sound of a coffin lid closing. A coffin-like structure materialized and sealed Mei Mei once more. Clang! The coffin hit the ground, shaking twice, and then it laid still. TSK. My chest feels so tight. The coffin was dark and cramped, preventing Mei Mei from using her battle axe. Then, the massive tombstone descended once again, completely suppressing and sealing the entire coffin. Mei Mei soon realized what was happening outside. So that's it. This is the technique. Within its limited range, it automatically locks onto its target. Moreover, such attacks arrive without any warning and are unavoidable. The smallpox deity locks onto the enemy and starts a 3-second countdown. If you don't escape the coffin within 3 seconds, you'll be infected with a deadly virus and be sentenced to death. Boom! Smoke and dust rose, and the coffin shattered into pieces instantly. Mei Mei and Ui, who had emerged from the broken coffin, hid behind the tombstone and cautiously observed the smallpox deity in the open space. At that moment, her fingers were already infected. If she is infected again, the cursed energy within her body would become uncontrollable. However, she already had a plan. She would summon her crows and unleash bird strike. But for that, someone needed to draw the smallpox deity's attention. Thinking of this, Mei Mei glanced at Ui and asked with a smile, "Are you willing to die for me?" Faced with these heavy words, Ui smiled calmly and said, "It is my honor to die for my elder sister." Before he could finish his sentence, a vortex appeared between the two of them, and Kazuma stepped out. "Sorry, I'm late." Kazuma pushed Ui aside by a couple of inches, smiling warmly as he greeted Mei Mei. Seeing this, Mei Mei let out a soft sigh, and her tense heart finally relaxed. Ui pouted in dissatisfaction. "It's that annoying guy again. He threatens him with summer homework. However, this is the domain of that cursed spirit. How did he get in? Didn't they say he was the only one excluded? Also, what's going on with his illusory state?" Kazuma clearly saw the confusion in their eyes and said, "The curtain hasn't been fully broken. I'm currently not in the real world, so I'm temporarily unaffected by the rejection. You can just think of it as me not being in this space for now." Upon hearing this, Mei Mei remained unfazed, as she had seen it, but Ui wasn't as calm. Ui exclaimed, "There's actually such a magical curse technique." Kazuma said, "All right, I don't have much time. Leave the cursed spirit to me." Kazuma confidently strode towards the smallpox deity. Ui asked, "Sister, Kazuma, cough cough, can my brother-in-law escape the coffin seal of that cursed spirit?" Ui frowned in confusion. Who gave him the confidence to walk forward so boldly? Mei Mei said, "Well, the coffin appeared without warning. Even Kazuma might not be able to avoid it." "Then, isn't he seeking death?" Ui exclaimed. "Does that guy really want to show off in front of his sister? Doesn't he value his life? Hee. Mei Mei smiled and explained, "He's not seeking death. It's just that he doesn't need to hide at all." Hearing this, Ui's eyes widened as he looked at Kazuma's back in disbelief. "No need to hide. Right. He mentioned before that he wasn't in this space. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that he's temporarily invincible?" Thinking of this, Ui took a deep breath. Isn't this ability too unfair? If anyone else had said that, he'd never believe such a power existed, but these words came from his sister herself. From her eyes, it seemed like she had great trust in this man. It's truly enviable. The next scene completely shattered the last shred of doubt in Ui's heart. He saw the smallpox deity's cursed technique activate again. The coffin appeared once more without warning, sealing Kazuma. But before the smallpox deity could be happy, Kazuma passed through the coffin. The smallpox deity widened its eyes in disbelief, staring at the man who had suddenly appeared in its domain. The coffin it had summoned doesn't work. Impossible. The smallpox deity roared and summoned a series of coffins to increase his power. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple coffins materialized, one after the other, trapping Kazuma completely. However, something strange happened again the next second. Kazuma walked through the coffins once more. Seeing this, the smallpox deity began to doubt his very existence. Ui, who was hiding behind the tombstone and watching the battle, was completely dumbfounded. This is actually true. Kazuma doesn't need to hide at all. The strange cursed spirit that had once forced him and his sister into a desperate situation, even making him willing to sacrifice himself, was no threat at all in front of Kazuma. Just moments ago, his sister had said that this was just the tip of the iceberg of his abilities. Thinking of this, Ui felt a shiver run through his body. No wonder his always arrogant sister approved of Kazuma. How strong is he? Thinking of this, Ui swallowed. At this moment, Mei spoke up. Ui, I once asked him if he was willing to die for me. Ui's breathing hitched. Damn it, that guy was asked first. Ui asked, so, how did he answer you, sister? Mei looked ahead with a smile, watching Kazuma. She said, his answer was to live only for himself, but he said that he'd make sure I had no worries. Obviously, he did. Ui breathed a sigh of relief and said, what? He actually put himself first when answering. That answer's not good at all. If it were me, I would have definitely put you first without hesita. Before he could finish his sentence, Mei interrupted him, really? But why do I feel that the former makes me more relieved? 102 Yuji and Megami's predicament. Hearing this, Ui was stunned. Yes, in this world of curses that is full of dangers and where one can die at any time, it is indeed very nice to receive such a promise from a strong man. Thinking of this, he sighed softly and said proudly, sister, I reluctantly accept this brother-in-law. As soon as the words fell, Amaterasu. Black flames instantly engulfed the smallpox deity. Ah! An extremely miserable wail spread throughout the entire area, and the source of this sound was the owner of this area. As Kazuma released Amaterasu, he automatically left the state of Kamui. But fortunately, this place was inside a domain so he didn't feel the repulsive force yet. Amaterasu would not kill the smallpox deity instantly, so this gave Kazuma time to reactivate Kamui. Kazuma calculated that the interval would be about 3 seconds. It is not long, but it is also not short under special circumstances. With the last wail of the smallpox deity, he died completely. Then, the domain was released, and the few people inside returned to the dark track. Oh, smallpox was cured so quickly. Kazuma's words came to an abrupt end. How, did you get in? The curtains haven't been broken yet. Kenjaku looked warily at Kazuma beside Mei. No wonder the smallpox deity was dealt with so quickly. It turns out that this guy was the one who had intervened. If it were Mei, the smallpox deity would probably last a long time. Although this was their first meeting, Kazuma's name had almost become a callus to his ears. Whether it was Yago or Mahito, they all mentioned him. However, his current state seemed a little strange. Was he using some special ability to temporarily avoid being affected by the repulsive force? There's no doubt about it. If he could freely appear inside, he would definitely attack him first. Thinking of this, Kenjaku felt relieved and looked at Kazuma with a calm smile. He said, I've heard Yago mention you many times. Now I see that your reputation is well deserved. However, you shouldn't be able to attack at will in this state, right? Let me guess, is it because of the curtain's restrictions? Kazuma did not deny it. As expected, an old monster who has been around for thousands of years, Kenjaku. He realized his situation so quickly. Unlike the smallpox deity, the strength of this parasite that has lived for thousands of years is naturally among the top. In addition to his own curse technique, he also possesses Geto Suguru's own curse technique. The dragon surrounding him is the best proof of this. Kenjaku said, your Amaterasu is very powerful, but it requires a short delay to activate. If you can't kill me with one strike, you will be instantly expelled from the curtain. Since Kazuma-san is not going to take action, I will withdraw first. Kenjaku smiled, bowed slightly, and slowly retreated. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kazuma did not chase him. Ui was puzzled and asked, since it is not convenient for brother-in-law to take action, why don't we chase him? Kazuma said, because you can't beat him. It's not that you can't beat Geto Suguru. It's just that the 1000-year-old monster that resides in his body has many tricks up his sleeve. This is indeed the case. In the original story, after the two were at a disadvantage in the battle with Geto, Ui used his curse technique to teleport with Mei and they fled abroad. However, now that he is involved, these things will naturally not happen. Mei said, in that case, I have no choice but to look for cursed spirits somewhere else to make some money. Do you want to join us, Kazuma-kun? Mei put away her battle axe and threw a wink at Kazuma. Kazuma shook his head and said, no, Megami may need my help. After saying that, a vortex appeared and Kazuma disappeared. Looking at Kazuma disappearing in the whirlpool, Mei sighed in disappointment. Mei said, let's go, Ui. Let's go to where there are many cursed spirits. Ui asked, sister, we are already very rich, why do we need to work so hard to fight the cursed spirits? Mei replied, in the past, I didn't really make money for anything specific. I just enjoyed the process of making money, but now I have a goal. That is to make enough money to support Kazuma. Shibuya neighborhood. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches hitting flesh continued, and strong winds blew, blowing garbage all over the street. After a muffled roar, Yuji and Megami retreated at the same time. They shook their numb arms and solemnly looked at the grinning old man in a white vest in front of them. Yuji gasped, "This old guy is really tough. Even a full-strength attack doesn't hurt him at all." Megami nodded. Both he and Yuji had made considerable progress during this period of time. Especially their strength, speed, and control of cursed energy have been greatly improved. But even so, the attacks of the two could not cause any effective damage to the curse user in front of them. Apart from the torn clothes, there was not even a scratch on the other person's body. This was too weird. Not bad, I actually met two gifted sorcerers. Worth killing. The old man jumped down from a height, his eyes filled with crazy murderous intent. I don't believe this. Yuji gritted his teeth and was about to step forward to fight again but was stopped by Megami. Yuji asked, "Megami, why are you stopping me? We have to deal with this old man as soon as possible. Takumi-senpai hasn't come yet. Something must have happened." Megami solemnly said, "I roughly understand the opponent's curse technique. Yuji, pay attention and cooperate with me." After saying that, Megami made a hand seal. Fleeing hairs. A little white rabbit suddenly appeared at the old man's feet, blinking at him. "Huh. I thought he was powerful, but it turns out he was just bluffing." Boom. Before he could finish his words, a vast number of rabbits fell from the sky, instantly swallowing him up. 103, Kazuma vs. Toji. Shibuya Tower. Ino Takuma put on a black hood and transformed himself into a terrorist. He looked at the two people in front of him with a serious expression. Although he wasn't sure what the old woman opposite was doing, it was definitely not a good thing for her grandson to protect her so desperately. He still doesn't know what the situation with Yuji is, so a quick decision has to be made. He must not let Nanami down. Just then, kneeling on the ground with her hands clasped together, Ogame, radiating cursed energy, suddenly opened her cloudy eyes. "That's enough, my dear grandson." Hearing this, the yellow-haired man nodded and returned to her side. Ogame said, "Remember, don't resist, and don't let the dead corrupt you. After we finish this job, we'll go back to the countryside to enjoy our lives." "I understand, Grandma." Then, the yellow-haired man took out a glass bottle from his pocket. Contained inside were the bones of the sorcerer killer, Toji. The yellow-haired man took a deep breath and swallowed the bone and the glass bottle. The yellow-haired man twisted his body strangely, and black air continued to emerge from his body. Ogame asked, "How do you feel, dear grandson?" Her grandson moved his shoulders twice, making crisp sounds and said, "Better than ever." "But who are you calling your grandson?" After saying this, he turned his head and revealed a domineering and evil smile that could only belong to a tyrant. "You." Ogame's pupils shrank sharply, and she looked at Toji's face in disbelief. At this moment, she knew that her grandson would never return. Toji did not immediately pay attention to the old woman behind him but instead looked at Takuma in front of him. He opened his arms, took a greedy breath, and said with a look of great enjoyment, "Ah. Is this the world more than 10 years later? Is Shibuya starting to get chaotic? There are so many powerful auras that I don't want to leave. Aren't I right, sorcerer?" Toji grinned evilly, staring at Takuma like a beast staring at its prey. This scene immediately made Takuma on the opposite side sweat all over, and even breathing became difficult. His appearance had completely changed. Who is this man in front of him? Even without cursed energy, being stared at like that gave him a feeling of death. And just from the standing posture alone, he could tell that the man standing before him was terrifyingly strong. He must go all out. After just a moment's hesitation, Takuma immediately gathered cursed energy in his hands, ready to launch his strongest attack. However, whoosh! A gust of night wind blew, and Toji's figure disappeared. The next moment, Takuma's black hood was taken off without anyone noticing. Takuma was shocked. How is this possible? There was not a single trace of the use of cursed energy, meaning the other party did that entirely by relying on his physical strength. What kind of physique does one need to have to be able to achieve such a level? Soon, Takuma felt his body lighten. The collar on his chest tightened, and then he was lifted up like a chicken. Even after more than 10 years, you sorcerers are still so weak. Toji was about to hit Takuma in the face. Just then, a flash of light appeared. Toji's fist missed. Takuma reappeared 50 meters in front of him, and the person holding him by the collar was Kazuma. Takuma said, "You're Kazuma. I recognize you. Yuji and the others showed me a photo of you. Thanks for your help." Kazuma looked at Toji in front of him and said, "No need to thank me, I came to find him." Toji asked, "What a fast speed. Are you also a sorcerer?" Toji appeared in front of the two men in an instant and looked at Kazuma with interest. Kazuma also glanced at Toji silently. "Is this the sorcerer killer who assassinated Gojo during his high school years, Toji?" The feeling of oppression is stronger than imagined. But this is not surprising. He killed Gojo once during his high school period, and killed Dagon within his own domain. Although he had the help of a special grade curse tool, it doesn't diminish his power. His strength is beyond doubt. Kazuma looked at Toji's completely black pupils that was clearly the result of reincarnation. "In the grand stage of Shibuya, I'll take your life if you don't want to live." Kazuma looked at Toji and joked. Although Toji wasn't sure what he meant by that, Toji still stretched out his little finger, scratched his ear, and said calmly, I was pulled back to the world by an inexplicable force. Fight with me. I think you're quite strong. I haven't exercised in a long time. I feel itchy all over. Kazuma smiled calmly and said, okay, then I'll help you loosen your bones. Takuma. Hey, wait, are you sure? This man is so strong, I can't even catch up with his speed. Kazuma waved his hand and asked Takuma to step aside. Toji smiled disdainfully, and in a flash, he appeared behind Kazuma and punched him cleanly. Boom. The two fists collided, and Kazuma and Toji each took a few steps back. Not bad, you actually reacted. Toji stopped talking halfway through his words. Kazuma's body was covered with green flames, emitting a terrifying pressure. Kazuma directly opened the fifth gate of the 8 inner gates, the gate of closing. What a powerful aura. Toji became even more excited when he saw this, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his turbid dark eyes. Two figures flashed by and collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. Bang, bang, bang. From Takuma's perspective, two elusive afterimages kept moving, sometimes separating, and sometimes colliding again. The entire tower was shaking, and a strong wind swept around, blowing his hair into the air. So strong. He had heard Yuji say that Kazuma was very strong, but he never had a concrete idea. But now, Kazuma hadn't even used any curse technique yet, but he was still able to fight this man back and forth. There were even signs of suppression. Even though he was close to being a first-grade sorcerer, he was unable to track the movement of the two people and could only barely see their afterimages. This was just a physical fight, but it had already reached the level of special grade. 104, Father-Son Reunion. Kazuma grinned, feeling the blood boiling in his body. After fusing with Hashirama's cells, his body had been greatly strengthened. Now that the fifth gate has been opened, he didn't feel any pain except for the burning sensation, and his internal organs could fully withstand it. In this case, Gate of View, open. Boom. As the sixth gate of the 8 inner gates opened, Kazuma's aura surged again, and the terrifying airflow continued to rise. Kazuma took a step forward, leaving a green wave of air wherever he passed. Bang! A punch hit Toji's arms. Kazuma was so fast that Toji almost didn't react. What? Caught off guard, Toji felt that what was hitting him was not a fist, but a heavy mountain. He groaned, staggered back a few steps, and shook his numb arms. Toji said, interesting, this is the first time I've been defeated in a physical battle. It seems I have to show some real skills. Toji grinned evilly and shouted excitedly, keep going. Meanwhile, the block below the tower. Yuji and Megami had seen through the old man's curse technique and were working together to attack. The old man put his arms in front of his chest and laughed in his heart. Very good, attack me with all your might. But his innate curse technique is inverse. The stronger the attack, the weaker its power when it hits him. The more excited you get, the less likely you are to defeat me. When your strength runs out, you will die. At this moment, Megami wielded a cursed tool and chopped at the old man with all his strength, causing sparks to fly all over the sky, but it only scratched the man's skin a little. But he was not discouraged and instead shouted to Yuji beside him, now, hurry up. Yuji nodded and threw a punch, but it stopped at the old man's abdomen at the last moment, and the old man's fist hit Yuji's body. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and the old man grinned and said smugly, you can't break my defense. You'd better wait for death. Yuji sneered, really? The plan that Megami had made earlier flashed through his mind quickly. As long as you use a strong force and a weaker attack at the right time to hit the opponent at the same time, you can cause damage to him, and let him think that both of us will attack him with all our strength like before. Boom. Yuji's punch that was stopped in front of the opponent's abdomen suddenly exerted force. The force was not strong, but just enough to break the opponent's curse technique. Puff. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and his pupils suddenly contracted. How is it possible? He actually paused for a beat before launching the attack. Just now, he did it on purpose. My curse technique has been seen through. Then, Yuji and Megami launched a series of attacks on the old man. The old man was beaten so hard that he vomited blood and his teeth broke. Ah! The old man cursed, roaring and releasing a powerful wave of cursed energy, forcing Yuji and Megami to retreat. You two have completely pissed me off. Suddenly, a figure fell like a cannonball. Boom! A huge dent was created on the street. Cough cough. Toji covered his chest and slowly climbed out of the hole. A dagger flew to Toji's side. Kazuma took the dagger and arrived in an instant. Kazuma! Yuji and Megami exclaimed at the same time. Since Gojo was sealed, Kazuma was the last trump card of the entire Jujutsu High. Kazuma said, you two did a great job. He could clearly feel that the fifth layer was loose, which probably meant that they had destroyed a lot of the key points of the formation. Kazuma turned his gaze to the stunned old man, then looked at the arrays I nailed to the ground behind him. The old man saw Kazuma approaching and said, want to break the core of the formation? Don't even think about it. Amaterasu. Black flames instantly covered the old man's entire body. After a few screams, the old man died completely. Kazuma was too lazy to argue with him. Snap. Kazuma exerted a little force, and the array eye in his palm was instantly shattered. The fifth layer also dissipated. In this way, only the last layer is left, which is where Kenjaku and the prison realm is located. After doing all this, Kazuma turned his gaze back to Toji. As expected of a strong man with the heavenly restriction, he opened the sixth gate, but he only suffered some internal injuries. However, at this moment, Toji no longer had the will to fight. First, this body is too weak and cannot exert his full strength. In this state, he really cannot beat Kazuma. Secondly, the guy next to Kazuma looked exactly like him. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Megami. He asked, "What's his name?" Kazuma raised his eyebrows slightly. He recognized him so quickly. As expected, the Shibuya incident was a large-scale family reunion scene. That's right, Toji only cares about his son. Kazuma glanced at Yuji. It was his turn to recognize his relatives soon. Yuji scratched his head in confusion, with a puzzled expression. If he is not mistaken, the man opposite should be an enemy, right? Why does it feel like the atmosphere is a little off now? Kazuma came in front of Toji and smiled. He asked, "You can't recognize your own son?" Hearing this, Toji's body trembled. Sure enough, he was not wrong. He looked at Kazuma, and many questions arose in his mind. Kazuma spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me, it was Gojo-sensei who took him in." In response, Toji laughed at himself. He hadn't expected that Gojo, whom he had tried to assassinate for money, would actually agree to his request and adopt his only son. He stared at Megami, who looked indifferent in the distance, and the image of Megami as a baby flashed through his mind. 105, using Toji? After a long while, Toji sighed and whispered to Kazuma, "Don't tell him my identity." Now, he was no longer interested in the Shibuya brawl. Now he must know one more thing, the most important thing. Thinking of this, Toji pretended to be indifferent and said to Megami casually, "What's your last name, kid?" Yuji pointed at himself, and unsurely said, "Me." Megami, who was standing by, said calmly, "Fushiguro." Hearing this, Toji's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt extremely happy. He said, "That's good." Then, he slowly raised his left hand holding the sword under the extremely shocked gazes of several people. Then without hesitation, he stabbed himself in the temple. Puff. Blood splattered. Toji smiled with relief, closed his eyes with satisfaction, and slowly fell to the ground. What's going on? Is he committing suicide? Yuji opened his mouth wide, looking in disbelief at the man whose appearance had changed drastically after he had fallen to the ground. Toji's black hair turned yellow, and his appearance changed completely. Could it be that this is the true form of this body? Then who was that just now? Megami was also shocked by this scene. He observed very carefully, from the moment the other person fell to the ground. His eyes had never left him, and just now, because of his simple answer, he actually committed suicide with a relieved smile? Megami became even more confused. Kazuma did not stop Toji from committing suicide. First of all, this was not his body. Secondly, the star plasma vessel, Amanai Riko, was killed by Toji, and Kazuma didn't have a good impression of him. But if he remembered correctly, there is a bone inside this corpse, right? Kazuma didn't say anything. He picked up a dagger, and slashed at his stomach. After searching for a while, he soon found a small glass bottle containing the bones of Toji. He now has the Rinnegan and can perform Edo Tensei. Maybe he can summon Toji out to work for him in the future. At this time, Megami came over with an extremely complicated expression. He said, "Kazuma, he is." Kazuma interjected, "Oh, he's your long-dead father." Kazuma did not hide anything. As for the fact that Toji had just asked him not to reveal his identity, he had long forgotten it. What? This statement came as a bolt out of the blue. Megami's eyes suddenly widened. He almost lost his balance. This guy is his biological father who sold him to the Zenin clan. Thinking of this, Megami clenched his fists and stared at the bloody long sword that Toji had used to commit suicide just now. So, he didn't dare to face me. Coward. Tears dripped down his cheeks. After Yuji comforted Megami, Kazuma left alone. Just now, the memory sent back by the clone surprised him a little. The three special grade curses, Mahito, Yago, and Dagon, as well as Nanami, Mei and the others, had all gathered at the main entrance of the Shibuya station. This is totally inconsistent with the original plot. He hadn't expected such a big change to occur because of his intervention. But thinking about it, it's good this way. All the special grade cursed spirits are gathered together, which saves him a lot of trouble. Ever since he had obtained the Rinnegan, he had never used its abilities. But now, the progress of the Shibuya incident has accelerated, and Sukuna should be on the scene soon. At the same time, Shibuya Station main entrance. A battle between sorcerers and three special grade cursed spirits had been going on for a long time. The battlefield was divided into three areas. The strong fluctuations of cursed energy echoed endlessly throughout the street. The salty seawater flooded the surrounding buildings, and the raging fire burned the earth black. The earth cracked, and the entire bustling neighborhood was already in ruins. Without Toji's intervention, Dagon did not die. Nanami, Maki and Naobito were injured, and Naobito had even lost an arm. Even if he possessed projection sorcery that could split 1 second into 24 equal parts, he could not avoid everything. Thinking of this, Naobito laughed at himself and said, "Is this the difference between first and special grade? Even at 24 frames per second, I can't escape." Naobito understood the difference between first grade and special grade. Nanami's shirt was torn, revealing his body covered in wounds. He waved the cursed tool in his hand with difficulty, continuously killing the cursed spirits that surrounded him. Dagon's previous attack had a huge impact on him. Therefore, he was exhausted, and had such a hard time dealing with these small cursed spirits. Clang! A spear deftly neutralized the attack from Dagon. Maki blocked the fatal blow again. She stuck her spear into the ground, held up her body with difficulty, and greedily breathed in the air. If things go to a point where she has no choice, she can only disobey Kazuma's reminder and forcefully open the last few gates. On the other side of the battlefield, Mei used Ui's teleportation technique to escape from Yago's hands many times. Whether it was the opponent's flames or his incredibly fast speed, both brought her a huge sense of oppression. Yago could be said to be the strongest among the 4 disaster curses. It was not until this moment that they understood the terrifying power of a disaster curse. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh at how terrifying Kazuma was. At the exchange event, he was able to suppress 3 disaster curses by himself. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 106, Saving Nanami. Yuji bent his waist and gathered his strength. Then, he blasted a car into the air and smashed it at Mahito, who was in a very bad condition. Just as Mahito was about to dodge, he suddenly felt a piercing pain deep in his soul. Puh! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his chest was instantly pierced by a nail infused with cursed energy. Damn it! It's that wild woman with the hammer again. His clone and him were actually restrained by her. She must be killed and turned into an artificial cursed spirit that can only hammer nails. Not far away, Nobara put one hand on her waist and gestured to Yuji. Then she raised the hammer and looked at Mahito's clone and said, "Oh my, is this the special clone? How come you can't even beat a 3rd-grade sorcerer like me? Which one is more powerful, my resonance, or hairpin?" Yuji yelled at her, "Nobara, let's make this quick. Nanamine and Mei-sensei are in trouble. Kazuma should be able to break inside soon." Just before, Yuji and Megami, who had come to support, had encountered Kazuma, who was blocked outside. This area was still within the edge of the last layer of curtain, but the last eye of the formation could not be found. Suddenly, Mahito grinned. He gave up the fight with Yuji and turned to run to the other side. Yuji looked in the direction where Mahito had run away, and his pupils instantly widened. Nanami. His target is Nanami. Without any hesitation, Yuji chased after him like crazy. This guy called Mahito has killed or transformed countless humans. Now, he wants to attack Nanami. I must eliminate him no matter what. Nanami, be careful. At this moment, Nanami was dragging his heavily injured body, fighting bloody battles among the cursed spirits. All that could be heard were the wails of the cursed spirits and the splashing of blood. The distance was too far, and because of the soundproof glass, he did not hear Yuji's shouts. Finally, with the last cursed spirit's head chopped off, Nanami eliminated all the cursed spirits in the subway station. At this moment, he was almost too weak to hold his cleaver. Looking at the pile of cursed spirit corpses on the ground, then at the watch on his wrist, he said weakly, "Working overtime. It's so annoying." Just when he wanted to sit down and rest for a while. Suddenly, a pair of hands rested on his back. At this time, Yuji also rushed over. Seeing this scene, Yuji was completely panicked. Mahito stretched out a finger, put it in front of his mouth, and whispered, "Shoo, don't move. Just die obediently, otherwise, the dear student behind you will die too." The devilish whispers echoed in the eerily quiet subway station. Then, Mahito showed a playful and evil smile. He looked at Yuji, who was turning the corner behind him, and made a gesture of wiping his neck. But the only thing that made him unhappy was that he couldn't sense any fear from Nanami. On the contrary, he sensed relief and liberation. Wasn't this sorcerer afraid of death? Did he not fear death at all? Nanami slowly raised his head and let out a long sigh. He knew he would die soon. In a trance, it seemed as if he saw his old friend Habara smiling at him. Nanami tilted his head slightly and smiled calmly. He said, "Yuji, the rest is up to you. Go help others." After saying this, he closed his heavy eyelids tiredly. What he saw before him was not darkness, but a beach as beautiful as a dream. The clear ocean reflected the warm sunshine. This was exactly the place he longed for, Malaysia. A breeze blew by, and Nanami opened his arms to welcome the embrace of the sea breeze. At this moment, the once pungent and unpleasant smell of blood turned into a refreshing and comfortable sea breeze. Mahito's cold hand that was pressed against his back seemed to have transformed into a mother's gentle caress. Time washed over him like waves on the shore, leaving only faint traces. Tender memories rang in his ears like the plucking of strings, flashing past like countless memory cards. "I'm tired. No more overtime. This time, I'll give myself a long vacation. Deadline, forever." Memory cards flashed by quickly. Finally, they froze on the beautiful Malaysia. Suddenly, a beam of light shone in, and Nanami slowly opened his eyes. Then, a crisp sound resounded in his ears. The last layer of the curtain had broken. I'll let you choose. It will either be windy or rainy. A voice echoed throughout the entire Shibuya station area. This voice, it's Kazuma. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions lighting up with hope. He is Kazuma. How did this young boy break the curtain? Naobito covered his broken arm and stared blankly at the sky, where the curtain had shattered into pieces. Naobito said, Maki, this is the guy you said I'm not even as good as a finger of. He looks younger than my son, Naya. Maki smiled and said, that's right. You're not even as good as his finger. Naya is even less worthy. Naobito. From the shadows, Kenjaku opened his eyes, watching as the formation's ice stone in his hand crumbled into dust. That's amazing. The last layer of the curtain that he had meticulously set up was destroyed, using such brute force. He glanced at the prison realm beside him and fell into deep thought. Now, he could be sure that Kazuma was the variable he had foreseen. It seemed the plan that had been in motion for 1,000 years would have to change. At the same time, Mahito's face changed drastically. Yes, Kazuma. He abandoned his playful demeanor and was about to activate Idle Transfiguration in his hand. Suddenly, a massive force slammed into his abdomen, sending shockwaves of pain through his body as he was violently blown away. Kazuma patted Nanami on the shoulder and grinned. He said, Malaysia is beautiful in imagination, but it'd be better to experience it in person. How, did you know? Nanami's expression faltered, his voice weak. He had always wanted to go to Malaysia but had never told anyone. You just said it out loud. 107, saving Nobara once again. Hearing this, Nanami sighed and thought to himself. So that's how it is. It seems my obsession was too strong. I actually spoke out loud when I was dying. How embarrassing in front of my juniors. But Kazuma is right, it's better to experience it in person. Thinking of this, he sincerely thanked him. Thank you. Kazuma said, it's no big deal. Just buy me a ticket when the time comes. At this moment, Yuji suddenly yelled at the top of his voice, Nobara, don't let that beast Mahito run away. Nobara said, don't worry. No cursed spirit has ever escaped from my hands. Outside on the street, Nobara slowly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. You killed so many people and still want to escape. Hairpin. With a sharp shout from Nobara, a snap of fingers was heard. The nail driven into Mahito's body suddenly exploded. The damage from the explosion impacted the main body's soul. The clone, which was about to return to its original form, staggered, while the escaping Mahito spat out another mouthful of blood. Feeling the severe pain from deep within his soul, Mahito's face twisted in anger, his eyes locking onto Nobara, who was closing in. It's this damn wild woman who has been interfering by attacking my clone. Otherwise, Yuji would have fallen in my hands long ago. But thinking this, Mahito grinned evilly and devised a plan. Since you love chasing my clone so much, be prepared for a horrible death. He suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Nobara. Meanwhile, Mahito and his clone continuously swapped places. For a brief moment, Nobara, who was closely pursuing, couldn't tell which was the real body and which was the clone. After all, Mahito's clones were almost identical to his real self, except they couldn't use his original abilities. Seeing this, Kazuma's mouth twitched. Why does this feel like a scene straight out of the original story? Could it be that the world of Jujutsu Kaisen has some kind of fate-correcting mechanism? Shaking his head, Kazuma muttered to himself, I don't care if fate is trying to correct itself, I'm taking action. Sure enough, Mahito suddenly commanded his clones to surround Nobara from both sides while stretching out his palm to grab her head. Caught in the middle, Nobara felt a surge of panic. Damn it, which one is his real body? Is this guy playing a game of spot the difference with her? But they looked too identical to tell apart in such a short time. A deep sense of crisis welled up inside her. She had witnessed Mahito's curse technique before. A simple touch could transform an ordinary person into a cursed spirit or cause them to expand and explode instantly. If she guesses wrong, the consequences will be dire. In that brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Nobara's mind. Then, she recalled something Kazuma had once told her in the Roppongi building. Is this the moment that determines her tragic fate? No matter what, she had to make a choice. Nobara chose to dodge the Mahito attacking from the right. Yuji's eyes widened, and he suddenly shouted, Nobara. The one on the left is his real body. Don't let him touch you. As an observer, Yuji had managed to tell them apart after careful scrutiny. Mahito smirked darkly. Too late. So what if Kazuma is here? He is going to kill his classmate right in front of him. He had already activated Idle Transfiguration in advance. Nobara will die the moment he touches her. Hearing Yuji's warning, Nobara quickly turned back to dodge, but her pupils shrank in horror. It was too late. Mahito's crazed grin widened as his fingers stretched toward her, mere centimeters from her face. At that critical moment, Bansho Tenin. Mahito's movements froze. The body that had been lunging toward Nobara suddenly jerked backward, as if pulled by an unseen force. An immense gravitational pull came from behind, like an invisible hand gripping his neck. Mahito's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Where is this sudden gravity coming from? Looking back, he saw the source, Kazuma. Again, what kind of ability is this? Even from such a distance, he could still pull him in. Mahito struggled desperately. While being dragged back, he attempted to alter his body, expanding his form, increasing his weight, anything to resist the powerful gravitational force from Kazuma's palm. But no matter what he did, he couldn't change the inevitable. He was being drawn closer and closer to Kazuma. His body was moving backward uncontrollably. He crashed through several thick walls along the way. Under Kazuma's deliberate control, Mahito's face was pressed against the ground, dragged humiliatingly across the rubble. Kazuma was toying with him, stretching out the suffering deliberately. There was no need for sympathy. Mahito deserved to be tormented. Yago, save me. Mahito was in full-blown panic now. No matter how he altered his form, he couldn't break free of this unnatural force. Finally, he realized that Kazuma was just torturing him. Each time Mahito increased his resistance, trying to fight the pull, Kazuma simply intensified the gravity. He couldn't escape from these invisible hands. Seeing this, Yuji fell to his knees, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank God Kazuma was here. Otherwise, Nobara might not have survived. On the street, Nobara stood frozen. Her hair was disheveled, and her hand holding the hammer trembled slightly. She had come so close. Just a bit more, and the scythe of death would have cut her down. Then, looking at the terrified expression on Mahito's face, she let out a smirk. He saved me again. Mahito. Boom. From the distance, Yago roared, launching several cars straight at Kazuma. Watching the incoming vehicles, Kazuma calmly raised his other hand. Shinra Tensei. 108. Choso meets Yuji. Then Kazuma's voice fell. Boom. A strong repulsive force spread out with him as the center. Several cars that were about to hit him were instantly bounced away like plastic toys, crashing into the instigator, Dagon. Upon seeing this, Dagon immediately summoned an army. All of a sudden, countless giant fish with strange appearances broke through the water curtain, opening their bloody mouths as they rushed towards Kazuma. At the same time, the largest one swallowed Mahito into its stomach in one gulp and fled into the distance. Kazuma opened his arms slightly, and a terrifying repulsive force burst out instantly, shattering all the oncoming strange fish. The army was overwhelmed and collapsed in an instant. But because there were other people around, Kazuma did not use his full strength. Otherwise, most of Shibuya would be flattened. Thinking of this, Kazuma ignored the escaping Mahito and Dagon, because the entire Shibuya was within the range of his Flying Thunder God's mark. No matter how fast they ran, could they be faster than the Flying Thunder God? He turned to the people behind him and said, Ahem. I suggest you stay a little further away. The range of my curse technique may be a little bit larger. Hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. Naobito, clutching his broken arm, asked in confusion, didn't we hide far enough away? It's at least a few hundred meters, right? No matter how strong the aftermath of your technique is, can it hurt us? Hey, old man from the Zenin clan, don't be so confident. Nobara smiled wickedly and said meaningfully, if some old man with a broken arm who loves drinking dies in the aftermath of their allies' curse technique, it'll be a huge embarrassment. She could clearly sense from Kazuma's tone that if she got too close, she might become a burden to him. Kazuma's words were already very tactful. Naobito's forehead bulged with veins as he suppressed his anger. He said, Mei, are all the sorcerers of this generation so arrogant? They don't know how to respect the elderly at all. Mei ignored him and stared closely at Kazuma's mysterious pupils, now filled with purple light and lines. If she remembered correctly, Kazuma's two pupils had been scarlet before, but now one of them had turned purple. There was no doubt that this guy had figured out some incredible technique. Mei said, listen to Kazuma. If we stay here, we will not only be of no help but will instead become a burden. I agree. Mei-sensei is right. The cursed spirits are rampant in Shibuya. It has become a living hell. Let's disperse and rescue as many ordinary survivors as possible. Nanami pointed to the tallest tower in Shibuya and continued, afterward, everyone gathers at that tower. Kazuma nodded. This way, he could let loose and go all out. Before leaving, Yuji looked at Kazuma and pleaded, Kazuma, please bring back Gojo-sensei. And, we must kill that beast. After saying that, Yuji ran toward the station, and the rest of the students scattered in different directions. Kazuma's sharing spun as he silently watched Yuji leave. Then, he noticed a drop of blood on the collar behind Yuji. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be the method used by Choso, who possessed the blood manipulation technique, to hunt prey. Therefore, Yuji would most likely have a fight with his brother Choso, just like in the original story. Kazuma had no intention of interfering in this large-scale Brotherhood revelation event. After all, Yuji's life wouldn't be in danger. Instead, he'd gain a personal bodyguard and a brother who would die for him without hesitation. Speaking of the blood manipulation technique, it is a technique that uses one's own blood to condense and attack. At least in Choso's hands, it was both flexible and powerful. But if the user had AIDS, the power of this technique would be comparable to Sukuna's cleave. Kazuma shook his head, pushing the strange thought aside. He turned toward the direction where Dagon and Mahito had fled. The fight begins. Whoosh! Kazuma vanished instantly, leaving behind only a streak of yellow lightning that streaked across the sky. At the same time, inside the subway station, Yuji walked alone through the dimly lit station, searching for any surviving humans. Mahito and Dagon wouldn't escape Kazuma's grasp. Yago, who seemed the strongest, had disappeared without a trace the moment he had seen Kazuma break the barrier. Now, Yuji was strong enough to handle first-grade opponents, so he shouldn't be in too much danger. His priority was saving as many people as possible. However, at that moment, Yuji suddenly tensed up. Swish! A blood arrow, compressed and deadly, shot out of the shadows. Yuji didn't hesitate. He rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Who? Looking back, he saw a tall man with 2 thick braids and dark circles under his eyes stepping out of the shadows. Are you a curse user? Yuji frowned. Weren't curse users supposed to be outside of Shibuya? But more importantly, the curse technique he used looked identical to that of Kamo Noritoshi. Could he be a sorcerer from the Kamo clan? Choso's expression was ice-cold, his murderous intent practically spilling out. Without a word, he raised his hand and fired several more blood arrows. Whoosh! Yuji knew fully well that if he got hit, it would be fatal. The enemy's curse technique allowed him to control blood remotely for deadly attacks. If Yuji wanted to win, he needed to close the distance and use his superior close combat skills. Thinking quickly, Yuji stopped dodging blindly. He used the station structures to maneuver while inching closer to Choso. Finally, he caught a moment of weakness. Yuji launched forward with a black flash punch. At the same time, a blood arrow pierced through Yuji's palm, but his other fist landed squarely on Choso's face. Both staggered backward. Choso touched his swollen cheek and looked at Yuji in surprise. Not bad. No wonder this kid had killed his 2 brothers. Thinking of them, Choso's eyes darkened with rage. The murderous intent in his gaze became almost tangible. He said, "Before I kill you, I have something to ask." 109, Choso vs. Yuji. What last words did my 2 younger brothers leave before they died? Your brothers. Yuji was a little confused by the strange question suddenly asked by the enemy in front of him. So he came here for revenge? When did he kill his brother? Choso suppressed his anger and looked at Yuji with extremely cold eyes. Eso and Kechiza died at your nads. Hearing this, the 2 cursed spirits he had killed with Nobara appeared in his mind. I see, the 2 sides just have different positions. If they lost, then he and Nobara would probably have ended up in a worse situation. So, he had no regrets. Thinking of this, Yuji looked at Choso seriously and said, nothing special was said. But, Yuji avoided his murderous gaze and said truthfully, they cried in the end, muttering things like, brother, save me. The moment Yuji mentioned Kechizu and Eso crying, Choso's breathing stagnated. His pupils trembled violently, and droplets of blood exploded into a crimson mist behind him. Endless rage burned in his heart like a volcanic eruption. The nails of his clenched fists dug deep into his flesh, causing blood to flow. In his mind, he could already imagine the scene where his 2 younger brothers stretched out their hands in despair, begging for his help before their tragic deaths. I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. A few tears rolled down his cheeks, and he slowly raised his head, looking at Yuji with gritted teeth. Then, pay with your life. He shouted angrily and clasped his hands together. Blood beads, boiling with rage, condensed into a deadly attack. Blood manipulation technique, piercing blood. A blood arrow, moving at the speed of sound, shot toward Yuji's head. Yuji knew clearly that if he was hit by this, he would definitely die. But Choso's rage-fueled attack was too fast. Yuji barely dodged by instinct, but a long scar was torn across his face. Yet, the furious Choso did not relent. A storm of blood arrows cut through the air, relentlessly pursuing Yuji. Even with all his training and experience, Yuji could only dodge desperately. He had no way to get close. As time dragged on, Yuji's body was already covered in wounds. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the Mechamaru in his pocket suddenly activated and provided a solution. It immediately analyzed that this was the blood manipulation technique passed down from the Kamo clan. This technique had almost no weaknesses, excelling in both close-range and long-range combat. But it had one flaw: it couldn't coagulate in water. Following the advice, Yuji dashed into the women's restroom and turned on the sink. Water splashed across the floor, soaking everything. Choso, however, was not blinded by anger. He did not immediately follow. After all, his opponent had already killed his 2 younger brothers. He was no fool. So, Yuji must be trying to pull something. However, at that moment, a voice came from inside the restroom. Heh, you're not coming. As expected, you're just a coward who only knows how to ambush, just like your brothers. The taunt worked. Choso's fury boiled over. I must kill you to avenge my little brothers. In the women's restroom, water splashed across the floor. 2 figures exchanged furious blows, each aiming for the other's vital points. One was a grieving brother seeking revenge. The other was the youngest brother who had unknowingly killed his own kin. The moment Choso realized he couldn't coagulate blood, he knew he had fallen into a trap. So, he adapted, manipulating his blood to reinforce his fists for close combat. A brutal hand-to-hand battle erupted in the narrow space. At first, Yuji had the upper hand, relying on his sheer physical strength and reckless willingness to take injuries in exchange for hits. But Choso had secretly hidden a droplet of blood in his palm the moment he had stepped inside. During their rapid exchange of blows, he used his wide sleeves to conceal the blood drop. Swish! Choso seized the brief moment when Yuji pulled back his fist. The hidden blood droplet shot out, piercing Yuji's abdomen. From that moment on, the battle turned. 2.5 minutes later, Yuji slumped against the wall, barely conscious. Choso slowly approached, looking down at Yuji as if he were already dead. He condensed a razor-sharp blood blade and said coldly, "Go to hell, and atone for your sins to my brothers." Inside Yuji, the sleeping Sukuna suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of disdain flashing on his face. Pathetic. You can't even handle someone like this. But then, Sukuna's brows raised slightly, as if noticing something. With an amused smirk, he closed his eyes again and went back to sleep. In the restroom, Choso's blood blade never reached Yuji's neck. Instead, it slashed into the wall beside him. Boom! The restroom wall collapsed. Choso's eyes widened, his face contorted in despair. Because in that moment, just before the blade fell, a memory surfaced. At a dining table, Yuji smiled at him. Sitting beside them were Eso and Kechizu. As the eldest brother, Choso's only dream had been his younger brother's happiness. But now, everything seemed so ridiculous. He had fallen into Kenjiku's deception and had almost killed his youngest brother with his own hands. Realization struck like a hammer to his chest. Choso clutched his head, his emotions completely collapsing. Tears of despair streamed down his face. With his body drained, he staggered to the elevator. Finally, he slumped to the floor, arms resting on his knees, completely broken. Even now, he couldn't accept the truth that Yuji was his biological brother. That they had been forced to fight. 110. Torturing the real Mahito. Just shortly after Choso left. In the women's restroom, a short, hunchbacked figure walked in slowly. Yago took out his pipe and took a deep breath. He touched the ember insect around him and praised. "You did a good job, go back." Hearing this, the ember insect, which had received approval from its master, cheered and flapped its wings, flying back into the mouth of the volcano. Looking at Yuji who had fainted on the ground, Yago smiled. "I finally found you. The king of curses from 1,000 years ago. If you are the one to take action, you will definitely be able to kill Kazuma, right?" At the same time, empty streets of Shibuya. Bang, bang, bang. The earth shook violently. Kazuma controlled the Susanoo and moved forward slowly. Ahead, Mahito had disheveled hair, twisted arms, and a charred body, as if he had been burned by fire. All of this was the masterpiece of Kazuma's Amaterasu. It must be said that Mahito had a strong desire to survive. He was burned by Amaterasu many times, yet he cut off his own body without hesitation. However, this also caused him to become increasingly weak. Although cursed spirits could quickly heal by consuming cursed energy, at this moment, Mahito had fallen into a dire situation. Not only was his cursed energy exhausted, but even the stored artificial cursed spirits were used up. "Run, find Yago, wake up Sukuna, and we'll definitely kill him. I must not let that devil catch us, otherwise, I will suffer a fate worse than death." The overwhelming urge to survive kept Mahito running endlessly. As one of the disaster curses born from negative emotions, this was the first time he had been so humiliated. It was also the first time he had felt the fear he had so often instilled in others. This feeling was anything but pleasant. Because, for the first time, the fear was coming from his own heart. Thump. Mahito stumbled and fell flat on his face. Once a powerful special-grade cursed spirit who regarded all living things as worthless. Someone who could easily kill or transfigure thousands. Mahito was now tripped by a small stone and sent crashing to the ground. Panicked, he pushed himself up, his bloodshot eyes darting back to the purple giant pursuing him, its massive blade gleaming. At the center of the giant stood Kazuma. At that moment, Kazuma bore a ferocious grin, holding Dagon's bleeding head in his hand. Then, he casually tossed Tajin's head downward. It rolled and bounced like a basketball before finally landing in Mahito's trembling hands. Duh. Dagon. Dagon was completely lifeless, reduced to just a head, his eyes still wide open in fear. The sight sent a violent shudder through Mahito's entire body. Kazuma released his Susanoo, and stepped in front of Mahito. He grabbed him by the hair, lifting him off the ground so that only his toes scraped the dirt. "Your allies risked everything to protect you. And yet, look at you. You still failed to escape." Staring into Mahito's terrified, trembling eyes, Kazuma continued with a playful smile, "Tell me, how does the fear you created taste when you're the one experiencing it?" Mahito said, "No, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet." Mahito completely broke down, wrenching himself free from Kazuma's grip and collapsing to the ground. Like a desperate man escaping from an asylum, he clawed at the dirt and stones, flinging them wildly at Kazuma. That was all he could do now, his last, pitiful attempt at resistance. But the next moment shattered his final hope. As Mahito hurled dirt and rocks at him, Kazuma didn't even bother dodging. Instead, he activated Kamui. The debris passed straight through Kazuma's intangible form, having no effect whatsoever. Mahito froze, staring blankly at Kazuma, his expression filled with horror. What met his gaze was a pair of scarlet, sorrowful eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazuma smirked and said indifferently, "Tsukuyomi." At that moment, the sorcerers watching from the distant tower looked on in stunned silence. This, why do I feel like Kazuma is the villain? Mahito's eyes were lifeless. He had fallen to his knees, his entire body convulsing, his face contorted in unbearable agony, as if he was enduring an unimaginable torment. As soon as the word Tsukuyomi left Kazuma's lips, Mahito's consciousness faded, and everything before him turned pitch black. The next second, he found himself in another world. The sky was blood red, and countless crows circled above. His limbs were nailed to a cold, iron cross. Then, Kazuma's figure suddenly multiplied, splitting into countless versions of himself. Each one wielded a gleaming sword, and they all lunged forward, stabbing Mahito mercilessly. Ah! His screams echoed through the empty streets of Shibuya. At that moment, Mahito wished he could die just like Dagon had. The indescribable pain, searing through his very soul, was all too familiar. And then, just before his consciousness faded entirely, it finally hit him. So this was the agony that his clone had suffered before relaying the sensation back. Hanami was dead. Dagon was dead. And now, even the solace of death was beyond his reach. For the first time in his existence, Mahito felt regret. Yago had been right. The prison realm should have been used on Kazuma instead. If he had faced Gojo instead, at least his death would have been quick. Mahito's screams naturally reached the ears of the sorcerers watching from the tower in the distance. So, even a disaster curse can scream like that. Maki sighed as she watched the scene unfold below. Yet, oddly enough, hearing Mahito's cries gave her a sense of satisfaction. While wiping blood off his sister's battle axe, Ui complained, "Look at that, Kazuma's smile is terrifying. Even from here, it sends chills down my spine." Anyone who didn't know better would think Mahito was the good guy, and Kazuma was some evil sorcerer who does nothing but commit atrocities. So, sister, I think you should stay away from Kazuma from now on. TSK, what do you know, brat? Clean your axe properly. Kazuma is obviously smiling handsomely. Nobara huffed in response, frowning. 111, where is Yuji? Maybe it was because Kazuma had saved her again and again. Anyway, Nobara now liked Kazuma even more. Therefore, she would not allow Ui to slander Kazuma. Naobito asked, "Hey, aren't you curious about why Mahito suddenly screamed like crazy? It looks like he was being tortured." Kazuma didn't seem to have done anything to that special grade cursed spirit called Mahito just now, right? Why did he suddenly scream? This statement aroused the curiosity of other people. Right, Kazuma doesn't seem to have taken any action. In their eyes, Mahito knelt on the ground and trembled constantly. Kazuma himself also stood there motionless with a grim smile. Being so far away, it was impossible to know what strange technique Kazuma had used. Nobara's eyes lit up, and she guessed, could it be a genjutsu? Among these people, she is one of the people who somewhat understands Kazuma's abilities. Just now, Kazuma's eyes seemed to have flashed red. If she remembered correctly, it was a genjutsu. Tadu from Kyoto Jujutsu High also had a little taste of this. Mei nodded and said, Nobara is half right. Kazuma was indeed using a genjutsu just now, but it was a genjutsu of a higher level. Its name is Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi. Hearing this, everyone showed curiosity. From the name, it seems pretty awesome. They wondered what Mahito was seeing in the genjutsu at this moment. Or, what did he feel? At this time, Mei continued with a smile. According to Kazuma's words, Mahito should be in great pain at this moment. He should be in a genjutsu world right now and is enjoying inhuman torture. This kind of pain goes far beyond the physical body and directly affects the soul, and Mahito's weakness happens to be the soul. It may only be a few minutes in the outside world, but 3 days and 3 nights may have passed for Mahito. After hearing Mei's explanation, everyone's faces showed shock. What? 3 days and 3 nights? In this world, there is such a terrifying genjutsu. Doesn't that mean that if the person being pulled into the genjutsu doesn't have strong enough willpower, they will be tortured to the point of becoming a fool? And all this could be done with only needs a glance. Nobara suddenly exclaimed, I see. Now it finally makes sense. No wonder these disaster curses always close their eyes when facing Kazuma. I was very confused at first. It turns out they were always on guard against Kazuma's move. Knowing the situation, Ui couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling a little scared. It seems that he has to be more careful when facing Kazuma in the future. If he traps him in the Tsukuyomi and makes him do summer homework for 3 days and 3 nights, his spirit will definitely collapse. It's scary just thinking about it. After all, Kazuma might really do such a thing. Ui looked at Mei and stammered, Sister, I am his brother-in-law after all. He won't use this trick on me, right? Mei tucked her long hair behind her ears, and raised her eyebrows slightly. She said with a half-smile, that depends on whether you behave well in the future. Ui. On the other side, Naobito opened his mouth wide, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Before, Maki always said that he was not even as good as one of Kazuma's fingers. Now looking at it this way, it seems that she was not wrong. Whether it was the strength Kazuma had shown before or this genjutsu called Tsukuyomi, it was extremely shocking. After all, Dagon had once put him in danger and even caused him to lose his hand, but now his head was under Kazuma's feet. And Kazuma doesn't even need to use his hands, just a look would be enough. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Gojo has been sealed, he made a good decision in the beginning. He actually attracted such a monster. I wonder where he found Kazuma. If Kazuma were to join the Zenin clan and assist my son Zenin Naya. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Maki's cold shout. Haha, assist your son Naya. An old man like you still likes to daydream at his age. Do you think Zenin Naya is worthy? Even if it is the position of the Zenin clan leader, Kazuma may not be interested. Naobito's beard straightened due to his anger, but he didn't know how to refute Maki for a moment. Compared to Kazuma, his son Naya indeed seemed like nothing. However, he didn't care too much about Maki's rudeness towards him. After all, the two sisters were looked down upon in the Zenin clan, and his own son had mocked them for no reason. At that time, as the leader of the Zenin clan, he did not stop this situation, but there is nothing that can be done about it. The Zenin clan believes in strength and bloodline. At this moment, Nanami, who was at the back, suddenly spoke. Why hasn't Yuji come yet? Who among you was working with Yuji to find the surviving humans? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yeah, where is Yuji? Apart from the thousands of people who were trapped on the 5th floor below ground in the subway station, there shouldn't be many survivors within the area covered by the curtain. Why didn't Yuji come back? Nobara said, I was working with Maki-san. We only found a few unconscious survivors. We handed them over to the assistant supervisor and then gathered here. Mei said, I was responsible for rescuing the humans trapped on the negative 5th floor. After Ui used his curse technique to teleport them, we came here. Soon, the others also shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen Yuji. In this regard, Nanami could only sigh helplessly. Yuji is a very responsible kid. He will probably search the entire Shibuya area before he stops. At least, I hope that's the case. Meanwhile, Kazuma grabbed Mahito's head and lifted him up in the air. 112, Careless Kazuma. At this moment, Mahito was already dying and no longer had the strength to resist. He tilted his head, his eyes were unfocused, and he kept muttering, kill me, kill me. Obviously, under the torture of Tsukuyomi, death had become a luxury for him. Kazuma ignored his words and continued to ask, still being stubborn, are you going to tell me or not? Huh. Mahito opened his eyes with difficulty, full of doubt. What exactly does he want him to say? From beginning to end, for 3 whole days and 3 nights, he hadn't even asked anything. You didn't ask anything, what can I say? Having said this, Mahito used up almost the last bit of his strength and roared in despair, tears of agony falling uncontrollably. The thought of being tortured for 3 consecutive days and nights, only to realize that the other party had forgotten to ask anything. If Kazuma had questioned him earlier, he might have been freed sooner. Devil. He is the real devil. Did I not ask? I'm sorry. Kazuma touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. He had been so absorbed in torturing Mahito that he seemed to have forgotten his original intention. But it didn't matter. There was no need to sympathize with him. Ahem. Then let me ask you, where is Yago? You are one of the 4 disaster curses, so you should be able to sense his location easily, right? Tell me where he is, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you have a good time. It's no use closing your eyes. I can slowly burn you with the black flames of Amaterasu or forcefully open your eyelids. Hearing these words, Mahito shuddered involuntarily, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. But when he saw the gorgeous scarlet patterns in Kazuma's pupils slowly turning again, Mahito no longer hesitated. After sensing Yago's cursed energy, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the dark office building in the distance. That's where Yago is. Give me a quick death. At the same time, Mahito thought to himself. Yago, please forgive me. I really don't want to go through that kind of torture again. Kazuma looked in the direction Mahito pointed, thinking silently. It seemed Mahito wasn't lying, it matched exactly with the office building in the original story. Yago must have found the unconscious Yuji and might have already started feeding Sukuna's fingers to him. In that case, Kazuma threw Mahito to the ground like trash and activated Amaterasu at the same time. The terrifying black flames, like the fire of hell, instantly engulfed Mahito. Since he had already given up on living, Mahito didn't resist. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes. Before he died, Mahito stared at Kazuma viciously and suddenly laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, do you think you have won? Yago has prepared a great gift for you. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Looking at the charred ground, Kazuma's lips curled slightly. A great gift? Indeed, it was a great gift for him. Did he really think he didn't know what Yago was doing? What he was waiting for was Sukuna's awakening. Everything before this was just a warm-up. Of course, the same was true in the original story. The real tragedy of the Shibuya incident officially began once Sukuna woke up. At the same time, in the office building, Nanako and Mimiko were sweating profusely as they carefully pried open the mouth of the unconscious Yuji. Then, they stuffed Sukuna's fingers into his mouth. Behind the 2 women, a group of ember insects flapped their wings. After completing the task, Nanako swallowed hard, looking at Yago, who was smoking behind her. She stammered, all fed. We've already fed him both the fingers. Let us go. Ha. Yago exhaled a puff of smoke, put away the ember insects, and said expressionlessly, I'll let you live for now. stand aside and don't leave without my permission. Based on Sukuna's personality, these two women might serve as sacrifices for him. So, Yago had not yet killed them. Then, Yago took out an old box, tore off the seal, and opened it. Boom! A wicked and overwhelming cursed energy instantly spread across the entire room. Nanako and Mimiko hugged each other, staring at the Sukuna fingers inside the box in horror. After counting carefully, they found that there were 10 fingers inside. Are you crazy? If you feed him so many at once, Sukuna will wake up. And then the entire country. Yago said, shut up. If you say one more word, I'll burn you to ashes. Yago's goal was to awaken Ryaman Sukuna. What did the safety of the entire country have to do with him? Even if it cost him his own life, he didn't care. Just now, he had sensed the complete disappearance of both Mahito and Dagon's auras. Clearly, both of them had died at the hands of that damn Kazuma. Now, the only one who could kill Kazuma was Sukuna, the king of curses from 1,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Yago began feeding Yuji the fingers. Kenjaku had once said that Yuji was the strongest vessel that had appeared once in 1,000 years. Even if he swallowed 20 of Sukuna's fingers, he wouldn't immediately lose control of his body. But that was assuming he ate them one per day. If Yuji was forced to consume more than 10 fingers at once, he wouldn't have enough time to adapt. As a result, Sukuna would temporarily take control of his body. As the cursed fingers were forced down, the cursed energy within Yuji surged, and Sukuna's signature markings appeared on his face. This meant that Yuji now had at least 15 fingers inside his body. Killing Kazuma should no longer be a problem. Please, stop feeding him. You can't afford the consequences. As the cursed energy intensified, Nanako and Mimiko found it difficult to breathe. Yago grew impatient and reached out his hand, wanting to teach them a lesson. But in the next second, his eyes widened in shock. His outstretched arm had been severed, and he hadn't even noticed how it had happened. The cut was clean and precise. Then, a true devil's voice echoed in his ears. I'll give you 1 second. Take your hand away. 113. Another confrontation with Sukuna. Go away. Sukuna's deep and hoarse voice echoed. Yago immediately stepped back and stood side by side with Nanako and Mimiko. A terrifying evil aura swept over him. Yago's eyes widened, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to make the slightest rash move. The two girls, dressed in JK uniforms, were already petrified by the sheer malevolence emanating from Sukuna. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Only by supporting each other could they barely remain standing. Looking at Sukuna, who was slowly approaching, Yago's throat tightened, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. What an overwhelming presence. This was the crushing power of a higher being. Is this the power of the king of curses from 1,000 years ago, Ryaman Sukuna? This wasn't the same kind of strength as Gojo, this was an irresistible, suffocating dominance. He didn't know who was stronger between them, but one thing was certain, Sukuna could definitely kill Kazuma. Sukuna brushed his hair back indifferently and said, "You lift your head too high." At these words, Yago immediately knelt on one knee, while the two girls beside him collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. The next moment, swish, a slash, too fast for the naked eye to perceive, sliced through the air at terrifying speed. The wall behind him was instantly split in half like tofu, and because Yago had knelt, 1/3 of his head was directly sliced off. Blood spurted in thick streams. Yago endured the excruciating pain and paralyzing fear, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Sukuna looked at Yago and said, "Your awareness is obviously not as sharp as theirs." At these words, Yago's entire body shuddered, and he instinctively buried his head lower. But he still didn't fully prostrate like the two girls beside him. He was a disaster curse. The last shred of pride in his heart wouldn't allow him to submit completely. For the sake of those 10 fingers, I can fulfill one wish. Sukuna casually shoved his hands into his pockets, his gaze filled with amusement as he observed Yago struggling to recover from his injuries. Yago took a deep breath and spoke, "Please help me kill a sorcerer named Kazuma. In return, I will do my best to find the remaining fingers for you. Hear that? You're more hated than me, the king of curses. Ha ha ha." Sukuna suddenly let out a strange chuckle at the empty air before him. Hearing this, Yago's eyes widened in alarm, and he turned around. Kazuma stood silently behind them. When did you? Yago stared at Kazuma in disbelief. Kazuma glanced at the bewildered Yago and the two JK-clad sisters beside him. Presumably, these were Nanako and Mimiko, the ones who wanted to kill Choso and free Geto's body. The kettle got sliced up. What a shame. Kazuma sighed dramatically, then turned his attention to Sukuna, who was watching him with a strange smile. As expected of Ryaman Sukuna, you really have 4 eyes. Wow. Sukuna's extra eyes might be terrifying to others, but to Kazuma, they were an advantage. What do you mean? Sukuna eyed Kazuma with mild curiosity. Are you scared? Back then, I only had 3 fingers, and I let you show off. Now, I'll slowly torture you to death. Begging for mercy won't help. Scared? Kazuma scratched his ear and replied calmly, I just think you have too many eyes, they're distracting. I'll randomly poke 2 of them later. Hiss. These words sent a chilling wave through the room. The 2 sisters on the ground felt their hearts race wildly. Cold sweat dripped down their faces and onto their trembling hands. Did they hear that correctly? He wants to poke Sukuna's eyes. Was this guy insane, or had he drunk some counterfeit liquor? How could he provoke Sukuna like that? However, Yago was focused on something else, what Sukuna had said earlier. So Kazuma had fought Sukuna before, and judging by Sukuna's tone, he had been suppressed by Kazuma. But then Yago exhaled in relief. That was when Sukuna only had 3 fingers worth of power. If Yago had been in that fight, he could have won too. But now, Sukuna had the strength of 15 fingers. That was far more than just 5 times the power. Kazuma's words had completely enraged Sukuna. Kazuma, this idiot, was too arrogant. Not only did he come to Sukuna to walk to his own death, but he even boasted about poking Sukuna's eyes. Ridiculous. There was no need to worry anymore. Sukuna would definitely kill Kazuma now. Ha! Instead of getting angry, Sukuna smirked. You're still sharp-tongued. Do you think I'm the same as before? Kazuma said, that won't stop me from poking your eyes. Sukuna replied, I'll give you one last chance to take back your words. Otherwise, I'll cut you into minced meat and feed you to the dogs. Kazuma casually said, get lost. Sukuna's face suddenly darkened. The air around them froze. Hiss. Yago and the 2 girls gasped and immediately dropped to their knees, not daring to breathe. Madness. Absolute madness. At the same time, Shibuya Tower. The sorcerer stationed at the tower curiously observed the now powerless office building in the distance. Strange. Why did Kazuma suddenly go to the office building? Did he find Yago's location? But it's been so long, and there's no sign of a fight. Nobara rested her chin in her hand, frowning. Nanami furrowed his brows and asked, should we ask Mei Mei to use her crows to check? Everyone turned to Mei Mei expectantly. Having Kazuma as their ace made things easy. Originally, they were supposed to fight to the death against special grade curses, but now they could just sit back and watch the show. Moreover, Kazuma had already wiped out 3 of the 4 disaster curses. The last one, it was only a matter of time before Kazuma would finish the job. 114. Do you want to dance too? Ui put his hands on his hips and said in dissatisfaction, you guys really treat my elder sister as a tool. Nobara said, Tisk, Mei Mei sensei hasn't even said anything yet. What are you yelling about, little brat? Ui said, you. As the 2 were arguing, Mei Mei suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and her face became extremely solemn. Mei Mei said, the situation is not good. My crow was chopped into pieces before it even got close to the office building. Most importantly, I felt an extremely terrifying evil aura at the last moment. It's exactly the same as in the Eshu Juvenile Detention Center. Nanami's expression suddenly changed and he said, you mean, Sukuna? Mei Mei nodded solemnly. Apart from Sukuna, who else could exude such a frightening evil aura? What? Sukuna actually woke up. That proves that Yuji is also in that building, and his body has been occupied by Sukuna. Mei Mei nodded, took the battle axe from Ui, and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the real battle is just about to begin. Yuji might have been captured by that volcano-cursed spirit, and this time Sukuna's aura is much stronger than what I felt before. Do you remember the fingers that were stolen at the sister exchange event? Nobara asked her, Mei Mei sensei, are you saying, that volcano head fed all of Sukuna's fingers to Yuji? So their ultimate goal is to wake up Sukuna. So now, how many fingers are inside Yuji? Mei Mei said, I guess besides the fingers in Jujutsu High, the other party also has their own collection. So, there are at least 10 of them in Yuji's body now. More than 10. Just then, boom, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. A fire exploded in the distant office building, and a figure could be vaguely seen in the billowing smoke, flying backward like a cannonball. It's Yuji. No, it's Sukuna. Then, Kazuma's familiar figure appeared in their field of vision. Whoosh! Kazuma flashed by, hanging upside down, and appeared behind Sukuna. He quickly formed seals with both hands and blew out a ball of fire from his mouth. The fireball swept up the surrounding buildings and condensed into a huge fireball that burned toward Sukuna. In the blink of an eye, Sukuna had fallen to the ground. He put his hands in his pockets, attached cursed energy to his feet, and moved through the streets like he was skating. Looking at the huge fireball coming towards him in the sky, Sukuna sneered, playing with fire in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his hands and clapped them casually. Bang! The fireball seemed to be controlled, falling to the ground uncontrollably at a high speed, setting off a large area of flames. Beep beep. The huge explosion caused the sirens of surrounding electric vehicles to sound non-stop. When the smoke cleared, Sukuna spread his hands and said disdainfully, that's it. How boring. Swish. Just as he finished speaking, a blurry shadow flashed by. Just as Sukuna was about to turn his head, he felt a huge push from behind and was blown away. Bang! Sukuna's body flew forward like a kite with its string cut off, crashing through all the buildings along the way. However, Sukuna still maintained an excited smile on his face. That's a little better. Try harder and do your best to please me. Sukuna opened his arms and let himself fly backward, crashing through layer after layer of buildings, as if he was enjoying the thrill of free fall. For him now, these attacks could barely be considered a massage. This time, he's going to take it slow. Really? You want to dance, too? Suddenly, Kazuma's indifferent voice came to his ears. Sukuna opened his small eyes on his cheekbones with a little surprise and glanced diagonally behind him. He was able to avoid his senses and go behind him. Sukuna suddenly closed his eyes because Kazuma's 2 fingers had already reached over. You bastard. Sukuna was furious. He actually wanted to poke his eyes. Just as he raised his hand to launch an attack, the collar behind his neck suddenly tightened. Then his whole body was thrown into the air. Kazuma used Flying Thunder God, and yellow lightning flashed continuously in the night sky. Inside the office building, a big hole had been smashed in the wall. Nanako and Mimiko lay by the window, looking down with blank faces. Yago-san, who has the upper hand? Kazuma and Sukuna were so fast that they could cross an entire city block in a flash. With their strength, it was impossible to see their battle clearly. They had thought that Kazuma was suicidal, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. If their eyes saw correctly, the first person to be kicked out was Sukuna, right? Yago silently used his cursed energy to heal the wound on his forehead and glanced at the 2 women calmly. Sukuna is obviously just playing around now. Once he gets serious, Kazuma will definitely die. In his opinion, Sukuna hadn't even used the most cleave or dismantle yet. What else could he be doing but playing? He never considered Kazuma as his opponent. At the same time, Shibuya Tower. The heads of the people from Jujutsu High swayed rhythmically with the lightning in the sky. In their sight, they could only barely make out the golden trail left in the sky. So fast. I can't even catch their afterimage. I never thought that after swallowing so many fingers, Kazuma could still suppress Sukuna in a fight. Mei said objectively, at this stage, both of them are still not serious, and it is impossible to tell who will win the battle. Naobito opened his mouth but didn't know what to say for a long time. In the face of such an outrageous speed, can the 24 frames per second, projection sorcery, that he is so proud of really keep up? Obviously, the answer is no. Whether it was Kazuma or Sukuna, in front of these 2 people, he is as slow as a snail. The lower block. Kazuma looked at Sukuna, who was unharmed across from him, and sighed. There are 2 points that make Sukuna truly strong. First, cleave and dismantle. The second is his resistance to blows. In the original story, he not only withstood the powerful attacks of the students of Jujutsu High many times but also survived Gojo's close-range Hollow Purple. 115 Embarrassed Naobito. New book, Danmachi, RNG system. So, the MC is reincarnated as an elf and has a system that gives him random stuff at random times. It can be Kekii Genkai or Longinus or magic or grimoire, basically anything. It's all dependent on luck. It is obviously unlikely that his fists will cause much damage to Sukuna. Thinking of this, Kazuma smiled and looked at Sukuna. He said, you are not as fast as me. Sooner or later, I will poke your eyes. How about you just obey me? That way, you can at least keep your dignity. Idiot. Sukuna grinned evilly and clenched his fists, making a crackling sound. You haven't figured out your position why? Before he could finish speaking, a purple light appeared on his face. I remember this trick. Boom. The Susanoo swung its sword violently. Sukuna instantly flew backwards and crashed deeply into the unfinished building behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kazuma released the Susanoo and said with a smile, that felt good. However, the next second, a big hole appeared in the wall. Sukuna walked over leisurely, holding a drink in his right hand and some popcorn in his left hand, as if nothing had happened. It seemed as if the previous blow had not caused much damage to him. With that blow just now, Sukuna's clothes had been cut open, but the deep cut on his chest was quickly healed by the reverse curse technique. Only light scratches remained. Sukuna took a sip of the drink in his hand and immediately frowned. He asked, is the food still so unpalatable even after 1,000 years? Kazuma said, you are eating it for free, but you still have so many complaints. Haha, I'm the king of curses. Do I still have to pay for things? After saying that, Sukuna spat out the drink at his feet, and then threw the bottle behind him. Swish. He used dismantle, and the drink was instantly cut into countless small pieces. This is how things that I hate end up, and you. At this moment, Sukuna suddenly opened his eyes wide. What? Kazuma came to Sukuna's side in an instant and threw a punch, accompanied by black lightning. Bang! Sukuna was completely unable to react, his face twisted, and he was blown hundreds of meters away. Amazing speed. Sukuna supported himself on the surface of the building with one hand, hanging upside down, and sighed. Then he suddenly raised his head, grinned at the air in front of him, and shouted, come on. Whoosh! Kazuma arrived. Sukuna raised his hand decisively and said calmly, cleave. Swish. An invisible slash swept across Kazuma's body like a laser. Sukuna raised a triumphant smile and said, no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than my slash? However, the next second, his expression froze. Kazuma, who had been cut into pieces, suddenly turned into 4 half-cut wooden stakes. Sukuna's expression was a little dull. What? Then he immediately recalled that Kazuma had previously used this trick to deceive his eyes. Are all the techniques this guy uses just magic tricks? Just as Sukuna quickly turned his four eyes to look for Kazuma's location, a strange light suddenly flashed behind him. Sukuna felt his whole body go numb from being stared at, and he turned around to look. But he found that his vision was dark, and then a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Like the devil's eyes in hell, they were about to drag him into the endless abyss. The scarlet pupils and the purple eye filled with mysterious patterns occupied his entire field of vision. For a moment, Sukuna's mind fell into a brief trance, and he did not put up any resistance to Kazuma's oncoming kick. With blue chakra attached to his body surface, Kazuma's kick was like a sharp axe, sweeping across Sukuna's chest. Bang! Sukuna flew back, then quickly stopped. Ha 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 ha. Sukuna looked at Kazuma standing on the roof and suddenly laughed strangely. He said, Genjutsu. Over the past thousands of years, many sorcerers have used it on me. But in the end, I dug out all their eyes with my own hands, and then stomped them to pieces. So, the sorcerers of today probably don't have a rich inheritance of Genjutsu, right? Are you their descendant? Thinking of this, Sukuna couldn't help but laugh. No wonder this kid wanted to poke his eyes out all the time. Was he trying to avenge his elders? Kazuma was a little surprised. 1,000 years ago, some sorcerers could perform Genjutsu, but on second thought, it does make sense. The world of Jujutsu has all kinds of strange techniques, so it's normal to have Genjutsu. It seems that Sukuna is very resistant to Genjutsu, but it is not surprising. As the king of curses from 1,000 years ago, his mental power is probably not weaker than his own strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to survive the siege by so many sorcerers who were skilled in Genjutsu back then. However, there is one thing that Sukuna may have misunderstood. His Genjutsu is not comparable to that of the people back then. Sukuna probably hasn't experienced Tsukuyomi yet, right? But it's best to catch Sukuna by surprise to use Tsukuyomi. Thinking of this, Kazuma formed seals with both hands. Wood release, wood dragon technique. As Kazuma quickly completed the hand seal, the ground below suddenly shook violently, and then suddenly a huge gap appeared. A huge figure flew out from the crack. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout Shibuya. In fact, the sound penetrated everyone's eardrum. The terrifying might made many weaker people's hands and feet go limp. Everyone looked up at the sky in horror. They saw a huge wooden dragon hovering in the sky, looking around like a living being. Under Kazuma's control, the wooden dragon swooped down towards Sukuna, and the buildings along the way collapsed. Sukuna kept shuttling back and forth in the streets, avoiding the wooden dragon's attack. Shibuya Tower. Everyone from Jujutsu High was completely dumbfounded. What a horrible feeling of oppression. Can a technique really do this? Naobito looked at the giant dragon hovering in the sky and sighed, Mei-Mei-sensei, I admit that I spoke a little loudly before. The moment the wooden dragon was summoned, it crushed all the surrounding buildings. The range of such an attack is probably more than 500 meters, right? Thinking back to when he had questioned Kazuma before, his face turned red. Fortunately, he was hiding far away, otherwise, he would have been affected. 116 Playing Fruit Ninja. At the same time, inside the office building, Yago was lost in thought as he stared at the huge wooden dragon in the distant sky. Yago-san, what is the current situation of the battle? Nanako was timid, but she mustered up the courage to ask again. Compared with Kazuma and Sukuna, Yago who had almost killed them before didn't seem so scary anymore. Unlike Yago, who unconditionally supported Sukuna in killing Kazuma, they had only one goal. They will give everything to anyone who can help them kill the person who is occupying Geto's body. Even if their life is lost in the process, it doesn't matter. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect that Sukuna wouldn't be able to kill him in a short time. Is it possible that the world of Jujutsu will have another person with extraordinary strength? The person who had spoken was Geto. At this time, a girl wearing black and white robes and with bangs and white mushroom-like hair suddenly retorted, the strength that Sukuna-sama has shown so far is just the tip of the iceberg. As long as he wants, no one can survive against him. This was true 1,000 years ago, and it is still true now, 1,000 years later. Yurum's face was cold, and her words were beyond question. If anyone dares to refute her at this time, she will kill the other person without hesitation. Kenjaku held the prison realm, squinted his eyes and smiled. Okay, I know that you, Yuram, are a loyal subordinate of Sukuna. It would be best if Sukuna can kill Kazuma. Aren't all of us watching the battle with this mentality? Am I not right, Yago? He then looked at the two girls who were hostile to him with some surprise, and said playfully, what? You don't want to bow to your leader when you see him. Nanako grabbed Mimiko's arm tightly and said through gritted teeth, you are not our leader, you are just a parasite that steals other people's bodies. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread throughout Shibuya and attracted everyone's attention. Yago's lips curved slightly and he said, Sukuna. Now he is getting serious. High in the sky, Sukuna stopped and looked at the wooden dragon that was roaring at him, then slowly raised his hands. Cleave. Dismantle. As soon as he finished speaking, countless slashing attacks occurred within 100 meters around him. At this moment, the huge wooden dragon that was charging forward seemed to have turned into food on a chopping board, and was instantly cut into countless pieces of wood of equal size. Sukuna looked down at Kazuma and said with a disdainful smile, "What other moves do you have? Use them all. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Seeing this scene, Kazuma couldn't help but sigh. Sukuna's knife skills are pretty good. It's no wonder that his domain's name is Malevolent Kitchen. Since he likes cutting, I'll let him cut as much as he wants today. Then, Kazuma pressed his hands on the ground. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Boom. Countless twisted and distorted trees broke out of the ground. As if they had life, they rolled towards Sukuna in the sky. For a time, the high-rise buildings and blocks around Shibuya were almost completely submerged in a sea of wood. Soon, most of Shibuya became a green primeval forest. Looking at this shocking scene, Sukuna's eyes were filled with excitement. "I really didn't expect that you could perform such an extraordinary technique. Even I feel a little ashamed of myself." But Sukuna raised his hands again and grinned evilly. "Give me as much as you can, and I'll cut as much as you want." Countless slashes broke through the air, chopping all the twisted giant trees into pieces. Under the surging of this endless sea of wood, Sukuna, who was slashing, could only prevent the giant trees from getting close for a while unless Sukuna immediately activates his domain. Seeing this, Kazuma smashed the beverage vending machine on the street with one punch and took out a bottle of Coke from it. While drinking and watching Sukuna's performance, he wanted to see how long Sukuna could last. Seeing this scene, the corners of Nobara's mouth twitched. She said, "Are these two playing Fruit Ninja?" Look at Sukuna's expression now, it seems like he is enjoying the cutting. Kazuma is such a jerk. He is actually sitting there and drinking a beverage. Mei held her forehead, sighed, and said, "Can he not just deal with Sukuna first? He actually still has the thought of watching Sukuna cut fruit while having a drink." However, this also indirectly reflects that Kazuma is not under much pressure in the battle against Sukuna, which made everyone in Jujutsu High feel relieved. Nanami speechlessly said, "Do you hear what you are saying? Kazuma is now fighting against the King of Curses from 1,000 years ago. If he is not careful, his will lose his life. If Kazuma loses and Gojo can't get out, it shouldn't be hard to imagine what the consequences will be, right?" Naobito expressed, "I agree. But it is obvious that no one present, including me, can intervene in a battle of this level. To put it simply, we'll just be offering our heads if we go there. Only Yuta, Yuki, or a special grade sorcerer of that level can help." Mei said, "By the way, where is Tadu? He can call Yuki over. Then, the balance of the battle will tilt towards us." Nanami said, "I think it's a little difficult. A woman who only knows how to travel may not come even if the world is destroyed tomorrow." At the same time, inside the office building, several scattered invisible wind blades cut through Yuram's neck, and blood oozed out of the wound. Yuram reached out and touched the wound. Then, she put the finger stained with the wound into her mouth. Her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing an expression of great enjoyment. 117, Peekaboo with Yuram. As expected of Sukuna-sama, his strength remains as formidable as ever. The blood from the wounds he inflicted is quite delicious. Seeing this scene, Yago and the others' mouths twitched slightly. Who would have thought that Yuram, who always appeared so composed, actually had such a side? Yuram ignored the strange looks from the others, and crossed her arms. She raised her chin and said proudly, "I must admit that the boy named Kazuma is quite capable, but it is clear that Sukuna-sama is even more powerful." Kenjaku said, "Why does it feel like Kazuma is toying with Sukuna? Look, he even has the leisure to drink." As soon as these words came out, Yuram's expression soured. She cast a cold glance at them and said, "If you dare speak such disrespectful words again, our cooperation will end immediately." Haha. Kenjaku laughed sarcastically and said, "If I remember correctly, you're just a cook for Sukuna, right? Without Sukuna's consent, would you even dare?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yuram's face darkened instantly. Boom. Snap. The entire room was instantly encased in ice. The temperature plummeted to sub-zero levels. Nanako and Mimiko, the weakest among them, shivered uncontrollably, their legs trembling as they clung to each other for warmth. Kenjaku remained unfazed and turned to Yago, speaking calmly, "Yago, thanks for your assistance." After Yago used his cursed energy to restore the temperature, he advised, "Regardless, Kazuma must die today. Even if he's fighting Sukuna on equal terms, we can still seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, right?" Kenjaku smirked and said, "You've become much more eloquent, Yago." Yago looked at Kenjaku intently and said, "Both Dagon and Mahito died at Kazuma's hands. If they had been more cautious, they would be alive." Kenjaku asked, "Are you blaming me for not saving Mahito and Dagon?" Yago snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring him. "You and I both know that even if I had intervened, I couldn't have saved him. Combat isn't my forte." Kenjaku sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Among the 4 disaster curses, Mahito had always been the one he favored the most. Though in terms of raw power, Mahito was the weakest, his talent and learning ability were exceptional. Given time, it was only a matter of when, not if, he would surpass Yago. And when that time came, he could absorb Mahito. But alas, the multiple layers of barriers prepared in advance for Kazuma turned out to be mostly useless. None of it stopped him from interfering. Fortunately, Gojo has already been sealed, so the Shibuya incident is not a complete loss. After a moment of contemplation, Yuram suddenly said, I agree with Yago's proposal. It would be best if I assist Sukuna-sama. But on one condition, we must not ruin Sukuna-sama's enjoyment. This office building was relatively close to the battlefield. If they truly wanted to act, they could certainly do so before the other sorcerers arrived. Now that both sides could sense each other's aura, it was best to wait for the battle to unfold. At that moment, Nanako's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Look! The sky, the sky! What are you yelling about? Yago scolded the two girls. If he didn't think Sukuna might still need them, he would have incinerated them long ago. Then, following their gaze, Yago turned his head upward. His eyes widened, and he stood frozen in place. Snap! A surreal and eerie sight unfolded. The entire sky had turned blood red. Flocks of crows circled ominously, their hoarse cries echoing through the air. Upon closer inspection, their eyes gleamed scarlet, with several black tomos spinning within their pupils. The haunting crimson glow, with tomos. Wait, these eyes belong to Kazuma. Yago gasped, Genjutsu. It's Genjutsu. He had forgotten to warn Sukuna about this. If anything, Kazuma's greatest strength wasn't his overwhelming Jujutsu nor his bizarre, inextinguishable black flames. It was his inescapable Genjutsu. Yuram scoffed, why are you so alarmed? Sukuna-sama is not one to fear such trivial tricks. Yago said, listen, Yuram. Kazuma's Genjutsu is no mere parlor trick. We'd better act now. Yago knew that whenever Kazuma activated his Genjutsu, he himself would enter the Genjutsu world with his opponent. This meant that this was the best moment for an ambush. He wasn't sure how well Sukuna could resist the Genjutsu, but unlike last time, perhaps he wouldn't completely lose control and attack himself. Still, he would definitely be affected. After all, with so many eyes, if Sukuna isn't susceptible to Genjutsu, who would be? Kenjaku nodded in agreement and said, Yago is right. Kazuma's Genjutsu is unlike anything from the sorcerers of 1,000 years ago. Besides, has anyone in the Jujutsu world ever been able to materialize Genjutsu? He raised his gaze to the blood-red sky, then glanced at the prison realm containing Gojo, murmuring, before I sealed Gojo, he claimed that someone would rise to take the mantle of the strongest in this era. I didn't believe it at the time, but now, it's clear that person has arrived. Did Gojo really say something like that? If so, she must reconsider everything. As this thought crossed her mind, Yuram clenched her fists. Her gaze fixed on Kazuma, who crouched atop a telephone pole in the distance. For some reason, even from this distance, she could sense an unsettling energy radiating from him. Especially those ever-glowing red eyes. Even without direct eye contact, they sent a chill down her spine. Could this be an ominous force? Just as Yuram was scrutinizing him, Kazuma seemed to notice her. He raised a hand to cover his Rinnegan, then abruptly turned his gaze toward the office building. Locking eyes with Yuram, he grinned. You. Huff, huff. Yuram instinctively took 2 steps back, clutching her chest as her breath came in rapid gasps. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. 118 Yuki's first appearance. Kazuma is really extraordinary. Even though Yuram was so far apart, just a glance was enough to make her feel fearful. Seeing Yuram being defeated, Yago felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart, but he still warned her seriously, I advise you not to look that guy in the eye. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. Only this arrogant and ignorant mushroom head would be stupid enough to take the initiative to look into those eyes. If you think just because you are from the Heian era, the peak of Jujutsu, you can look down on today's sorcerers, you will die miserably. It's not just Kazuma. Yago remembered that there are several special grade sorcerers that have never been seen. Kenjaku smiled and nodded, that's right. We should all close our eyes when facing Kazuma. This time, Yuram did not freeze the room in anger, but looked solemn and said stubbornly, although Lord Sukuna is definitely stronger than Kazuma, this Kazuma is an extremely cunning person. You can tell from the smile just now. So I reluctantly agree to Yago's proposal to launch a surprise attack on Kazuma. Let's put an end to this farce as soon as possible. In response to this, Yago cursed in his heart. TSK, you expressionless girl, why are you pretending to be so proud? If he hadn't considered Sukuna's ability to kill Kazuma, would he have gone to such great lengths to feed Yuji Sukuna's fingers? If Sukuna didn't have this ability, he wouldn't have fed those fingers to Yuji. Then let's get going. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures jumped down from a building that was more than 20 stories high. As a result, the only ones left in the office building were Nanako and her sister, who were shivering in the corner. Nanako, what should we do? Now I can only hope that the man named Kazuma can win. He is from Jujutsu High and is a mortal enemy of this group of people. If he wins, maybe he will take action to get rid of the bastard who occupies Geto-sama's body. But from what we can see now, their chances of winning are not very high. After all, the pressure of fighting Sukuna is already very high. If he is attacked by the others. Although those 3 people just now are much inferior to Sukuna, they are all top class. Nanako, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised her head and said with a firm look, then let's go tell Jujutsu High about this. If we let them take action, there might still be a chance. If Sukuna wins, what value do they have for Sukuna? But if Jujutsu High wins, they will have a lot of bargaining chips. For example, telling them the hiding places of curse users and the plan mentioned by the fake Geto Suguru just now. The two women had only one goal from beginning to end. That is to free Geto's body. The other side. Mei frowned slightly. The sky was blood red. This should be Kazuma's trick. But just now she seemed to have vaguely sensed three powerful auras. Could it be that the cursed spirits had intervened? But her crows did not observe. Nanami came over and said, Mei, did you sense it too? Mei said, well, just now there were three powerful waves of cursed energy passing by quickly, but my crow did not notice it. Is it a genjutsu? Just as the two were wondering, two girls suddenly came running hurriedly from behind. It was Nanako and Mimiko, both of them panting. Mei looked at them, raised her eyebrows, and raised her battle axe. Curse users. Wait, we have something important to say. 3 special grades are heading towards the center of the battlefield. Their purpose is to launch a surprise attack on Kazuma. Facing the scrutiny, the two girls were afraid that they would not believe them, so they continued to speak. One has a volcano head, and the other is a fake Geto Suguru, and the other has a mushroom head, and she is allegedly Sukuna's cook. Then, the two women frankly explained what had happened and their purpose. Only in this way could they quickly gain the trust of Jujutsu High. Upon hearing this, all the sorcerers present were stunned. Mei said, Nanami, it seems our feeling was correct. That group of people are getting restless. Nobara anxiously said, these cunning cursed spirits. Let's go and help. Help. Naobito laughed at himself and looked at his broken arm. A disabled old man, plus Nanami who is seriously injured. The only one who is doing better is Mei-san. 2 of our only 3 first-grade sorcerers are disabled, while the other side has 3 special grades in their prime. Are you sure we won't just cause trouble for Kazuma instead? After these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Although Naobito said something unpleasant, it was true. Megumi firmly said, how about I let Mahoraga come out? Naobito glared at him fiercely and said, if we can't control it, everyone here will die. Others may not have a specific idea of how powerful Mahoraga is, but as the former head of the Zenin clan, he knows how terrifying it is. If Megumi fails to subdue Mahoraga, the consequences will be disastrous. Didn't you say that Kazuma is the same as Gojo, that he is at his strongest when he is alone? Unless there is a special grade sorcerer who can help, others will just be a hindrance. As soon as the words fell, the roar of a motorcycle came from behind. Ding ding. Oh, I heard you're short of special grade here. What do you think of me? Everyone turned around suddenly. Motorcycle girl? No. Tsukumo Yuki. A slim brown-haired woman wearing tight jeans and sunglasses took off her helmet, looked at everyone, and smiled. You actually came. Also, this is Shibuya Tower. How did you manage to get up here on a motorcycle? Yuki took the key, put it on her fingertips, and spun it in circles as usual, then walked slowly forward. Although it's annoying to have my travel plans interrupted, if I don't come, Tadu and Yaga will almost blow up my phone. As she spoke, she took out her phone with a bored look. She stretched out her slender fingers, and casually scrolled through it twice. The phone screen showed countless missed calls. 119 Yuji vents his frustration. As for how I rode my bike up here, I naturally found a slope and rode up from there. Is this difficult for a special grade sorcerer? It's just basic operations. After saying this, Yuki put one hand on her waist, and raised her chin slightly. Is no one gonna praise me? That's really sad. Okay, tell me what's going on now, okay? Why did half of Shibuya become a primeval forest? Then, the others gave a quick introduction to what had happened. After understanding it, Yuki's eyes flashed with excitement. So that Kazuma is already this strong? He can actually fight Sukuna back and forth. What a fascinating guy. I wonder what kind of woman he likes. Thinking of this, she waved to everyone and said casually, don't worry, Tadu and that weirdo who claims to be Yuji's brother will block their way. They should be able to hold out until I arrive. At the same time, center of the battlefield, Kazuma felt that the time had come and waved his hand to release the wood release technique. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets, and suspended in the air, looking at Kazuma standing on the electric pole. Sukuna said, this technique is very powerful, but unfortunately, it can't get close to me. Kazuma opened his lips slightly and whispered, really? Why not take a look around? What trick is this brat planning? Sukuna was disdainful and glanced up at the sky. A blood moon in the sky. This is. Suddenly, caw, caw, caw. A dense flock of crows suddenly appeared in front of him and engulfed Sukuna. Sukuna sneered, you think you can trap me with just these crows? Just as he was about to raise his hand to attack, the crows surrounding him suddenly opened their bloodshot eyes one by one. The next moment, Sukuna came to a mysterious space. His whole body was tied to a cross, with his limbs nailed shut and unable to move. It was as if the cursed energy in his body did not exist. Is this a genjutsu? A genjutsu of this level exists. Just as Sukuna was thinking, a voice echoed, welcome to the world of Tsukuyomi. Kazuma suddenly appeared in front of Sukuna. In this Tsukuyomi space, he is a god. Let me do the math. Technically, you should be the second guest here. As he spoke, a blood-stained execution knife appeared in Kazuma's hand. For the next 72 hours, I will continue to stab you with a knife. This is not an ordinary genjutsu. The pain you endure in this Tsukuyomi space will reflect in reality. Well, enjoy it. Swish. The execution knife pierced through Sukuna's abdomen fiercely. Sukuna's pupils suddenly widened, his whole body tensed up, and his fists clenched tightly. Kazuma was like a tireless machine, constantly repeating the work at hand. A white knife goes in, and a red knife comes out, over and over again. Sukuna was sweating profusely at this moment. For the first time, a trace of fear arose in his heart. What kind of genjutsu is this? It can actually pull him into this strange world. Even the combination of all the sorcerers who knew genjutsu that he had fought against thousands of years ago hadn't made him feel such pain. Physical strength cannot be used, cursed energy cannot be activated, and even the domain cannot be used. The cross behind him seemed like a shackle, restricting all his abilities. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary person. Kazuma couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Sukuna, he hasn't even hummed a single word until now. Such willpower is truly extraordinary. Thinking back to when he had tortured Mahito before, Sukuna should have started begging for mercy by now. Kazuma kept moving his hands, looked at Sukuna, and said jokingly, "If you beg for mercy, I will let you go." Sukuna laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Do you think such a little trick will make me beg for mercy?" Sukuna's face was ferocious, and his voice was extremely hoarse. "After I get out, I will let you taste my torture." Tisk. Kazuma sneered. There will be something even more dangerous waiting for Sukuna when he gets out. Suddenly, Kazuma raised his hand and slapped Sukuna's head. The movement of his hand stopped. He had almost overlooked a problem. Sukuna might have the ability to transfer the damage to Yuji's mind, or transfer the pain he endures to Yuji. If that's the case, if he goes on like this, Yuji will probably collapse before Sukuna collapses. After all, in the original story, when Sukuna had occupied Megami's body, he often let the unlucky Megami tank Gojo's Infinite Void. After 2 shots of Infinite Void, Megami's mental state must have taken a massive hit from the overflow of information. Fortunately, Kazuma had thought of this. It's not too late. Then, Kazuma raised his head and focused his right EMS on Sukuna's eyes. Soon, Sukuna's pupils began to dilate, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Doing this in the outside world may be difficult, but this is his Tsukuyomi world. Not long after, a soul was peeled out. Yuji, in his spirit form, opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. "Kazuma, what's going on? Where is this? Also, didn't Sukuna take over his consciousness?" Suddenly, Yuji looked startled and stepped back in fear. How did Sukuna get nailed to the cross? Is he dreaming? Kazuma patted Yuji's face and handed him the knife with a smile. He said, "Although I can't help you regain control of your body, I can help you get rid of the hatred in your heart." Yuji asked, "Do I have a chance to stab Sukuna?" Yuji looked down at the knife in his hand with an incredulous tone. The hand holding the knife began to tremble slightly with excitement. Sukuna had caused him to be sentenced to death, and he also used his body to try to hurt his friends many times. Sukuna is a demon who regards human life as worthless. If we were to say who Yuji hated the most in the original story, Mahito would be first and Sukuna would be second. Thinking of this, Yuji tightly grasped the hilt of the knife and stabbed Sukuna fiercely. Kazuma found a vacant space nearby, sat down, and looked at the scene with interest. Rather than torturing Sukuna himself, letting Yuji do it would obviously make Sukuna even angrier. Fortunately, he had thought of this, otherwise he would have hurt his own ally by mistake. 120 Kyoto Jujutsu High vs Kenjaku. Near Kazuma and Sukuna's battlefield. Yago looked at Kazuma and Sukuna, who were motionless in the sky, and said solemnly, "I didn't expect that the King of Curses would also be affected." Kazuma's genjutsu was simply outrageous. It even felt like this was beyond the scope of what any cursed technique should be able to do. Yuram said, "No matter how powerful the genjutsu is, it will never destroy Sukuna-sama's mind. It's just genjutsu. Sukuna-sama must be feeling very relaxed right now, and he should be able to break free from it soon." Yuram looked at Sukuna in the sky, her eyes full of admiration, and her tone extremely proud. During the crusade 1,000 years ago, anyone who had used genjutsu against Sukuna was overwhelmed by his sheer mental power. In the end, some died, and some went insane. Kenjaku said, "Well, let's deal with these 2 stubborn obstacles first. Otherwise, once the genjutsu ends, we won't get another good chance for a sneak attack." Kenjaku narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Tadu and Choso, who were blocking their way. Yago shouted, "Hey, Choso, do you want to be a traitor?" Thick smoke rose from the Mount Fuji above Yago's head, and he glared at Choso with anger in his eyes. Choso seemed half asleep during the fight with Gojo in the subway station. Even the attacks he launched had been half-hearted. If he wasn't going to help, that was fine. But now he was actually trying to stop them. Choso snorted coldly and stared at Yago and the others. He said, "I am a traitor. You are the deceivers." He would never let go of anyone who dared to hurt his brother. After isolating himself at the elevator door for an hour, Choso had finally come to terms with his true feelings. No matter what had happened before, Yuji was still his brother. And these people had used Yuji's body as a vessel to summon Sukuna. As Yuji's brother, he had to save Yuji, even if it cost him his life. And all he needed to do was help the sorcerers subdue Sukuna, and Yuji's consciousness would be restored. Brother. Yago looked at Yuji in the sky, and flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes. He asked, Yuji is actually your brother? Kenjaku smiled calmly, as if reminiscing about his past from hundreds of years ago. Then, he looked up at Momo, who was riding a broom in the air and said, Heh. Jujutsu High figured it out pretty quickly. With Momo's signal, the final battle of Shibuya officially began. The new generation of sorcerers hiding in the ruins in the distance launched their attack. Location, right below Momo. Kamo Noritoshi spoke as he decisively drew his bow. As his fingers released the string, 3 arrows imbued with cursed energy shot through the air. Then, the 3 arrows rapidly multiplied, transforming into a dark blue rain of arrows that illuminated the night sky. Mai, lying on the roof of the ruins, had already aimed her sniper rifle at Kenjaku's head. Holding her breath and steadying her hands, her slender fingers pulled the trigger. Bang! The recoil made her body tremble slightly as the high-speed bullet tore through the air. On the distant battlefield, Kenjaku casually raised his hand, caught the bullet aimed at his forehead, and crushed it. Then, he squinted his eyes and smiled, dodging the incoming rain of arrows at high speed. At this moment, a blue shadow suddenly flashed in the night. Miwa lowered her stance, eyes sharp, and activated her simple domain. Swish! A flash of cold light appeared. But the next second, Miwa's face twisted in shock. Her full-power surprise attack had been caught, bare-handed. Clang! With a sharp sound, Miwa's sword shattered into pieces. How is this possible? Before she could react, Kenjaku's massive hand was already reaching for her. If this hit landed, Miwa would be finished. Just then, bang! A loud high-five echoed through the battlefield. In an instant, Miwa's position changed, and she appeared behind Tadu and Choso. Tadu frowned and scolded, if you're that weak, don't come charging in and slowing us down. But that last strike was decisive, stronger than those two. As he spoke, Tadu glanced toward Noritoshi and Mai in the ruined building behind them. Miwa let out a deep breath, her expression shifting back to her usual quiet and reserved look. The combined attack from the 3 sorcerers had lasted only a moment, but it had achieved nothing against Kenjaku. Tadu's expression turned serious as he looked at Kenjaku, Yago, and Yuram. Damn it, is Yuki even taking this seriously? The strength of these 3 is at least special grade. How long can they hold them back with just their fighting power? Luckily, if he used Boogie Woogie properly, he could at least disrupt their attacks. Kenjaku dusted off his shoulder and said, instant position swap. Not bad. Yago looked at him deeply and said, didn't you say you weren't good at fighting? From what he had just witnessed, Kenjaku hadn't even used a single cursed technique, but he had effortlessly dodged 3 consecutive attacks. Yuram, on the other hand, didn't seem concerned at all. In her mind, no cursed technique could compare to Sukuna-sama's power, including her own cursed technique. Kenjaku chuckled and said, how could I bear to lie to you, Yago? I'm not good at fighting, but... At that moment, Kenjaku smiled darkly, and his robe and long hair fluttered unnaturally. Maximum Uzumaki. As he spoke, a massive vortex appeared behind him. This whirlpool was made of countless cursed spirits, coiling around a monstrous rainbow dragon. 121. Choso's Wrath. At this moment, Kenjaku finally stopped pretending. Gojo had been sealed, and he did not need to continue to hide his strength. This move was the ultimate technique of the cursed spirit manipulation possessed by Geto Suguru. Thinking of this, Kenjaku couldn't help but sigh. Geto Suguru's talent was formidable. Theoretically, there was no limit to the cursed spirit manipulation technique. He would never have thought that this wonderful technique he developed bore a similarity to Yago's maximum meteor. But he had improved it even further. Now, this technique could not only extract all the techniques of the cursed spirits but also absorb the techniques mastered by the cursed spirits for his own use. It allowed for flexible and varied attacks. As the vortex emitted a beam of light, it struck every Jujutsu High member. At the critical moment, the attack was blocked. Everyone looked closely and saw that Kyuzakibe had rushed onto the battlefield, alongside the furious panda and Yutahim, who was buffing the two with cursed energy. Kyuzakibe said, Tadu, we all know the plan. I'll do my best to hold them off until Yuki arrives. But let me make this clear. If I can't beat them, I'll run. It's impossible to end my life, not in this lifetime. As more and more people arrived, a trace of impatience appeared on Kenjaku's face. Although these people posed no real threat to him, no one could guarantee whether special-grade sorcerers would arrive. Once the special-grade forces intervened, the plan to kill Kazuma would be shattered. Thinking of this, he sighed and looked at Yago and Yuram. Kenjaku said, you two still planning to just watch the show? If we wait any longer, Kazuma's genjutsu will end and he'll kill us. Hearing this, Yuram stood up and glanced at Yago. She said, you find an opportunity to attack Kazuma. I'll deal with the people here. Yago nodded and began looking for an opening. But who would have thought that Choso, who had remained silent until now, would suddenly explode in fury, his face incredibly dark. At this moment, he had finally recognized the true identity of Geto. Kamo Noritoshi. You deserve to die. The sudden roar stunned everyone present. What? Everyone turned their eyes to Kamo Noritoshi, who had just arrived. Kamo Noritoshi, who was always indifferent, opened his mouth in shock and pointed at himself in disbelief. Me. Kenjaku closed his eyes and smiled faintly. He said, you finally recognized me. But you're not entirely correct. Kamo Noritoshi is just one of my many names. I've played many roles, both male and female. How was it? Interesting, wasn't it? At this moment, Choso didn't care about his words. He clenched his fists and stepped toward Kenjaku, his anger rising exponentially with each step. You bastard. You actually had me kill my own brother. Choso's fury had reached its peak. It turned out that everything had been orchestrated by Kenjaku. The bloodbath, the deception, Yuji and even him, were nothing but disposable pawns in Kenjaku's grand scheme. It was even possible that he had orchestrated his brother's death. The pride of an elder brother erupted completely. Everything Kenjaku had done was utterly unforgivable. Yuram said, hey, I told you, I can handle all of you bastards by myself. Yuram suddenly blocked Choso's path, looking at the entire Jujutsu High group as if they were nothing but trash. Finally, her eyes rested on the furious Choso, and she sneered in disdain, and you're just a slightly better piece of trash. Without a word, Choso began to condense burning hot blood in front of him. At this moment, he was completely blinded by rage. Anyone who dared to stop him from taking down Kenjaku would die. The terrifying pressure of his blood manipulation technique made everyone around him shudder. Yago cursed inwardly. This bastard is really taking advantage of the situation. He's totally different from how he was in the subway station. If he had used this kind of power back then and attacked Gojo with everything he had, Hanami, maybe he wouldn't have had to die. Meanwhile, Kamo Noritoshi at the back was completely stunned. Blood manipulation technique. There's no mistaking it. This overwhelming blood control, it far surpasses his own. Could it be that this man is connected to the Kamo clan? Swish. The furious attack began. A blood-red laser, condensed to its absolute limit, burst forth. Yuram immediately sensed the immense power within the attack and dared not be careless. Raising her hand, she conjured multiple layers of thick ice walls to block it. Boom. The blood-red laser pierced through layer after layer of ice walls before finally forcing Yuram back several steps. Only then did its energy dissipate. Seeing this, Choso didn't hesitate. He clapped his hands and controlled the laser to sweep toward Kenjaku and the others. Even they, as powerful as they were, did not dare to take the attack head-on. For a moment, all they could do was dodge. Boom. Wherever the blood-red laser passed, the ground beneath them was shattered into rubble. Even an unfinished building in the distance was sliced in half, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Seeing this, the students from Jujutsu High were just as confused. Panda scratched his fur in confusion. This guy isn't from our school, right? Tadu said, I ran into him on the way. He said he was Yuji's dearest, Uni-chan. Now it seems, he wasn't lying. Utahim chuckled and said, no matter what, this is good for us. At least his attack is effectively restraining our three enemies, isn't it? We just need to prevent them from attacking Kazuma. As for the prison realm that holds Gojo, leave that to Kazuma. She had always believed in her heart that Kazuma could win even if his opponent was Sukuna. Thinking of this, Utahim glanced at Kazuma and Sukuna, who were still locked in place in the sky. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, and her lips parted slightly. 60 advanced chapters on. p@trian.com/alex1000. 122 Kazuma's plan. Kazuma smiled at Utahim from high above, then put a finger at his mouth, making a shushing gesture. He actually woke up. Could it be that he wants to use himself as bait to deliberately attract the enemy to launch a sneak attack? That's right. Although there are only 3 people on the opposite side, they are all top-notch. If they want to escape, there is almost no chance of killing them. So, was all of this part of Kazuma's plan? Utahim couldn't help but shudder. What a terrifying guy. Not only is he powerful, but he can also control the battle situation in his hands. And the enemy he is facing is Sukuna. He actually still wants to plot against those 3 special grades. After thinking about it for a while, Utahim tried to calm down and pretend that she hadn't seen anything. What she needs to do now is to let nature take its course and not let the other party notice anything unusual. If the people from Jujutsu High suddenly evacuate, even a fool will be able to see that there is something fishy going on. In fact, Kazuma had just exited the Tsukuyomi space not long ago. He happened to discover this situation, so he planned to take advantage of it. He had handed over the job of torturing Sukuna to Yuji, who was currently stabbing Sukuna in the back. Sukuna was yelling and cursing in the Tsukuyomi space in an unpleasant way. Perhaps he couldn't accept that a weakling like Yuji could torture him at will. Choso's attack continued, but Yuram was unwilling to dodge any further. Yuram scoffed, rubbish, do you think that anger can make up for the difference in strength between us? Yuram leaped into the air, avoiding the sweep of the red blood ray, and stepped on a piece of cut gravel in the air. She sneered, put her hand to the corner of her mouth, and then blew out a breath of cold air. Frost calm. Whoosh. Suddenly, the cold wind howled. Pale blue ice crystals swept across the ground at an extremely fast speed like a toppling tsunami, freezing it instantly. The chill was cold, sweeping through everyone in an instant. Snap. In an instant, a lot of people were frozen in place by the huge block of ice. Even the flies flying low in the sky and the ants crawling in the cracks of the soil were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. What? My body can't move. To do, Utahim, and the others who were about to launch an attack widened their eyes in horror. They were all frozen in place, unable to move, not daring to make the slightest rash move, because any struggle may cause their body to be torn into pieces. What a powerful freezing cursed technique. Is this the power of a sorcerer from the golden age of Jujutsu 1,000 years ago? While the others chose to use their cursed energy to slowly melt the ice, Choso didn't care at all. Although he was frozen, his eyes full of unwillingness stared at Kenjaku. At the same time, he controlled his blood to quickly heat his body's surface, enduring the severe tearing pain to break the ice and free his hands first. Just a while ago, he had fought a life-and-death battle with Yuji. That had consumed a lot of his energy, and the blood production in his body could not keep up with the consumption. Moreover, after losing his mind just now, he had used the blood manipulation technique with all his strength without considering the consequences, which also exhausted him. But, so what? For Yuji's safety, even if he dies of exhaustion, it doesn't matter. Yuram sneered and first activated the reverse curse technique to heal her palm that was previously pierced by the blood. Then in an instant, she appeared in front of Choso. She condensed ice spikes on her fingers, and slowly stabbed them into Choso's eyes. At the same time, her other hand slowly raised. Ice fall. The pouring ice shards were as sharp as knives and accurately attacked the frozen sorcerers. However, the next second, all of Yuram's attacks were shattered, and the frozen sorcerers regained their freedom. Everyone focused on the front. A female voice sounded, "Sure enough, only by saving everyone at the right time can I attract everyone's attention." The only female special grade sorcerer in Jujutsu High had finally arrived at the battlefield. Yuki put her long hair behind her ears and looked at Geto. "Long time no see, Geto." "Tsukumo Yuki." Kenjaku completely put away his playful attitude and looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared in front of him with a serious expression. Everyone from Jujutsu High also looked at her with curiosity. The woman may not be seen even once a year. The one hangs out abroad all year round. The one who asks everyone she meets what kind of woman their type is. One of the 4 special grades, Tsukumo Yuki. Judging from what she had said just now, she had arrived at the battlefield a long time ago but didn't do anything until now. She wanted to save people at the right time as she said. Seeing this, Kyuzake didn't have much of an opinion. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders, took a long breath, and whispered, "Great. The special grade sorcerer has finally arrived. There shouldn't be anything for me to do next, so I might as well find a quiet alley to rest." Panda grabbed Kyuzake by the collar, lifted him up, shook him, and yelled, "Hey, don't say that in public, we're all sorcerers, okay?" Kyuzake was unmoved and said with a lack of motivation, "But I really want to go home." Tadu looked Yuki's back seriously. "It is this woman. My guide, my teacher." But the only thing he wants to complain about is that after tricking him into entering Jujutsu High, she just dropped the responsibility and disappeared. Yuki put one hand on her waist. She had a smile on her face the whole time, and turned to greet everyone. Afterward, she did not rush to launch an attack but continued to look at Geto. "I wanted to continue discussing what the best and most perfect solution to eliminate all cursed spirits in the world is. But it's a pity." Yuki sighed regretfully and said, "Because, you are no longer the same Geto from the past." Many years ago, the two had discussed this issue in a corridor. This indirectly accelerated Geto's path to evil. Yuki, who had started the topic, came up with 2 different answers to solve the problem of cursed spirits once and for all. 123. Dago's sneak attack. The first is to free all of humanity from cursed energy. The second is to turn all humans into sorcerers. But now, she leaned more toward the first option. Suddenly, Yuki's expression shifted as if she had realized something. Could Geto's descent into darkness back then have been influenced by what she had said? No way. Well, Geto's betrayal did happen shortly after their conversation, but any sudden sense of guilt was quickly buried. Instead, a more pressing thought crossed her mind. She became unusually serious, staring at Geto intently. Seeing this, Tadu tensed up and stood straight as if facing a formidable enemy. Tadu said, "Here we go." Kyuzake said, Tadu, what are you talking about? What's coming? Is she about to unleash a big move? If that's the case, let's just run, retreat." Kyuzake sheathed his sword, frowned, and subtly moved behind the crowd. The next moment, Yuki stepped forward and said, "Since you've occupied Geto's body for so many years, then, you should know what kind of women he liked, right? Tell me what I want to know, and I'll spare your life. This is very important to me, just like collecting stamps at comic conventions." As soon as she said this, excitement sparkled in her eyes as she eagerly looked at Kenjaku. Not only the students but even Yago and Yuram were speechless. Are there any normal special grade sorcerers in Jujutsu High? They had researched information about them. Okotsu Yuta, who harbors pure love for a cursed spirit. Yuki, who asks everyone about their type. And the gambler who was fired long ago, Kinji Hakari. So, was Kazuma actually the most normal one? Kuzake's mouth twitched violently and he said, "That's it. I thought she was about to use some powerful technique. Also, could you not act like you're facing a final boss?" The moment he received orders to join the Shibuya battlefield, Kuzake had made up his mind. If he got even a single scratch, he would leave immediately. Nothing was more important than his personal safety. At the same time, Mai and the others in Tadu's class finally understood. So this was where Tadu got his habit of asking people about their type. Kenjaku shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I hollowed out everything inside this body, including his brain. So, I can't answer your question." But when his memories were erased, nearly all of them revolved around Gojo Satoru. As for women, there were very few. Hearing this, Kenjaku shot a glance at Yago beside him. The latter nodded, quietly shifting his gaze toward Kazuma, who still had his eyes closed in the air. "Really? What a pity. Guess I'll just have to kill you then." Yuki sighed, disappointed, and was about to activate her technique when, boom, Yago had bypassed everyone's sight and launched an attack on Kazuma in the sky. What? When did he? TSK. I didn't expect the sneakiest one to be this volcano head. Seeing this, Yuki had no choice but to abandon her technique and redirect her focus toward Yago. At the same time, the Shikigami surrounding her coiled up and launched itself straight at Yago. Yago shot across the city, landing atop a high-rise building. A satisfied smirk crept onto his lips as flames roared in his hands. In a flash, he appeared beside Kazuma. Finally, a perfect opening. Even though it's a sneak attack, there's no helping it. You're just too strong. I will be the one to avenge Mahito and Hanami. As for Yuki's incoming attack, he wasn't concerned. Clang. Sure enough, a mirror-shaped cursed spirit materialized behind Yago, deflecting Yuki's strike. At the same time, Yuram unleashed another ice technique. But this time, her target was only Tadu, the one who could teleport others instantly. The students watching gasped in horror. If Kazuma gets hit, his technique will break, and Sukuna will be freed. If that happens, Kazuma will either be seriously injured or die. Then who could possibly stop Sukuna? Tadu kept dodging the freezing attacks, but he had no opening to activate Boogie Woogie. Only Yutahim exhaled in relief, smiling. Finally, they took the bait. High in the sky, Yago's flame-covered hand was inches from Kazuma's chest. If this attack lands while Kazuma is still unconscious, he'll be killed instantly. However, in the next second, Kazuma's eyes snapped open, and his hand clamped around Yago's throat. "It's easy to deal with you." Boom! A brutal whip kick connected with Yago's face, twisting it out of shape as spit flew through the air. Yago crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, tumbling like a ragdoll until he finally came to a stop at Kenjaku's feet. Yago clutched his swollen face, staring up at the sky in disbelief. Kazuma stretched his neck and gazed downward with a smile. How is this possible? When did he wake up? And since Sukuna hasn't escaped, that means the genjutsu is still active. Does that mean he had it all wrong from the start? Even though Kazuma was the caster, his actions were never restricted. In other words, Kazuma had always been awake. Damn it, that cunning bastard was just playing along. Yago was impulsive and short-tempered, but that didn't mean he was a fool. The realization hit him instantly. Kenjaku sighed, shaking his head. He knew their plan to kill Kazuma had failed, but Sukuna still hadn't woken up. Clearly, Sukuna alone wasn't enough to take Kazuma down. Haha. Kenjaku chuckled at himself, glancing at the prison realm in his hand. Gojo, it seems you were right. He may very well take the mantle of the strongest of this era. But do you really think this is all I've planned for over 1,000 years? 60 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Alex1000. 124. Sukuna breaks free. Thinking of this, Kenjaku swept his eyes over all the people and revealed an extremely ferocious smile. It seems that the 1,000-year-old plan will have to begin ahead of schedule. As he spoke, he squatted down and placed his hands on the ground. As an ancient sorcerer who had lived for 1,000 years, he had long prepared for the worst, even before the Shibuya incident. In exchange for providing 1,000 artificial cursed spirits, he had obtained a fragment of Mahito's soul, thus mastering the Idol Transfiguration. Idol Transfiguration, activate. As he finished speaking, the palm of his hand pressed against the ground, emitting a blinding glow. In an instant, a massive formation spread beneath his feet. As the purple light flared, obscure and ancient runes illuminated the ground. Everyone sensed an ominous presence and instinctively looked up at the sky. Lightning flashed through the darkness as a formation of runes covered the entire city. A deep, ancient bell rang across Shibuya. Then, a wave of cursed energy engulfed the land, accompanied by thousands of overlapping, blood-curdling screams that pierced the ears of all present. Cursed spirits that had slumbered for millennia erupted from the ground, ready to feast on humanity. Ordinary people faced the brink of extinction. Across Japan, people screamed in terror. With his work done, Kenjaku shed the gentle mask of Geto. His expression turned purely malicious, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained cruelty. Well, Pandora's box has been opened. The cursed spirits I sealed away 1,000 years ago have been released. And those sorcerers who formed contracts with me centuries ago will soon awaken. They will overturn the world itself. At the same time, a black gate materialized behind him, and Kenjaku tossed the prison realm toward Yuki. If you want Gojo back, then participate in the greatest game in history. As for the name of this game, I call it the Culling Games. Finally, Kenjaku cast a deep glance at Kazuma, then smirked at the still dormant Sukuna and declared, with your strength at only 15 fingers, you can't kill Kazuma, let alone defeat Gojo. If you change your mind, we can work together. I know you can hear me, Sukuna. Now, let it be known, the Heian era, the golden age of Jujutsu, has returned. With one last wicked grin, he vanished into the darkness. At that moment, every sorcerer present fell into deep thought. Would the golden age of Jujutsu truly return? And what was the greatest game of all time, Culling Games? Yuki seriously said, this is bad. As a special grade sorcerer, she could vaguely sense the world shifting on a massive scale. Who was this person inhabiting Geto Sugura's body? How could he be so powerful? Kazuma landed on the ground, deep in thought. From above, he had seen it all. Shibuya was now teeming with cursed spirits. Even though Kenjaku had failed to consume Mahito's true soul, the technique had still activated. If his memory served correctly, this ritual's completion would bring forth many formidable sorcerers. He understood what Culling Games meant. Yuta had once defeated 4 elite fighters single-handedly. Also, the gambling prodigy Hakari was in a battle against Kashimo, the strongest sorcerer of 400 years ago. Then came the inevitable clash between Jujutsu High and Sukuna. And one by one, the pieces would fall into place. Watch out. Just as Kazuma was deep in thought, Yago and Yuram launched a sudden attack. A frozen barrier sealed off Kazuma's escape, while Yago summoned flames to engulf him. Yet Kazuma remained unshaken, activating Kamui. Their attacks passed straight through his body without leaving a scratch. As the smoke cleared, an overwhelming wave of cursed energy erupted from Kazuma, sweeping over everyone. Kazuma frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Yuram, who was now kneeling on one knee, bowing deeply toward Sukuna in reverence. So that was their true intention. This attack was never meant to harm him. Their goal was to awaken Sukuna. Now that Kazuma had lost control of the Tsukuyomi space, external factors could influence Sukuna once more. Yo, wake up. How was the experience? Kazuma showed no concern for Sukuna's potential rage and even teased him. One thing was certain, Sukuna's fury meant Tsukuyomi had tormented him greatly. He was simply too prideful to admit it. Sukuna reached out and gently touched Yuram's head. Yuram squinted in delight, her expression that of a loyal pet basking in its master's affection. Yago's jaw nearly dropped. He had never imagined that the once imposing, ice-cold Yuram could turn into such a docile, eager-to-please servant with just a pat on the head. Sukuna-sama, 1,000 years have passed. I have longed for your return. Yuram's face flushed with excitement and she said, it is my greatest honor to serve you again. Sukuna said, humph. You have always been the most loyal. Sukuna's crimson gaze shifted toward Kazuma, his lips curling into a murderous grin. Wait until I turn him into minced meat. Then, I'll enjoy your cooking once more. With that, Sukuna fixed his gaze on Kazuma. If looks could kill, Kazuma would have died 100 times over. Your genjutsu was quite amusing. If you had existed 1,000 years ago, it might not have been so easy for me to wipe out all those sorcerers. But in the end, that was nothing. To me, pain is nothing more than a tickle. Kazuma sneered, then open your eyes and say that again. Or, is the king of curses too weak to handle a little dust? If Tsukuyomi was just a tickle, then why had he kept all 4 eyes shut? So even Sukuna had his limits. Pft. Ha ha ha. Hearing Kazuma's taunt, Yuki burst out laughing. This Kazuma guy really had a knack for making people furious. If one looked closely, Sukuna's face was already turning an unhealthy shade of purple from sheer rage. What an interesting guy. She definitely has to ask him what kind of women his type is later. Sukuna-sama, please don't fall for his provocation. 125, Chibaku Tensei. Yago, who was kneeling on one knee, was afraid that Sukuna would get excited and actually open his eyes. What if Kazuma cast another genjutsu? Wouldn't his previous warning be in vain? Yes, sir, this guy only uses these unorthodox methods to restrict you. Yuram echoed. Sukuna shook his head. Although he was more arrogant than anyone else, he had to admit that the genjutsu was powerful. And after several fights, he had realized that Kazuma was not simple. He had not yet recovered his full strength, and he could no longer underestimate him as before. Thinking of this, Sukuna grinned and spread his aura. For a moment, the cursed spirits wandering in every corner of Shibuya seemed to be summoned, roaring and rushing toward Kazuma. You two, go and consume his cursed energy together. Sukuna believed that Kazuma had used very big techniques continuously before. Coupled with the genjutsu just now, it must have consumed a lot of his cursed energy. If they want to kill Kazuma safely, they have to further weaken him. Yuki said, Kazuma, you just fight Sukuna, and leave the rest to us. Kazuma shook his head and glanced at Yutahim. Yutahim, who knew Kazuma well, understood immediately. She looked at Yuki and said, ahem. Yuki-senpai, let's move away first. Otherwise, we will be affected. Besides, with us here, Kazuma might not be able to display his full strength. Yuki looked at the cursed spirits pouring in from all around, frowning in confusion. She said, I'm a special grade sorcerer after all, will I be affected as well? Although Kazuma's fight with Sukuna must be intense, as a special grade sorcerer, she shouldn't be unable to withstand the aftermath, right? The most important thing was that she seemed to have done nothing since arriving on the battlefield. It was fine to hold off Yago and Yurim, but she couldn't really just stand by as a spectator, right? To-do advised, big sister, listen to Yutahim-sensei. He vaguely remembered that at the exchange event, Kazuma had used an extraordinarily huge Rasengan. That range, that damage. It was better to stay away. In order to prevent Kazuma from having any worries, I'll go first. Kuzabe nodded repeatedly and turned around, leaving without hesitation. A battle of this magnitude was no longer something he could interfere with. Was he supposed to stay and be cannon fodder? Yuki sighed and said, fine, let's retreat 500 meters first. 500 meters is the maximum distance I can provide instant support. If Kazuma has an accident, I can still help. Soon, they evacuated to the ruined district 500 meters away. Yuki stood atop a building, looking in Kazuma's direction, and muttered with some disappointment, did we retreat too far? We can't even see the aftermath of the battle. It seemed she was eager to witness the duel between Kazuma and Sukuna. I think this position is still dangerous. Looking back, she saw Mei and others arriving with the rest of the group. Yuki raised an eyebrow and asked, is it dangerous even this far away? Can Kazuma flatten all of Shibuya? Looking at the battlefield in the distance where there was no movement, she felt a little impatient. Although she had exorcised powerful cursed spirits abroad, she still felt no pressure. As a berserker, she naturally felt itchy and wanted to fight Sukuna. She wanted to see how powerful the rumored king of curses really was. Also, no matter how wide the range of Kazuma's technique was, could it compare to hers? In the Jujutsu world, only a few people knew her technique, black hole. The ability to give herself imaginary mass. If she wanted, she could even summon a black hole. So, strictly speaking, there should be no one in the Jujutsu world whose cursed techniques have a greater power and range than hers. Suddenly remembering something, she tossed the prison realm to Nanami. From her impression, he seemed to be the most reliable among them. For a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Nanami. Is this the prison realm that Gojo-sensei was sealed in? It's so ugly, with those densely packed eyes, a trypophobic nightmare. Curious as ever, Nobara took out a hammer and knocked it a few times, making a crisp metallic sound. The others leaned forward, trying to listen for any sounds from within. Well, if Gojo hadn't been sealed, would I have come all the way from abroad? At this point, Yuki wondered aloud, why would he willingly hand over the prison realm to us? Could it be related to the method of unlocking the seal? Forget it. I'll just let Gojo stay in there a little longer. The most important thing right now is Sukuna. At that moment, Kuzabe suddenly realized something and asked, do you feel the ground shaking? It seems, in the distance. Yago and Yurim looked at Kazuma and said smugly, use whatever moves you have left. Otherwise, when Sukuna-sama recovers, you won't have another chance. Looking at the cursed spirits rushing toward him frantically, Kazuma's eyes flashed with excitement. He looked at Sukuna and the other two, his left eye glowing purple, and grinned. He said, then I'll let you witness the power of the Rinnegan. Saying this, he bent his body slightly. Then, he suddenly kicked the ground, and grabbed the air on both sides with both hands. Chibaku Tensei. Boom. The earth trembled violently. At that moment, skyscrapers, cars, soil, and even underground subway stations were uprooted. As if affected by some mysterious force, they all gathered in the air and soon formed a massive sphere. Nearby, car alarms blared due to the violent shaking. Suddenly, the ground beneath Yurim's feet began to crack, forcing the two to retreat. The power of the Rinnegan? What kind of unseen technique is this? Looking at the enormous sphere blocking out the moon, Yago was completely dumbfounded. Is this a meteorite? If that thing fell, he'd be reuniting with Hanami and the others in no time. The cursed spirits beneath the meteorite trembled with fear and tried to flee in all directions. Yurim, we can't help for now, retreat. Yago shouted. Yurim nodded blankly. She had also planned to withdraw for the moment. Keeping herself alive was the best way to assist Sukuna. Just as the two were about to escape, a figure flashed past, and a pair of large hands suddenly pressed down on their shoulders. Both of them were startled, their eyes widening. So fast. When did he? 126, cutting the meteorite in half. Kazuma exerted a little force with his hands and said playfully, you can't go anywhere before I clap my hands, or I'll burn you with black flames. As he spoke, Kazuma randomly picked an unlucky cursed spirit, and then his eyes locked onto it. The black flames of Amaterasu instantly devoured it. After a few screams, the ground turned pitch black, without even a trace left. For a moment, all the cursed spirits present held their breath and dared not move at all. Especially Yago, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew the power of this black flame all too well. If he is set on fire, and doesn't slash the affected part decisively, his end will be the same. Then Kazuma slowly raised his head, looked at Sukuna in the sky who still had a proud look on his face, and smiled. The escape game is about to begin. After saying this, he clapped his hands lightly. Bang! The meteorite seemed to have received instructions and fell down at a high speed. Yago, Urim, and the others ran away the moment Kazuma clapped his hands. In the distance, everyone looked up at the huge meteorite beginning to fall from the sky. Kusakabe swallowed his saliva and stammered, Are you kidding me? For those cursed spirits, what's the difference between such a horrific attack and an elephant dancing on the head of an ant? The most important thing is, it might affect us. Can he control the range of the cursed technique a little bit? Kusakabe felt that his heart had suffered a considerable shock. Yuki looked at the huge meteorite in the sky and asked curiously, What kind of cursed technique is this? It can even uproot the earth. These meteorites are simply a mixture of a large number of buildings, cars, and soil blocks. You really didn't lie to me, Kazuma's techniques are all beyond the standard. Kazuma's first move had already been made. Now, it depended on how Sukuna would respond. At this moment, Yuki was extremely excited. This trip was not in vain. What a thrilling battle to watch. Looking at the huge meteorite falling at high speed, Sukuna spread his hands and sighed. It's really not that easy. I admit that you are strong, but... Sukuna grinned, formed seals with his hands, and uttered in a deep, magnetic voice. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. As the low and hoarse voice fell, a large scarlet shrine rose from the ground. A shrill wailing sound like that of a demon from hell echoed. It was as if a canvas from hell had appeared in the air. With Sukuna as the center, the domain instantly spread out, covering the meteorites in the sky. Cut it for me. As Sukuna's voice fell, the shrine opened its huge mouth, and countless slashes burst out from inside. Swish. The invisible slashes cut the meteorite madly. Broken stones kept falling from the sky. Kazuma would naturally not let Sukuna go easily. He raised his hands and a train came towards Sukuna quickly. Tisk. Sukuna sneered and raised his hand to point at the oncoming train. Dismantle. Swish. Countless slashes swept past, and the train was cut into countless neat and smooth cubes in an instant. Kazuma raised his eyebrows and threw a few more buildings towards Sukuna. But they were all chopped into pieces easily by Sukuna. But his goal had been achieved. A vortex appeared, and Kazuma disappeared instantly, leaving the area covered by the meteorite. He didn't want to be hit by the attack he had summoned. Sukuna stayed where he was, stunned. Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped him. When he looked up, he saw that the meteorite had actually accelerated and was approaching his face. TSK, what a cunning fellow. He can even speed up the meteorite's landing speed. Come on. Sukuna was not afraid at all but instead showed a fierce look on his face, and his attacks became more intense. Boom. The huge meteorite crashed down, and the surrounding buildings were instantly blown away by the immense impact force. Accompanied by the screams of the cursed spirits that failed to escape the range of the meteorite, the area where the meteorite hit was instantly razed to the ground. Yago and Urim, one supported himself on his knees, while the other simply knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Madman. Kazuma is a madman. It seems that Sukuna has not escaped the range of the meteorite. Could it be that he? No, Sukuna-sama will win. Urim looked toward where Sukuna was with a determined gaze. Suddenly, a low and indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. Cleave. Swish. A huge slash shot straight into the sky, sweeping past and actually cutting the entire meteorite in half. Even the clouds in the sky were split in two. Sukuna's shirt was almost completely torn, revealing his upper body covered with cursed patterns. Seeing this scene, Urim stood up excitedly, as if forgetting her fatigue. I knew that Sukuna-sama would not be defeated by a mere meteorite. In the distance, everyone was also shocked. Cut in half. How could such a huge meteorite be cut in half by Sukuna? Even the clouds in the sky were parted in the middle. What a monster. But Kazuma was able to fight evenly with such a monster. Yuki's eyes burned, and she sighed. As expected of Sukuna, the king of curses from 1,000 years ago, he actually took on this attack. I'm really looking forward to the next battle even more. At this moment, Kusakabe suddenly stumbled back 2 steps and shouted, Look at the sky. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a figure slowly rising into the sky, his clothes rustling in the wind. Kazuma looked down, and the entire Shibuya came into view, with cursed spirits roaming in every corner. Sukuna and others below had become tiny ants in his view. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Cursed spirits, disaster curse, and Sukuna were all gathered here. Kazuma took a deep breath, opened his arms, and looked down. Under Sukuna's control, the cursed spirits once again forgot their fear and piled up together. They opened their bloody mouths towards him like zombies that had lost their minds. Sukuna returned to his own domain and quietly recovered his cursed energy. 127. Let the world feel pain. The use of the domain, coupled with the full-strength cleave he had used to cut through the meteorite, had consumed a lot of Sukuna's cursed energy. This is also the reason why he was not in a hurry to take action. But what made him feel depressed was that Kazuma had used large-scale cursed techniques many times, but his cursed energy was still not exhausted. It was as if the cursed energy in his body was infinite. No, this is impossible. He should be just like him, pretending to be relaxed on the surface. Yago and Urim continued to attack Kazuma in the sky. Flames and ice spikes kept attacking Kazuma in the air. But all this was in vain in the face of Kamui. Looking at Kazuma slowly rising into the air, Yago had a bad feeling in his heart. Yuram gloomily said, "TSK. What is this guy thinking? He suddenly stopped fighting. Does he think that he can solve the problem once and for all by flying into the sky? Although his strange state can allow any attack to pass through, it will also continue to consume his cursed energy. What's the point of him doing this other than constantly wasting his cursed energy?" However, the next moment, a voice sounded. "Accept pain. No pain. One who does not know pain cannot possibly understand true peace." Everyone below was stunned. Yago disdainfully said, "What is this guy talking about? What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Is it true that there is not a single normal person among the special grade sorcerers in Jujutsu High?" He had thought that Kazuma was the only normal one among the special grade sorcerers in Jujutsu High. It turns out that he was wrong. Yuram sneered, "Haha, has he been frightened silly by seeing so many cursed spirits summoned by Sukuna-sama? He actually started talking nonsense. I guess the backlash from the genjutsu he used on Sukuna-sama before this was quite severe, right? He must have been forcing himself before." But Sukuna was different from the other two. He looked at Kazuma rising in the sky with serious eyes. Although they were so far apart, for some reason, he could vaguely sense a hint of danger. In the ruins, Yuki looked at Kazuma in the sky with great confusion. What is Kazuma talking about? No pain? Understand pain? I don't understand. Do you know what he is talking about? In response, the others shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. For some reason, Kyuzabe had a bad feeling in his heart. He said, "Why don't we retreat another 500 meters? I don't understand what Kazuma said, but my right eyelid is twitching. Please trust my instincts." Everyone. Mei lifted the hair that was blocking her eyes, took a look, and said seriously, "Pay attention to Kazuma's two eyes." Eyes. Everyone looked over. Although they were far apart, the pair of eyes, one red and one purple, were particularly conspicuous against the backdrop of the night. Nobara asked in confusion, "If I remember correctly, Kazuma's two eyes would turn scarlet when performing a cursed technique. As for the purple this time, it's the first time I've seen it. Could it be that he is going to perform a new technique?" As soon as she finished speaking, Kazuma's voice came again. "Let the world feel pain. Shinra Tensei." In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated by a dazzling white light. Night turned into day in an instant. A breeze blew by, and Yago curled his lips. That's it. Next second, boom, an incomprehensibly powerful and majestic repulsive force violently attacked. In an instant, the earth cracked, as if the end of the world had come. The huge impact force swept across like a flood. The buildings and vehicles along the way were instantly crushed into pieces. The countless cursed spirits below were forcibly crushed and exploded into a pool of blood without even being able to utter a single wail. Before Yago and Yuram could react, they were blown away by the powerful gust of air. The repulsive force was like a huge rock weighing 1,000 pounds pressing down. They felt that their internal organs could not bear the burden and were almost crushed. Their eyeballs were bloodshot and about to explode, and even breathing became difficult. The two had only one thought in their minds at this moment. What kind of terrifying power is this? If they didn't know that Kazuma had performed this technique, they might have really thought that a god had appeared to punish them. Even Sukuna only managed to hold on for a moment before flying out like a cannonball. The powerful repulsive force of Shinra Tensei continued to spread, and it seemed that it was going to overturn the entire Shibuya. In the ruins in the distance, Kyuzabe wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted, "Hold on. Otherwise we will all be doomed. This Kazuma is such a lunatic. Does he want to destroy all of Shibuya? I told you to retreat a little further but you didn't listen. Now we might really die under the aftermath of our own allies' technique." Panda struggled to hold on and said, "Stop yelling. Who knew his technique would be so outrageous? Now all we have to do is to work together to cast a barrier to resist the aftermath." Everyone gritted their teeth and used all their strength to support the barrier. They could clearly feel that the repulsive force from their side was smaller. Obviously, Kazuma was in control. But even so, it was still extremely difficult for them. On the other hand, Yuki was not nervous at all. Instead, her eyes were shining, and she stared at Kazuma in the sky with a burning gaze, revealing an extremely excited expression. Really flattened. Before, she had just casually complained that Kazuma couldn't flatten the entire Shibuya. But she had never expected that he would actually do it. Yuki said, "Powerful. It's so powerful. It can actually have such a destructive power. What is the name of this technique?" "No. This can no longer be described as a technique, it should be called art." Tadu speechlessly said, "Sensei, don't be so excited, the barrier is about to break." 128, Yago's demise. Nanami exhaled in relief. Thankfully, most of the nearby civilians had been evacuated beforehand. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine how many people would have been harmed or killed from this single move, if the higher-ups decided to hold them accountable. No, he shook his head at the thought. The higher-ups? With that kind of power, would anyone still fear those in charge? The entire Jujutsu world should consider itself lucky that Kazuma is not a curse user. Shinra Tensei's repulsive force spread swiftly, sweeping away everything in its path, instantly annihilating all the cursed spirits in Shibuya. People outside the area could feel the violent tremors from afar. The local police had already set up a perimeter and sealed off the scene. Residents huddled inside their homes, too terrified to make a sound. What's going on? Did a massive earthquake hit? And what were those monsters that slaughtered humans earlier? This is clearly the end of the world. Shibuya's thriving center has been reduced to ruins. The aftermath lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. The people from Jujutsu High let out a collective sigh of relief. Looking at the devastation in the once bustling center of Shibuya, they could only smile bitterly. This had been the heart of the city, yet now, the tall buildings and crowded streets were nothing more than rubble. The massive crater was filled with blood and flesh, remnants of the destructive power unleashed. In the crater, half of Yago's body had been crushed, his face drenched in blood. The black flames of Amaterasu engulfed him entirely. Yago's heart finally gave way. He didn't resist anymore because his head was already ablaze. The moment his head had caught fire, his fate had been sealed. The flame that can't be extinguished. It's so unfair. I'm a disaster curse. Yago lay in the deep pit, letting the black flames consume him. He looked up at Kazuma, his expression blank. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. Unkillable. This guy is invincible. As the Amaterasu flames continued to burn, Yago's vision blurred. Suddenly, he found himself in a bright space. Hanami, Mahito, and Dagon were waiting for him. Yago froze for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. I am sorry. I couldn't avenge you. Hanami raised his hand, gently touching Yago's head. He said, thank you for your hard work. Geto's got this. Dagon, recovered from his cursed fetus state, nodded in agreement, his round eyes gleaming. Mahito sat cross-legged, resting his chin in his hand. Hanami's right. Even if Geto has been manipulating us, his goals align with ours. Moreover, he can continue growing stronger, with almost no limit. My idol transfiguration has been passed to him. That's why we chose him as our leader in the first place. Hearing this, Yago slowly raised his head and his eyes regained their fighting spirit. Ha ha ha, you're right, Geto will definitely succeed, and we'll be the new humans. It doesn't matter if we're wiped out. It doesn't have to be me who laughs loudly 100 years from now. After all, we're the pioneers of the new human race. That's enough. If I have one regret. Yago paused and looked deeply at Hanami and the others. When we're reborn, we won't remember what happened before. I wonder if we'll meet again then. Hanami, would you still be willing to make a pipe for me? Hanami turned his head away, snorting softly in response to Yago's hopeful gaze. Even if I lose my memories, I still won't let you destroy the forest at will. I'll still look after you. Mahito gently stroked Dagon's smooth head and smiled. It seems the two of us are a little redundant. But Dagon, you're cuter this way. I made you suffer to save me. If there's a next time, I'll protect you. Well, don't be sad, both of you. The forest and earth are one. It's hard to separate them. Let's welcome the new world in another form. Think of it as 100-year-long sleep. I look forward to meeting you again. Meanwhile, Kazuma landed and looked toward where Yago had been. The black flames had already extinguished, leaving nothing behind. Kazuma looked at the piece of skin he had torn off from Yago. Yago's skin, Hanami's blood, Mahito's hair, and Dagon's tentacles. I wonder if I can use these alone to bring them back. Kazuma shook his head and put the thought aside. There was still one last thing to do. In the distance, within the ruins, a gigantic hand, covered with curse patterns, broke through the earth as Sukuna slowly climbed out of the deep pit. Ahem. Sukuna clutched his chest, surveying the destruction around him blankly. It was desolate. Almost all the buildings were destroyed. Haha, what a formidable opponent. He has a technique that can obliterate everything. But, your cursed energy should be depleted by now, right? Suddenly, whoosh. A dagger with a cold gleam sliced through the night air, appearing before Sukuna's eyes in an instant. Sukuna sneered and raised his hands to catch the dagger. Has he really been reduced to using a dagger? Even if he stands still and lets him stab. Before Sukuna could finish his thought, his eyes widened in shock. Almost instantly, the dagger was seized by a pair of large hands. Then, 2 fingers attacked his eyes. Sukuna was stunned and enraged. He had been forcibly blasted out of his domain by Kazuma's ultimate move. Now, Sukuna had entered CT Burnout. 60 advanced chapters on. P at Trian. com/Alex 1000. 129. Kazuma becomes a target. Kazuma is well aware of this. Even for strong people like Gojo and Sukuna, there are limits. They still cannot escape the limitation of the domain. Simply put, once the domain is opened, a large amount of cursed energy will be consumed, thus entering a burnout period. For a short period of time, they will not be able to use any techniques. Therefore, Sukuna is unable to use slashing attacks now, which is the best time for Kazuma to attack. Ah! Blood spurted out, and Sukuna staggered back, covering his bleeding eyes. At this moment, Sukuna was so angry that his whole body was shaking. When had he ever been so humiliated? Even 1,000 years ago, when facing the joint encirclement and suppression of countless powerful sorcerers, he had never suffered such an insult. Kazuma stretched out his middle and index fingers, pointed them at his eyes, and then looked at Sukuna. How does it feel? The system mission stated randomly poking Sukuna's 2 eyes, so Kazuma considered not letting Yuji become blind. He chose the 2 small eyes on both sides of Sukuna's cheekbones. The unprecedented humiliation did not make Sukuna lose his mind, but instead calmed him down. At this moment, he recalled what Kenjaku had said to him before he had left. He was dismissive of that at the time. He thought that he didn't need to recover to his prime to kill Kazuma. But now it seems that it is obviously impossible. Sukuna took a deep breath and looked at Kazuma. He said, "Very good, in 1,000 years, you are the first person who dares to do this to me. I've made note of this. I look forward to our next showdown." After saying that, Sukuna looked at Kazuma, and smiled evilly. After wiping his neck, he took the initiative to hand over the control of body to Yuji. Now he should go back to Yuji's body first, recover from his injuries, and plan the next step. The reason why Sukuna doesn't like to use tricks is because there is no one who is worthy of him doing so. But now it's different. He will make Kazuma pay a heavy price for this. As the cursed lines gradually disappeared, Yuji's consciousness regained control. He opened his eyes tiredly and said weakly, "Kazuma. I'm lucky to have you this time, otherwise. I don't know how much blood would be stained on my hands." After saying this, Yuji's body began to stagger and fall towards the ground. Just then, "Best friend." Tadu clapped his hands and changed positions with Kazuma. Kazuma's mouth twitched, and he came to Yutahim's side in an instant. And Tadu took his previous position. Then, Tadu gently placed his hand on Yuji's shoulder. Choso said, "Brother, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Take your hands off my brother." Choso's eyes were extremely cold, and a line of blood condensed from his fingertips and pointed at Tadu. Tadu said, "Brother, you two are totally different. You said he was your brother. If you want to fight, I don't mind joining you." Tadu slowly put Yuji on the ground and looked at Choso as if he was ready to fight. The atmosphere gradually tensed. Just when the two were about to fight, Yuji struggled to open his eyelids and looked at Choso with complicated eyes. He asked, "Why didn't you kill me before? Also, you called me brother." Hearing this, Choso immediately climbed down, not caring about his image at all, and said excitedly, "It was my fault that I accidentally hurt you. From now on, I will always be by your side. I will eliminate all dangers for you, even if it means I will die. Quick, call me Unii-chan first. This is more important to me than my life." He looked at Yuji with great anticipation. Yuji. Things had changed too suddenly. Before, Choso was willing to kill him at all costs, but now he suddenly wants to protect him at all costs. What is going on here? Looking at the strange looks from the people in front of him, Yuji felt embarrassed. So, he simply tilted his head and chose to faint. Seeing this scene, the students looked at Yuji, Tadu, and Choso with meaningful eyes. Kazuma quipped, "Yuji's domain has activated." Nobara looked at Kazuma curiously and asked, Yuji's domain, what does that mean?" "Nothing, don't ask about adults' affairs." Kazuma touched her head and smiled. Calculating the time, it seems that Nobara is not even an adult yet, she is just a 16-year-old girl. Nobara resisted the urge to hit Kazuma with the hammer. "Humph. Since he saved me again, I won't bother with him." Yuki looked at Tadu's jealous expression and sighed. "I remember he wasn't like this at first." Soon after, everything that happened in Shibuya was known to the higher-ups. The atmosphere in the room was solemn. An old voice sounded, "I have already decided on the list of people to be sentenced to death. Notify Yuta to come over. He will be the executioner this time." The Shibuya incident ended tragically. Gojo was sealed, the 4 disaster curses were all eliminated, a large number of ordinary people died, and the entire center of Shibuya was destroyed. This was a huge loss to the country. The atmosphere in the room was so solemn that you could hear a pin drop. A young man with a long sword on his waist was standing in the center of the empty room. He was none other than the special grade sorcerer who had returned from Africa, Okotsu Yuta. Yuta looked through his bangs and scanned the surrounding doors. He knew that the higher-ups of the Jujutsu world were behind the door. "I'm here, what do you want from me?" A majestic old voice sounded, "Yuta, it seems that the experience in Africa has transformed you. We are very pleased." In response to this, Yuta frowned, feeling somewhat unhappy. The experience in Africa has indeed made him improve a lot, but what does it have to do with them? And this time, he had ended his training early just for Gojo. He already knew the general situation about Shibuya, but he was more concerned about the sealed Gojo. At this time, a stamped paper list flew into Yuta's hands. Kill order list. Yuta looked forward with a puzzled look. 60 advanced chapters on Patreon.com/Alex1000. 130 Kazuma's deeds. A voice sounded again. "As you can see, this is a list of people to be executed. And you will be the executioner this time. 1. We have confirmed the fact that Geto is not dead. After our discussion, we have once again issued a kill order against him. 2. Yuji's suspended death sentence has been changed to immediate execution. The threat he possesses is immeasurable. 3. Imprison Kazuma for life. Imprison him in Tombs of the Star Corridor and hand him over to Master Tengen for custody. Reason, his reckless use of cursed technique has caused great losses to the country. 4. Permanently expel Gojo, and anyone who attempts to unlock his seal will be sentenced to death. Considering various factors, you only need to take the lead in executing one or two of the above. As for Kazuma, I will let others take him to the Tombs of the Star Corridor. Yuta didn't interrupt the senior executive's words. He was no longer the timid boy he used to be. How he makes decisions is his business. He naturally has a scale in his heart to measure right and wrong. After thinking for a while, he looked around expressionlessly and said calmly, "Leave it to me." After saying that, he quickly left this disgusting room. After Yuta left, another senior executive spoke up. "Did you miss one?" A deep voice came from behind the door. "Are you talking about Yaga's execution?" "Haha, we need to hide it from Yuta. If Yaga is willing to offer the method of making cursed corpses, he can be pardoned from death immediately. He can even be promoted to become the 5th special grade sorcerer. Let Gakugenji handle this matter. I hope Yaga can make the right choice." The other senior executives did not object to this, but instead agreed with it. They have long coveted Yaga's ability to create cursed corpses. This technique itself is not uncommon. However, only the cursed corpses created by Yaga have the consciousness to act independently. Most importantly, the cursed corpses absolutely obey the orders of its creator. This is also something that they attach great importance to. At the same time, Yaga also possesses huge hidden dangers. If he wanted to conquer the world, he could quietly build a powerful army of cursed corpses without anyone's knowledge. This terrifying ability must not be owned by just one person. The safest option is to hand it over to them. In the past, they only dared to think about it. But now the biggest threat, Gojo, has been sealed. No one can stop their decision anymore. Except for the one named Kazuma, who still possesses a slight hidden danger. But they believe that Master Tengen will deal with him. In the meeting room of Jujutsu High, the atmosphere was completely different. Yaga was lying on the bench, looking at the people below with a smile. Thankfully, Kazuma was there this time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He was greatly stressed because the Shibuya incident had happened too suddenly. Not only that, the enemy was also extremely powerful and cunning. This made him very worried and he couldn't sleep the whole night. He thought that many people might be sacrificed this time, but he didn't expect that everyone would return safely. Wasn't Gojo sealed? Wasn't Kazuma restricted by the curtains and unable to participate in the battle? But the final result is so perfect. He even doubted whether he was still dreaming. Thinking of this, Yaga looked at Mei Mei and asked, "Mei Mei, I heard that you dealt with the special grade cursed spirit smallpox deity. Can you tell me what its cursed techniques were?" Yaga opened a thick book that recorded all the cursed spirits known so far. But the content regarding smallpox deity was blank. Mei Mei smiled slightly and shook her head. She said, "I did encounter this special grade cursed spirit, but I was not the one who actually exorcised it. At that time, Ui and I were ready to fight to the death, but Kazuma suddenly appeared and killed it. In short, he was the one who saved me. You can ask the higher-ups to transfer the reward for killing the special grade cursed spirit to Kazuma's account." Everyone became silent. What is the difference between giving the money to her or Kazuma? What? Mei Mei sensei was also saved by Kazuma. Nobara stood up excitedly. When she noticed that everyone was looking at her, she smiled awkwardly and sat back in her chair. Ahem, what I meant was that I was also saved by Kazuma. If it weren't for him, I would have been carried back here by you guys, wrapped in a white cloth. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, thinking about something. Yaga suddenly realized and said, "I see, that's why no one died in such a desperate situation. It turns out that Kazuma took action. I didn't expect that he could save two people even when he was being targeted." Ahem. Nanami coughed and raised his hand. "Actually, Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the shocked Yaga. "You were also saved by Kazuma." Nanami's mouth twitched. It was embarrassing for him to need the help of the younger generation. But, he'd better say it out loud, so as to pave the way for finding reasons to take leave and go on vacation later. He doesn't want to wait any longer to go to Malaysia. He wants to go on a spontaneous trip. "Yes, I was already exhausted, and Mahito was just about to touch me at any time, and then Kazuma appeared." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Another rescued one. Kazuma was chasing after the special grade cursed spirit, and he actually had the energy to save people. At this time, Ijishi and Nita, who were sitting in the back, stood up. "We too, know. It should be said that the entirety of assistant supervisors should thank Kazuma. Otherwise, I don't know how many more people would have fallen victim to Haruda's murderous hands." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. 131, Yaga's capture. Wow, Kazuma even helped with the assistant supervisors. Yaga asked, "Why does it feel like Kazuma has become the nanny of Jujutsu High?" Yuki sighed and said, He stole all the limelight, and I, a special grade sorcerer, didn't even fire a single shot. Why do I feel like my presence was unnecessary? But I have to admire his strength." A post-war meeting turned into a thank you party for Kazuma. And he himself is actually sleeping in the dormitory. It would be great if I could be the one to take the spotlight. Tadu touched his nose and said with a smile, "Big sister, don't say that. The previous rescue was not very." "Shut up." Before he could finish, Yuki glared at him. When she thought of it, even though she was usually thick-skinned, she still felt a little embarrassed. For this reason, Tadu had to shrink his neck and shut his mouth obediently. When facing other people, even Gojo, Tadu still maintained an arrogant attitude. But with Yuki, he was always a little afraid. Yuki gave Tadu a threatening look, then smiled and explained to everyone, "In fact, I just happened to arrive earlier. I definitely didn't delay on purpose. I talked about timing just to liven up the atmosphere. You all believe me, right?" "Everyone. We don't believe you." Yaga glanced at Yuki, wanting to scold her but not daring to. What if this crazy woman runs off abroad again and doesn't come back for several years? They had finally managed to call her back this time. They absolutely couldn't let her slip away. Jujutsu High, and even the entire world of Jujutsu, is in urgent need of high-end combat power like her. At this moment, a hunched old figure walked up. The visitor was Gakugenji. Him, Mai, Noritoshi, and the others all stood up. "Old man Gakugenji, why are you here?" Yaga looked toward Gakugenji with some pride. In this Shibuya incident, his school had obviously performed better. Gakugenji looked at Yaga with a calm expression and said, "The order from the top has come down. Let's talk alone." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone turned their eyes toward Gakugenji. They knew that while the hidden danger of the Shibuya incident had been resolved this time, the higher-ups would not see it that way. Now that Gojo, whom they feared the most, had been sealed, those old guys would definitely find an excuse to stir up trouble. Nothing good was going to happen. Yaga was silent for a moment, then looked at everyone and smiled calmly. He said, "You have received Kazuma's kindness this time, so you should thank him." After saying this, he left with Gakugenji. At the same time, in the Zenin clan, the gate behind the wall was tightly closed, yet it still couldn't conceal the tense atmosphere inside. Naobito was seriously injured in this incident and had even lost an arm. All the forces in the Zenin clan were now coveting the position of clan head. Among them was Naobito's own son, Naya. In the long and ancient corridor, Naya showed no sadness over his father's injury. Instead, he was chatting and laughing with Aji's wife, as well as Maki and Mai's mother, along with other branch family leaders, looking completely relaxed. However, anyone with common sense could tell that Naya was subtly mocking Maki and Mai's incompetence. The indirect message was clear. These two, born unable to even sense cursed energy, were a disgrace to the Zenin clan. Dreaming of becoming powerful like Fushiguro Toji? Wishful thinking. It would be better for them to return to the Zenin clan, either committing suicide or obediently becoming servants. At least that way, they could make a small contribution. Faced with Naya's ridicule, Maki and Mai's mother didn't respond. But beneath her sleeves, her hands were tightly clenched, nails digging deep into her flesh. Upon arriving at the main hall, Naya walked in nonchalantly. Having been spoiled since childhood, he had never taken these elders seriously. Aji and Fushiguro Toji's brother, Zenin Janike, looked solemn as they discussed Naobito's injury and the successor to the clan head position. However, Naya was still grinning, as if his father's broken arm had nothing to do with him. It could even be said that his father's misfortune was a blessing in disguise for him. This time, his goal was clear, to seize the clan head position he had long coveted. The next leader of the Zenin clan could only be him. To him, his brothers and uncles were all trash. Seeing his arrogance, Aji spoke with some displeasure. "Naya, your father is seriously injured, and you're still acting so carelessly. Haha, why do you have to use this as an excuse to step on me?" Naya sneered at Aji and said bluntly, "Uncle, compared to my carefree attitude, you, as a high-ranking member of the Zenin clan, only managed to produce two useless daughters with almost no cursed energy. I think you should step back from the fight for clan head. Because, it's embarrassing." With those words, Naya grinned and stared straight at his uncle. If this had been in the past, he might have shown some respect. But now, there was no need for that. He dared to act so arrogantly in front of the elders because he had complete confidence. Even at a young age, he had perfectly inherited his father's curse technique. And he had always displayed exceptional talent. Now, he was already a first-grade sorcerer, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed his father, Naobito. In the future, he might even become a special-grade sorcerer. However, 132 new Zenin clan leader. As soon as he uttered the blunt words, Aji's heavy punch reached his face. A strong wind whistled past. Aji looked angry. Although he himself was ashamed of giving birth to Maki and Mai, over the years, no one had ever dared to say such provocative words to his face. The next moment, Naya, who possessed projection sorcery, moved extremely quickly and easily sidestepped, dodging the attack. A cold light flashed. Janike's long sword tore through the screen and slashed toward his neck. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the fight between the three. A butler in a black robe appeared at the door, holding a piece of paper with Naobito's opinions written on it. The butler opened the wooden door and stepped into the house. He was not surprised at all by the signs of fighting inside. This kind of scene was nothing new to him. Among all the disputes over family leadership throughout history, this was considered a minor one. The butler knelt on the tatami mat, cleared his throat, and looked at the three men. He said, "Since you are all here, I will read it out. The position of the 27th head of the Zenin clan will be inherited by Zenin Naya. Secondly, all cursed tools and property kept in the academy and in the clan's forbidden storehouse will also be inherited by Zenin Naya. But the use of the cursed tools in the forbidden storehouse must be approved by Zenin Aji and Zenin Nayachi." Hearing this, Naya's smug expression instantly turned cold. There had never been such a ridiculous rule among past clan heads. Why was he facing restrictions now? Tisk. Naya was a little unhappy, but he still suppressed his anger. What he needed to do now was secure the position of the head of the clan. He could deal with these restrictions later. However, the butler's next words left Naya completely stunned. The butler continued, "If for some reason Gojo dies, loses his ability to move, or is unable to influence the world of Jujutsu, we will fulfill the agreement made with Toji. His son, Fushiguro Megami, will take over as the head of the clan and inherit all property and cursed tools." The butler finished reading the paper, bowed slightly, and left the room. What? Naya, who had been brimming with confidence, was instantly frozen in shock. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, filled with unwillingness and rage. He took a deep breath and turned to Aji and Naichi beside him. He saw that the two men were already seated, one sipping tea, the other wiping a long sword, as if nothing had happened. It was clear they had anticipated this outcome. Naya looked at them deeply, clenched his fists in frustration, and walked out the door. Damn it, damn it, damn it. His father was getting old and senile. Toji had been dead for over a decade. Why were they still honoring this absurd agreement? And that useless brat, Fushiguro Megami, how was he even qualified to be head of the Zenin clan? No, absolutely not. At that moment, standing in the corridor, Naya's emotions churned. The silent roar in his heart completely contrasted with the smug confidence he had felt upon arriving. Just as he was fuming, an insidious idea crept into his mind. An evil smile formed on Naya's lips. In that case, he can just kill Megami. Solve the problem at its root. That way, those old geezers would have no excuse to restrict him. The position of head of the clan would be his alone. Perhaps Megami had never even wanted the role, but that didn't matter. A man is innocent, but possessing a treasure makes him guilty. If Megami dared to stand in his way, he had to be prepared for an accidental death. Soon, Naya obtained Megami's approximate location through the clan's intelligence network. The verdict of the higher-ups had already been decided. Yuji had been sentenced to death, and an order to kill him had been issued. Meanwhile, Megami was said to be searching for him everywhere. Shibuya and Kyoto had now become war zones. A few more sorcerer deaths. That would be perfectly normal. No one would suspect a thing. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Kazuma didn't care about the undercurrents brewing outside. He was sitting at his bed, preparing to welcome his domain. Looking back at the entire Shibuya incident, he felt satisfied. Everything had unfolded largely within his control. After all, he had personally poked Sukuna's eyes. It was hard to describe the experience, just strange. They were the eyes of the king of curses, after all. It was only natural they felt different from an ordinary person's. As for playing the role of pain, well, that was a little embarrassing. But that last shot of Shinra Tensei, that was undeniably cool. Mission accomplished? Then why hadn't the system activated yet? Could it be that all his efforts were in vain? Just as Kazuma was starting to feel uneasy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards are being distributed. Domain expansion, Black Flash Octagon Cage. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Kazuma felt a sudden jolt, as if electricity coursed through his body. Then, everything went dark. When he regained his senses, he found himself inside a new space. Kazuma looked down and saw a bright red carpet beneath his feet, and at some point, he had equipped fighting gloves. A loud sound echoed from the massive screen behind him, followed by the roar of a virtual audience. Kazuma turned to see the screen light up, displaying a photo of himself in a dynamic pose. The corner of his mouth twitched. Wow, this domain felt really real. Could he actually pull enemies into this octagon cage for one-on-one battles? The cage was enclosed by iron netting, and the ground bore dark red stains of dried blood. Above him, a score counter hovered in the air, presumably tracking accumulated points. Under the dazzling lights, the surroundings were packed with audience seats, yet, eerily, they were all empty. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 133 Kazuma's Domain. At this moment, the system reverberated throughout the realm. Domain expansion, Black Flash Octagon Cage. Once opened, you can designate one person and force them into a fight to the death. The final victory or defeat will be determined by points. In this area, only physical techniques can be used, and only by executing Black Flash can one inflict damage on their opponent. As the system introduction ended, the scene before Kazuma's eyes distorted and changed. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. Recalling the system's words, Kazuma had only one thought. Awesome. Only physical techniques? And Black Flash as the only means of attack? This is tailor-made for him. Everyone knows that Black Flash is an extremely difficult technique, with the highest recorded combo being Nanami's 4 consecutive strikes. Unfortunately for his opponent, he can land Black Flash 100% of the time. And if the 8 inner gates is added on top of that, even if Sukuna himself appears, he'll still get beaten up. However, things likely wouldn't be that simple. Based on his past fights with Sukuna, Kazuma knew that his close combat skills are top tier. Also, executing Black Flash wouldn't be a major issue for Sukuna. Would the King of Curses rely solely on slashing attacks? Kazuma stood up, took a deep breath, and positioned one hand in front of him. Domain expansion, Black Flash Octagon Cage. Boom. In an instant, the domain expanded, crushing the surrounding furniture into debris. Soon, the octagonal iron mesh cage he'd envisioned materialized before him. Kazuma nodded in satisfaction and, with a mere thought, deactivated the domain. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Kazuma opened it to see Yuki standing there. But this time, she wasn't her usual laid-back self. Instead, she frowned, looking at him with a serious expression. She said, "As much as I'd love to ask about your type in women, there's something more pressing right now. Come with me. Everyone's waiting for you." Soon, under Yuki's guidance, Kazuma arrived at a secluded classroom. The air was heavy, and the atmosphere was very tense. Most of the staff were present, their expressions grim. Only Yuji and Megami were absent. Judging by their faces, Kazuma had already guessed why he was called here. After the Shibuya incident, he knew the higher-ups would issue a kill order. At this moment, Yaga stepped forward, guiding Kazuma to a seat before addressing the room from the podium. "Time is short, so I'll be direct. I received word from Gakugenji. The higher-ups have made their decision." Yaga laid out everything he had learned. Most of the initial points matched the expected course of events, nothing surprising. But when Kazuma heard his own verdict, he raised an eyebrow. Life imprisonment? They want to lock him by the tombs of Star Palace under Tenjin's supervision. The reason? His use of reckless techniques caused great damage to the country? Kazuma couldn't help but scoff. The higher-ups were truly masters at crafting excuses. Sure, he had flattened the center of Shibuya. But so what? Seeing Kazuma's unreadable expression, Yaga sighed and continued, "So, the higher-ups have ordered Yuki, who was scheduled to meet Tengen, to capture you and escort you to the tombs of Star Palace." A heavy silence fell over the room. Everyone turned their eyes to Kazuma. Clearly, they had already been informed and were now waiting to see his reaction. Kazuma's gaze shifted to Yuki, who stood beside him. With a playful smile, she pulled out a pair of iron handcuffs from who knows where. She waved them teasingly, and winked. "Don't resist, everyone." "Yuki." Yaga shot her a fierce glare and said, "If you want to roleplay, do it with Kazuma tonight. Can't you read the room?" Tisk. Yuki clicked her tongue, muttering her dissatisfaction before casually browsing her phone. Meanwhile, Ui was glaring daggers at her. "This woman has been flirting with Kazuma since Shibuya. I need to keep an eye on her for sister." Yaga coughed twice, breaking the awkward tension. He had almost forgotten that Mei was present. "Ahem. Kazuma, don't get the wrong idea. We're not actually trying to capture you. The higher-ups are hopelessly corrupt. We just want to know your thoughts." Kazuma was silent for a moment before responding. "My thoughts? I'm thinking of paying the higher-ups a visit, and launching a Shinra Tensei while I'm at it. If they love issuing kill orders so much, I might as well give them one of my own." The entire room fell into stunned silence. Then, sharp inhales sounded all around. As expected of Kazuma. A kill order against the higher-ups. They all despised the higher-ups, sure, but to actually consider this. And Shinra Tensei, that super destructive technique that obliterated the Shibuya battlefield. Brutal. But, kinda tempting. Yaga waved his hands, trying to diffuse the tension. "I suggest you don't go through with that. There are a lot of innocent people around the higher-ups' headquarters. If you use that move, the casualties will be immeasurable." Yuki put down her phone and asked, "Then what do you suggest?" "Obviously, we can't really capture Kazuma and send him to Tombs of Star Palace. We're not capable of that, nor do we want to. But if we refuse, Kazuma will be stripped of his title as a sorcerer. Yaga, you've always valued talent. Would you really let Jujutsu High lose someone like him?" Then, with a teasing smirk, she added, "Just saying, if Kazuma did turn to the curse side, he'd have a bright future. If possible, I'd love to see Kazuma go head-to-head with." She trailed off, her smile widening. Now, that would be more spectacular than the fight with Sukuna in Shibuya. 134 A new long-term mission. Yuki licked her red lips, revealing an extremely excited look. Others may not know, but as a special-grade sorcerer, she could feel Kazuma's terror more clearly. Especially the move that flattened Shibuya. It made him question who the strongest person in the world truly was. Nobara snorted coldly and drove the nail deep into the table. She asked, "Why don't we just rebel against the higher-ups and become the masters ourselves?" As soon as she finished speaking, many people, like Kazuma, gave a thumbs up to Nobara. This caused Nobara, who had been so passionate just now, to lower her head shyly. After hearing these words, Yaga's mouth twitched wildly. He said, "Things are not as simple as you think. If we kill those senior executives, new ones will take over. Moreover, there is an extremely complex network of relationships behind this, with too many unknowns. The top leaders have been in office for so many years. They must have their own trump cards. It may not be that easy to kill them all. Yaga took a deep breath, his gaze deep and unreadable. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the prison realm, and held it up for everyone to see. He said, "From today on, I am no longer your principal, and I will no longer be involved in anything you do from now on." The top brass said that anyone who dares to try to remove the seal on Gojo will be killed without mercy, so I will be the initiator. As he spoke, Yaga threw the prison realm into Kazuma's hands. "The culling games is about to begin, and we can't be without Gojo, so I hope you can help everyone rescue him. Please, this is my lifelong request." Yaga bowed deeply to Kazuma, recalling the scene when he had first met him. Back then, Kazuma had beaten him up and displayed his unparalleled talent. And now, no one knew how strong he truly was. Perhaps, just below Gojo. If he helped, he would definitely be able to assist everyone at the school. They had already discussed it long before Kazuma had arrived. They had decided to go against the higher-ups. The higher-ups feared Gojo and refused to allow anyone to unseal him, but they had to do it anyway. Kazuma raised an eyebrow at Yaga's words. Was this the start of setting up a flag? Others might not know, but he understood very well. Yaga hadn't revealed everything about the decision of the higher-ups. He had deliberately concealed the fact that he had been sentenced to death. Would this middle-aged man, who always looked burly and serious, really choose such an ending just because he had lost all faith in the higher-ups? Just then. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a long-term mission. Win over all the sorcerers of Jujutsu High and replace the corrupt high-level officials. Reward, Rincharingen. Kazuma was shocked. Rincharingen? What was the system trying to do? Was it prompting him to activate infinite Tsukuyomi? What was so wrong about living in a world of genjutsu? After calming down, Kazuma fell into deep thought. Now that he already possessed the Rinnegan, the Rincharingen upgrade wasn't too tempting. But as he'd always said, you might not need something, but you still shouldn't refuse it. Winning over Jujutsu High's strongest sorcerers was just a matter of convenience. He could take his time with it. Kazuma rested his chin on his hand and pretended to contemplate. After a while, he said, I can agree. After all, Jujutsu High is Jujutsu High, and senior executives are senior executives. Everyone was delighted to hear Kazuma speaking so sensibly. But Kazuma stood up, scanning the faces in the room before flashing a slight smile. I need everyone at Jujutsu High to promise me one thing. At that moment, everyone looked at Kazuma in confusion. What is it? Kazuma replied, I haven't thought about it yet. Kazuma waved them off casually. Gojo was still sealed, the culling games was approaching. The higher-ups were stirring up trouble again. It was clearly not the time to win them over just yet. Kazuma smirked, his eyes gleaming. He said, don't worry, it's nothing outrageous. Just a simple request, one word from you all. Just one word. Why so secretive? But none of them believed Kazuma would demand anything excessive. So, they didn't object. Yaga said, in that case, I suppose you'll have to play the role of a curse user for a while. Yaga suddenly unleashed his cursed energy, summoning a horde of cursed corpses to encircle Kazuma. Kazuma was being captured. It was obvious that the higher-ups would classify him as a curse user. But all of this was temporary. Once Gojo returns, everything will change. Yaga looked at Kazuma and said, there are spies in Jujutsu High. We need to put on a show. Currently, many of the high-ranking officials had eyes inside the school, most of them embedded within assistant supervisors. Given Kazuma's strength, it was reasonable to assume he could break through their encirclement and escape. But they had to make it convincing. There needed to be the sound of a struggle, at the very least. Kazuma smirked and nodded, condensing a medium-sized Rasengan in his hand. It looks like I'll be a curse user for a while. Outside the school, 2 assistant supervisors loitered near the entrance, looking suspicious. Hey, why haven't Yaga and the others acted yet? There's been no movement at all. Yeah, you don't think they're up to something, do you? These 2 were the eyes that the higher-ups had placed within Jujutsu High. Their job was to report any irregularities immediately, just as they were growing suspicious. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the entire courtyard, sending a violent shockwave in all directions. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The 2 supervisors locked eyes, panic flashing between them. A fight really broke out. From the courtyard, a towering figure stood amidst the destruction, exuding an overwhelming aura of cursed energy. 135. Kazuma becomes a curse user. Kazuma, don't do anything stupid. Follow me to Master Tengen right now. Maybe you'll get another chance to come back in the future. Yaga casually threw out 2 cursed corpses and shouted, don't resist anymore, Kazuma. Looking up, Kazuma stood in the air, holding a Rasengan in his hand, ready to launch. His face flushed with anger as he looked down and roared, how ridiculous. Who was the one who dealt with the numerous curses in Shibuya? Who was the one who killed the 3 disaster curses? Where were the higher-ups when I was desperately fighting Sukuna? Where were they when Sukuna nearly cut me to pieces? And now, they want to throw me into prison for life just because I damaged a few buildings. Screw the senior executives. Those old men are nothing. They think they can restrict my freedom. Me, Kazuma. With that, Kazuma hurled the Rasengan without hesitation. Careful. Yuki quickly created a barrier, shielding everyone. Boom. As the Rasengan exploded, white light engulfed the entire courtyard, shaking half of Jujutsu High. By the time the energy had subsided, Kazuma was gone. In the ruins below, the students and teachers clutched their chests, coughing from the shockwave. Outside the school, the two spies stood frozen, their legs trembling. They had heard of Kazuma's power, but witnessing it firsthand was something else entirely. One of them snapped back to reality and said, "They really couldn't stop Kazuma. Did you get it all on record?" "Yeah, let's go. I don't want to be in this damn place a second longer." As they hurried away, a crow flapped its wings and landed in the courtyard. Mei slowly opened her eyes and said, "The spies are gone." At that, everyone exhaled in relief. Yuki sighed, looking at where Kazuma had disappeared. TSK. I never knew Kazuma was such a good actor. Especially that last bit when he cursed the higher-ups. That was satisfying. Nobara nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yeah, if Kazuma ever quits being a sorcerer, he should try acting." Yaga said, "Well, now that the prison realm is with Kazuma, we don't have to worry about the higher-ups scheming against us. You can help Shoko for now and see if there's any way to unseal the prison realm. If that doesn't work, we'll have to ask Master Tengen." Yaga sighed and turned away. Panda looked at him in confusion and asked, "Dad, where are you going?" Yaga waved a hand dismissively and said, "I am going to find old man Gakugenji. I want to have a drink, and unwind." Hearing this, Panda frowned and asked, "Why do I feel like he's hiding something?" Early morning. Shibuya. On an empty street, a scarred boy stood alone. He already knew the higher-ups' decision. During the Shibuya incident, Kenjaku had force-fed him dozens of fingers. Counting the ones he had swallowed before, that made 15. At this moment, he fully understood how dangerous he was. Sukuna's presence inside him was growing harder to suppress. He was like a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. If Kazuma hadn't been there during Shibuya, who knows how many more would have died. Even if he hadn't been the one killing people, his body was still being used to do it. Yuji, always kind at heart, couldn't accept that. He had considered staying with Kazuma. But once he heard about the execution order against him, he made his decision. He didn't want to die, but he didn't want to drag them down, either. Now, all he could do was take out as many curses as possible before losing control. Looking around at the empty, ruined streets, Yuji took a deep breath. Then, he clapped his hands together, determination flashing in his eyes. Bang! A sharp clap broke the eerie silence of the morning. Behind him, the ocean surged. Giant cursed spirits burst from the water, creating massive waves. Yuji didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, dodging the cursed spirits lunging at him. These grotesque creatures, sensing a human nearby, charged at him like starving beasts. But their low intelligence blinded them to the truth. The one they thought was prey, was actually the hunter. In a dark underground parking garage, Yuji stopped running. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Divergent Fist." The powerful voice echoed through the dimly lit structure. A pair of eyes snapped open in the shadows. They gleamed with an icy sharpness as blood-red cursed energy flared. Whoosh! A blinding red streak cut through the darkness, compressed blood flashing like a laser. The beam shot forward, piercing through the cursed spirits one by one, like a skewer through candied fruit. 136, Yuji and Choso vs. Naya. Seeing this, the other cursed spirits finally understood the horror before them. They tried to turn and flee. But Yuji had already positioned himself at the garage entrance, blocking the only way out. He bent his body slightly, clenched his fists, and unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! The sheer force obliterated the cursed spirits in an instant. As Yuji hurled a Rasengan, the last bat-cursed spirit in the sky, attempting to escape, was struck down instantly. With that, silence returned to the streets of Shibuya. Choso stepped forward slowly. His cold expression softened the moment his gaze landed on his younger brother, Yuji. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at Yuji's remarkable strength. He had effortlessly eliminated so many cursed spirits with just raw physical power. Compared to their previous battle at Shibuya Station, Yuji had grown significantly stronger. After a round of generous praise, Choso patted Yuji's shoulder and said gently, "Take a break. You've been fighting all day and night, even a machine would break down." Yuji frowned. Over the past few days, Choso had been constantly praising him. It was starting to get annoying. But more than that, it made him curious. How did this man, who so firmly claimed to be his biological brother, come to that conclusion? As Yuji's gaze darkened with confusion, Choso suddenly recalled something and spoke with a serious expression. "Think carefully, your mother had stitches on her forehead, didn't she?" Yuji's body stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. Though his childhood memories were distant, they were still deeply ingrained in his mind. Thinking back carefully, it was true. Stitches. The same markings as the person who had sealed away Gojo-sensei during the Shibuya incident. Could his parents be connected to him somehow? Just as Yuji was about to ask more questions, a freezing, oppressive aura descended upon them. Looking up, they saw none other than Zenin Naya. Perched atop a high ledge, Naya wore a smug, arrogant expression as his gaze scanned the area. "Huh, where's Megami?" Yuji and Choso exchanged surprised glances. Wasn't this man sent by the higher-ups to hunt them down? Why was he looking for Megami? At that moment, Naya sneered and cast a disdainful glance at Yuji below. So, you're Yuji, the fugitive wanted by the higher-ups. Pathetic, you can't even return to Jujutsu High. Your so-called protector is gone, and now, no one can save you. But don't worry, you're not my target. Just tell me where Megami is, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll grind you into dust. Yuji scowled at the arrogant provocation, but what concerned him more was Naya's reason for seeking Megami. Judging by his tone, it was nothing good. Yuji narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you want with Megami?" Naya looked down at Yuji like he was worthless trash and replied without hesitation, "Nothing much, he just happens to stand in the way of me becoming the head of the Zenin clan. So I need him to die. But I suppose you really don't know where he is." A sinister smile spread across Naya's face. In the next instant, his figure flickered, launching a deadly attack. Even though Yuji wasn't his target, killing him would certainly boost his reputation. Such a feat would solidify his standing in the Zenin clan. Naya's speed was astonishing, and his strike was about to land. But Choso's fury erupted. "Anyone who dares lay a hand on my brother dies." A blood-piercing technique forced Naya to halt his attack and retreat. At the same time, the two brothers launched a counterattack. Yet, having mastered the teachings of the Zenin clan's elite, Naya performed his projection sorcery effortlessly, dodging their attacks with ease. Even as Yuji and Choso came at him with relentless speed, Naya remained unfazed. He smirked, finally acknowledging their strength. Their attacks and reflexes were already on par with first-grade sorcerers. "Looks like he'll have to get serious. Heh, since you insist on resisting, let me show you the true power of the big three sorcerer clans." Just as the battle was about to escalate, a massive cursed energy surged through the skies above Shibuya. The sheer pressure was suffocating. Even for seasoned sorcerers like them, it was hard to breathe. Yuji's eyes widened in shock. This overwhelming presence. Could it be? No. As the intensity grew, Yuji immediately dismissed the thought. This wasn't Gojo's cursed energy. It was darker, colder, more sinister. It felt like an abyss, a demonic force rising from the depths of hell. Not only that, the sheer density of cursed energy surpassed even Gojo's. Who else in the world of Jujutsu could possess such terrifying power? In the next instant, a flash of light streaked through the sky. A frail-looking young man with dark circles under his eyes materialized before them. Though his appearance was weak, something about him sent a primal fear coursing through their veins. It was as if a monstrous cursed spirit lurked behind him, waiting to be unleashed. Yuta narrowed his eyes. Why was a member of the Zenin clan here? Apart from Maki, he didn't know any of them personally. But judging by the man's clothing and aura, he was undoubtedly a high-ranking Zenin. Yuji instinctively took a step back as Yuta leveled his blade at him. Clearly, he had never met this man before. But little did he know. This was the executioner sent to take his life. Choso reacted instantly, stepping in front of Yuji. The real battle was about to begin. New book, Multiverse, SSS rank treasure chest at the beginning. Transmigrating to an anime mashup world, Yoshida Tinya thought that a relaxed and pleasant life awaited him. But then he met them. Takanashi Rika, my evil king's true eye is the strongest. Yatsuya Miko, Yoshida-san, can you see them too? Yukinashida Yukino, I like cats, but that doesn't mean I want to become a cat. Kato Megami, can Tinya-kun notice me? Elisa, cute. Kukiki Rukia, Tinya, you are very suitable to be a substitute Shinigami. Tinya, I just want to get a treasure chest. Is that too much to ask for? Ding. Extracting SSS rank treasure chest, Conqueror's Haki. Extracting SSS rank treasure chest, Zanpakuto, Zanjutsu. Extracting S rank treasure chest, Mangekyo Sharingan. Extracting S rank treasure chest, Ice Make. 137, Yuji vs Yuta, in a race. Choso knew very well that this sorcerer who had appeared in Shibuya was most likely the executioner who wanted to take his younger brother's life. Moreover, the strength of the person approaching was extremely powerful, far surpassing the Naya he had fought before. Yuta held the sword in one hand and slowly walked toward the three. With a single swing, he effortlessly tore through the solid wall blocking the road. Cold words escaped his lips. What do you two have to do with Yuji? The moment those words were spoken, 2 drops of blood quietly condensed in Choso's palm. Sure enough, his earlier judgment was correct. This was yet another executioner targeting his brother. Feeling the oppressive weight of cursed energy as powerful as Gojo's, Naya instantly discarded his arrogance. He raised his hands with a smile and laughed. You're Yuta-kun, right? I've heard of you for a long time. Don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with them, and I'm not your enemy. The legendary special-grade sorcerer Yuta is truly impressive. Then, Naya even tried to get closer to Yuta by claiming he was Maki's relative. Although Naya had been arrogant since childhood, he wasn't a fool. If he recklessly picked a fight now, it would be suicide. Yuji was stunned. So this frail-looking guy in front of him was the Yuta-senpai that Megami had mentioned? With the sudden arrival of a special-grade sorcerer, each of them was calculating their next move. At this moment, a deep voice whispered beside Yuji's ear. Prepare to escape. This guy is beyond our league. Suddenly, Choso shouted, Yuji, run. Yuji clenched his fists, stared at the man's back for a moment, then turned and ran. Naya chuckled and said, "Go after him, Yuta-kun. I'll handle the obstacles in your way. But once you kill Yuji, don't report it to the higher-ups just yet. I'd like to use him as bait." Without hesitation, Naya launched an attack on Choso. At the same time, Yuta flickered like lightning, slipping past Choso's defenses and chasing after Yuji's retreating figure. Damn it! Choso, restrained by Naya, was furious. Without hesitation, the red blood in his palm shot toward Naya. Meanwhile, the chase continued through the streets of Shibuya. Two figures weaved through the roads at incredible speed. Yuji knew he couldn't match Yuta in a fight. From the start, he had no choice but to run at full speed. Even without looking back, he could sense that terrifying presence trailing him. And worse, it was getting closer. Yuji risked a glance and was stunned. What insane speed! Even while wielding a long sword, Yuta was catching up in mere moments. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before that blade found its mark. On the other side, the battle was growing fiercer. Despite fighting with everything he had, Choso remained painfully aware of his brother's danger. In that moment of distraction, bang! Two heavy punches slammed into Choso's chest. He staggered back, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Naya sneered and said, "That technique, the blood manipulation technique from the Kamo clan, huh? What a coincidence. My speed completely negates it. You're utterly outmatched." Naya spread his hands, smirking at the bloodied figure in front of him. He didn't even see Choso as a real opponent. The only move that could threaten him, 100 refinements, required too much time to charge. And in actual combat, he wasn't going to give his enemy that chance. So just wait patiently while your brother's corpse is dragged back. This is checkmate. But Choso ignored the taunts. Wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes burned with fury. "You dare stand between me and my brother? You're already dead in my eyes." Whoosh! Two hidden blood arrows shot from his sleeves. Naya sneered, "Insects like you never stop struggling." Meanwhile, on the street, Yuji vaulted over a rusted white car. Slash! A sword strike followed immediately, slicing through the vehicle like paper. Even Yuji's jacket was torn at the waist. A fraction slower, and he would have been cut in two. Cold sweat ran down his back. That was too close. Yuta, still in pursuit, sighed. Dodged again, huh? Back overseas, even exorcising a special-grade cursed spirit didn't take this long. But this junior before him. His movements were bizarre, and his raw physical talent was on par with Maki's. Yuta kept his pace and sighed. "Come on, junior, don't be stubborn. Just put on a little act for me." Just then, a deafening roar erupted ahead. Yuji turned, driving his fist into a nearby car, sending it flying backward. Right toward Yuta. Boom! Yuji knew he couldn't keep running forever. A counterattack was necessary to buy time. Swish! Yuta's blade cleaved the airborne car in two. For a brief moment, his advance was halted. Yuji seized the opportunity, sprinting toward the crowded district ahead. Then, a shadow loomed beneath his feet. Looking up, his eyes widened. A car was falling directly toward him. Boom! Yuji dodged just in time, but the nearest intersection, his escape route into the buildings, was now blocked. He took a deep breath and turned. Yuta was walking straight toward him. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 138 Yuji vs Yuta. For real. Sizzle. The long sword scraped against the ground, creating sparks and a sharp, grating sound. A chilling aura filled the air. Despite his frail appearance, Yuta exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Yuta was not known as a power-type sorcerer, yet the sheer amount of cursed energy surrounding him was staggering, almost overflowing from his body. Just how much cursed energy does this guy have? Yuji thought. This reminded Yuji of Kazuma. Although Kazuma's cursed energy didn't carry such an oppressive weight, he had never lacked it either. During the Shibuya incident, he had used countless high-level techniques as if they were free of cost, yet he never seemed to run out of cursed energy. So, who had the greater cursed energy reserves, Yuta or Kazuma? Yuji shook his head, cursing himself inwardly. "I'm on the verge of death, and this is what I'm thinking about." He remained on high alert, staring at Yuta. "You're not a power type, but your overwhelming cursed energy more than makes up for it," he muttered. "Even if I fight you in close combat, I won't have the upper hand." Yuta approached, his blade in hand, his expression unreadable. "You're right. My total cursed energy is greater than Gojo-sensei's, but considering that he has 6 eyes, his energy consumption is nearly zero. In terms of raw power, I'm probably still a little behind him. But that doesn't matter. This conversation ends here. Now, die so I can report to the higher-ups. It's unfortunate that, despite being from the same school, our first meeting has to be like this." At this moment, the reminiscence between them ended. Swish! The cursed energy-infused blade slashed through the air, cutting toward Yuji. With his battle instincts, Yuji barely managed to dodge, and his mind flashed back to Todo's teachings. Todo had once warned Yuji that the stronger a sorcerer is, the harder it becomes to predict the direction of their cursed energy. Yuji had experienced this firsthand. But Yuta took it to another level. His immense cursed energy masked his attacks entirely. Every single one of his strikes could be fatal. A cold sweat ran down Yuji's back. If he is pushed to the brink, will Sukuna take over again? Will Shibuya face another catastrophe? His heart pounded. His eyes burned red as he clenched his fists and glared at Yuta with unwavering resolve. My grandpa always said I should help people, so they can at least have a proper death. I want to die surrounded by people, not as a traitor. So, sorry, Yuta-senpai, but I won't surrender. At this moment, Yuji hated himself, and he hated the higher-ups even more. He hated himself for being too weak to suppress Sukuna, and he hated the higher-ups for making it impossible for him to even hope for a proper death. Dying at their hands? Ha, Grandpa, you made it sound so simple. But now, even dying with dignity is a luxury. Yuji's sudden outburst made Yuta pause for a moment. For the first time, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Because, in that moment, he saw a glimpse of his younger self in Yuji. He had heard of Yuji's past, and, in a way, their experiences weren't so different. He, too, had once been imprisoned in a dark, talisman-covered room. He, too, had been sentenced to death by the higher-ups. He, too, had once been saved. But Yuta quickly shoved those thoughts aside. He had made his decision. With his sword in hand, he lunged at Yuji again. Clang! The two figures collided instantly. Yuta's attacks came faster and fiercer. Every strike aimed at Yuji's vitals. Yuji's eyes locked onto Yuta's blade. He knew that if he doesn't destroy that sword, he'll be dead. Dodging and weaving through the streets, Yuji used abandoned cars as cover, trying to buy time. Just as he vaulted over a scrapped SUV, Yuta appeared behind him like a ghost. Slash! Yuji barely reacted in time, swinging his arm up to block. But instead of flesh being torn apart, clang! A metallic ring echoed through the air. Yuji had grabbed a fruit knife from the SUV. It was the only weapon he had at the moment. The two clashed again. But Yuta's experience far surpassed Yuji's. Yuji focused too much on Yuta's blade, ignoring his stance. Yuta saw the opening and struck. Bang! A brutal kick sent Yuji flying. Yuji struggled to breathe and pain tore through his stomach. For a moment, his vision blurred. Get up! He staggered to his feet and his mind raced through Gojo's lessons. Your strongest weapon isn't a technique or a tool. It's your body. Yuji exhaled sharply, wiping the blood from his mouth. Then, without hesitation, he plunged the fruit knife into the ground and charged ahead. This time, he would fight back, head-on. Yuta swung his sword but Yuji didn't dodge. Instead, he countered. The blade tore his chest, slicing deep into his flesh but Yuji ignored the pain. He swung his leg. Black flash. Bang! A powerful kick crackled with black lightning, striking Yuta's wrist. The impact sent Yuta skidding backward. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, Yuta's grip on the sword loosened. Yuta stopped and looked down. His sword, broken. His arm, numb. A smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. So this is Gojo-sensei's student, huh? He's tougher than I had initially thought. 139. Uncovering Yuta's plan. Yuji's tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries and his super strong power caused Yuta to suffer some minor losses. Yuta realized that this junior fellow student is not a lamb to be slaughtered. When Yuji saw that Yuta was stunned, he suddenly rushed over and punched him with a powerful strike filled with cursed energy. However, the next second, a pale giant hand that seemed to come from hell tightly grasped his head. Yuji's vision went dark, and he could not move. A devilish voice from hell rang in his ears. What do you want to do with my Yuta? Yuta stretched his still numb arms and smiled calmly. Rika, why did you decide to come out today? Yuji widened his eyes and turned to look at the devil behind him, who had locked him in place. Rika opened her bloody mouth, revealing fangs sharp enough to pierce a human body, and roared at Yuji. The swollen cursed energy surged like a flood. Yuji's breathing stagnated, and he swallowed. Is this a Shikigami? He had just heard Yuta call it. Rika, what a terrifying entity. When did it appear? Yuta doesn't seem to have used any hand seals at all. Didn't Megami say that summoning a Shikigami requires hand seals? I'm sorry, Yuji. This may hurt, but it will be quick. As he spoke, Yuta held his katana horizontally, preparing to stab Yuji in the abdomen. But the next second, space twisted, and a vortex appeared. Two slender fingers firmly grasped the katana, stopping it from moving even an inch forward. Kazuma smiled and said, "Hello, god of pure love." Kazuma. The moment he saw Kazuma, Yuji breathed a sigh of relief. Yuta decisively abandoned the half-broken blade in his hand, retreating to put distance between himself and Kazuma. He carefully observed the man who had suddenly appeared. He had heard the name Kazuma several times before. Kazuma was the one who stood out the most on the list of executions. Yuta asked, "You call me the god of pure love?" Kazuma pointed at Yuta, then glanced at the queen of curses behind him and smiled meaningfully. Kazuma said, "Rika-san, I assume it's okay for me to say that." Hearing this, Rika made a series of affirmative noises. Yeah, Yuta and I have pure love for each other. Although she disliked this stranger who had interrupted Yuta's actions, she decided to let it slide since he was flattering her. Yuji, still held in place, looked dumbfounded. His jaw practically hit the ground as he stared at Yuta and Rika with wide eyes. Isn't this senpai's taste a little too extreme? A sorcerer actually got romantically involved with his own Shikigami? Apparently, Yuji had no idea about Yuta's past. Yuta ignored Yuji's bewildered expression, instead focusing on Kazuma with a serious look. If I remember correctly, the higher-up sentenced you to life imprisonment, right? And yet, not only did you escape the tombs of Star Corridor, but you're here now. Yuta trailed off, but the conclusion was obvious. Hearing this, Yuji suddenly turned his head to Kazuma, his face full of shock and anger. The higher-ups are punishing you too. If you hadn't been at the Shibuya incident, who knows how many more people would have died. Are they seriously that unreasonable? Kazuma spread his hands and said with a carefree smile, unfortunately, I'm now listed as a defector by the higher-ups, just like you. My situation is even worse than that of a curse user who has committed countless crimes. At this moment, Yuji's opinion of the higher-ups completely hit rock bottom. Yuta frowned, deep in thought, before deciding to go forward with his plan. Yuta said, Kazuma, step aside. I can pretend I didn't see you. But as the executioner, Yuji must die, at least once, so I can complete my mission. Die once. Yuji was confused. What does that even mean? How can he die twice? Kazuma simply shook his head. Others might not know, but he, having already foreseen the plot, understood Yuta's intentions. Yuta planned to put Yuji into a state of suspended animation. Then, at the precise moment Yuji's heart stopped beating, he would use reverse cursed technique to revive him, successfully deceiving the higher-ups. However, Kazuma had already checked before coming. There were no spies around at the moment. Yuta's plan was noble, but there was no need to put Yuji through unnecessary suffering. The kid had already been through enough. Kazuma looked up at Yuta and said, There's no need to fake Yuji's death. Just tell the higher-ups that Kazuma rescued him. If they're dissatisfied, tell them to come find me. I'll be waiting for them in Shibuya. Hearing this, Yuta's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Kazuma and asked in a deep voice, How do you know? Months ago, Gojo had a premonition that the world would soon undergo an earth-shattering change. He had shared his concerns with Yuta, instructing him that if something unexpected happened to him, Yuta was to return to Jujutsu High immediately. At the time, Yuta had believed Gojo was invincible, that nothing could ever happen to him. But now, with Gojo sealed away and the situation spiraling out of control, it was clear that his premonition had been right all along. Now, with Yuji sentenced to death once again, Yuta had made his decision the moment he had received the order. He would fake Yuji's death and deceive the higher-ups. But he had never shared this plan with anyone. So how did Kazuma know? Facing Yuta's sharp gaze, Kazuma simply smirked. Don't overthink it. He said, I can't read minds. 140 Kazuma vs Yuta. However, Yuta still stared at Kazuma with a wary look on his face. Kazuma had no choice but to clear his throat and imitate Yuta. Junior, don't resist stubbornly, just play a show with me. As soon as these words were spoken, Yuta's expression froze, and he stood there in a daze. I see. Isn't this exactly what I said to myself when I was chasing Yuji not long ago? So, Kazuma had already been watching the battle quietly from the dark at that time, and he didn't discover anything. Wait. Yuji was completely confused at this point. He looked at Yuta with a confused look on his face and asked, Senpai, is what Kazuma said true? Facing Yuji's question, Yuta did not respond but thought for a moment and looked at Kazuma solemnly. He said, even so, I still want to do it my own way. Unless, you can show me enough strength to reassure me. He had naturally heard about Kazuma's strength, so he had no problem protecting Yuji. However, he didn't know Kazuma's character. The way he talked gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. He was a little worried about handing Yuji over to Kazuma. Really? Then go ahead. Kazuma looked at Yuta and smiled calmly. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yuji said, Hey, why are these two fighting again for no reason? Yuta took a deep breath and said calmly, Rika. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuji's body suddenly became lighter, and the terrifying feeling of oppression behind him disappeared instantly. Rika turned into a gust of cold wind and instantly came to Kazuma's side. Rika opened her bloody mouth, her face was ferocious, and her extremely sharp claws attacked Kazuma's head. Although what this guy said before was nice, anyone who dares to go against Yuta is unforgivable. Kazuma turned his hand to face the vast cursed energy coming from behind, but he was unmoved and just said lightly, Shinra Tensei. Boom. A powerful repulsive force instantly spread out with him as the center. At this moment, Rika's huge body was directly flung away, and even the surging cursed energy behind her faded a little. Kazuma, be careful. Following Yuji's exclamation, Yuta's broken sword was already approaching behind Kazuma. The moment he decided to fight Kazuma, Yuta chose to go all out. What Rika did just now was just a distraction. Kazuma couldn't help but sigh as his Sharingan turned. As expected of a top-notch special-grade sorcerer, his speed is much faster than that of others. It seems that when Yuta was chasing Yuji, he was completely holding back. Humph, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Yuta spoke coldly, and the broken blade in his hand had already stabbed toward Kazuma. In such a short distance, no one can escape or remain unharmed except Gojo with his infinity. But the next second, Yuta's eyes widened. He saw that the broken blade passed through Kazuma's back without any warning. The imagined wound being torn apart and blood gushing out did not happen. Instead, it was like stabbing into the air, with no sense of substance. Then, due to inertia, Yuta passed through Kazuma's body. Seeing this, Yuta's expression froze slightly. How is this possible? What a weird technique. In the moment he was stunned, Kazuma's fist was already approaching his face. Bang! The two men quickly started fighting. At first, Yuta was able to fight Kazuma back and forth with the huge amount of cursed energy in his body, but as time went on, Yuta became more and more frightened. Kazuma's punches were full of black flashes, which shocked Yuta greatly. Feeling his arm numbed by the shock, Yuta blocked with his sword, using the force to create distance. Yuta's indifferent face showed a hint of shock. How many black flashes did Kazuma use just now? Yuta shook his head mentally, he had lost count. He only knew that every strike of Kazuma was extremely casual. But even when he was so casual, punches, kicks, and even elbow strikes were infused with black flashes. When did black flash become so easy to pull off? Yuji, who was watching from a distance, was also extremely shocked. Is this real or fake? Didn't Gojo-sensei say that black flash must be performed under high concentration? And it is only possible when cursed energy is infused within less than 0.000001 seconds after the hit? Most of the time, when he was in desperate situations, he managed to execute it based on instinct. But Kazuma's moves just now seemed very easygoing, right? And yet every punch resulted in black flash. Kazuma didn't think too much about the two people's shock. According to the plot, everyone would be able to use black flash in the later stages. With Yuta's talent, it is not difficult to perform black flash continuously. Later, Yuji used black flash as his most basic attack, even causing soul damage that troubled Sukuna. At the moment Kazuma was thinking, Rika's huge figure quietly appeared above him. Seeing the curve on Kazuma's mouth, Yuta quickly spoke out to stop her. Rika, stop. After hearing this, Rika gave up the attack and quickly floated behind Yuta, rubbing her cheek against his and saying coquettishly, Yuta-kun, I was almost there. However, Yuta, with his pupils trembling slightly, said solemnly, no, he had seen you. What? Rika said with some dissatisfaction, I just went around him easily, does he have eyes on his back? Having said that, she stopped abruptly. She saw that the place where she was just now was filled with sharp wooden thorns. If it wasn't for Yuta's reminder, Rika would not have been able to escape. That's it. I recognize your strength. Yuta sighed and looked at Kazuma. After all, they were both Gojo's students. A simple test was enough, there was no need to fight to the death. Although he still had many moves he hadn't used yet, Kazuma is definitely one of the top special grade sorcerers. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 141 A brother's determination. He's not going to fight anymore. But Kazuma was a little disappointed because there were still many moves yet to be used. For example, Yuta's copy. He wanted to see if Yuta could copy his ninjutsu. Yuta said, no more fighting. You are strong enough to protect Yuji, but... At this point, hesitation flashed in his expression. Seeing this, Kazuma smiled bitterly. Did he look like a bad guy? He naturally understood the other party's concerns. Then, he waved his hand casually, and the space in front of him twisted, forming a fist-sized vortex. Kazuma reached in, fumbled around for a moment, and soon retrieved a strangely shaped box. Yuta asked, is this, the prison realm that seals Gojo-sensei? He immediately stepped forward, eyes fixed on the object in Kazuma's hand. There was no doubt, this was the prison realm, the only thing in the world capable of sealing Gojo. But why was it in Kazuma's possession? As you can see, Yaga and the others entrusted this to me. This is a hot potato. You should know that the top leaders have issued a special warning, anyone who tries to unseal Gojo will be killed without mercy. The reason Kazuma had agreed, aside from the reward, was because of his gratitude to Gojo. After all, Gojo was the first person he had taken advantage of. The dual Kamui was the reward he had obtained from him. I see. Yuta heaved a sigh of relief and let his guard down completely. Entrusting Kazuma with such an important object was proof of immense trust. It seemed his earlier concerns had been unnecessary. Kazuma was already wanted by the top brass, yet still willing to go to such lengths to protect Yuji. This would bring him serious trouble. Thinking of this, he felt a little ashamed and looked at Kazuma apologetically. I'm sorry, I was too suspicious before. Kazuma waved it off indifferently and said, it's okay. You don't know me well enough yet, I understand. With all concerns set aside, the atmosphere changed. Looking at Yuji, Yuta's previously cold face suddenly broke into a warm smile. Yuta said, haha. Yuji-kun, I apologize for scaring you earlier. Yuji touched his head, feeling a strange warmth in his heart. So this senpai had been acting all along? He hadn't been abandoned after all, he still had Kazuma, everyone at Jujutsu High, and Choso, who had been with him these past few days, even though he wasn't ready to admit being his younger brother just yet. Thinking of this, Yuji's expression suddenly changed and he said, oh no, Choso is still fighting that guy. Under a bridge, a battle to the death was raging on. Bang! Choso's figure flew backward, smashing into a bridge pillar, leaving behind spider-like cracks. At this moment, his entire body was stained with blood, covered in deep, shocking wounds. He had lost count of how many times he had been knocked down. He only knew one thing: he had to defeat his opponent quickly to save his brother. Naya bent slightly, breathing heavily. Naya couldn't help but admire Choso's incredible willpower. With such severe injuries, anyone else would have collapsed long ago. Even with the blood manipulation technique that allowed for regeneration, he shouldn't have lasted this long. Yet, he still stood. What kind of monster are you? An indestructible cockroach. Despite having the absolute advantage, impatience crept in Naya's heart. And deep down, he had an uneasy feeling. He had a feeling that if this dragged on, he might be the one to lose. Choso wiped away the blood from his eye and muttered, "I'm just an unqualified brother. My brother is being hunted, yet I still can't get rid of you. It's ridiculous." Naya said, "TSK. You stubborn fool, I'm going to grind you to dust this time. Let's see how you stand up again." He activated his technique once more. In an instant, he closed the distance between them. But this time, Choso dodged in a way that seemed almost unnatural. Naya didn't believe it. He assumed it was just luck, a lucky guess. But in the following exchanges, the technique that he had always relied on seemed to fail. Every single attack was dodged perfectly. How is that possible? After avoiding another attack, Choso smirked. "Haha, your technique doesn't seem to work anymore." In reality, Choso had been preparing for this moment all along. He had focused all his cursed energy into his eyes, enhancing his dynamic vision to the extreme. His eyes were nearly blinded by blood, yet he could still track his opponent's every move. Then, another attack came. But suddenly, gasp, blood gushed out from Choso's body. His hands pressed against a stone pillar, barely holding himself up. Naya revealed a sinister grin. A blood-stained dagger, a cursed tool, was now in his grip. "Did you think I only fight with my fists? Using a dagger may seem dirty, but if I kill you, no one will know, right?" The dagger had already severed the tendons in Choso's hands and feet. Now, he couldn't move. Only death awaited him. Twirling the dagger, Naya approached slowly, his voice filled with mockery. In truth, his clan despised Toji. Yet, he had always regarded Toji as an idol. Toji was a master of cursed tools. That was why he had trained so hard with cursed tools. That was why, in the moment their figures crossed, he had been able to sever Choso's tendons instantly. "Let me think, how do I want you to die? You're already bleeding out. Even if I do nothing, you'll die soon. How does that sound? If you kneel and lick my boots, maybe I'll give you a quick death. Ha ha ha." Looking at the weak and speechless Choso, Naya laughed wildly. A special first-grade sorcerer, unable to defeat his opponent despite having the advantage? It was a disgrace. That's why, even if Choso begged for mercy, even if he licked the soles of his shoes, he wouldn't let him die easily. However, just when he thought victory was his, a voice, cold and hoarse, rang out. "You thought you won." Suddenly, the blood pooled at Choso's feet erupted. 142 Best Brother versus Worst Brother. The sudden burst of terrifying red blood made Naya stand there in a daze. How is this possible? With such an outrageous amount of blood loss, he still has the energy to unleash such might? No, it is absolutely impossible for humans to use the blood manipulation technique in such a large extent. Then that means the indestructible cockroach in front of him must be the legendary cursed womb death painting. Choso was bathed in the sea of blood, and with every step he took, his aura rapidly intensified. His hoarse voice sounded again. "I must walk in front of my brother and stand for him. Cut off all obstacles in his path. This is the meaning and value of my life. Someone like you must be very cold and indifferent to the people in your family, right?" Hearing this, Naya's expression froze for a moment. He thought of his two younger sisters, Maki and Mai. In comparison, he does seem to be quite indifferent. Naya laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. No, the Zenin clan only respects the strong. Why should I care about those two pieces of trash? Maki is a piece of trash who can't even sense cursed energy. Their only function is to highlight my strength." Choso retorted, "As a brother, I totally disagree with your absurd remarks. I have never thought about changing your mind because you are hopeless." His sonorous and powerful words rang out, and at the same time, the sea of blood behind him surged forward. Faced with this large-scale attack, Naya was forced to use his innate curse technique to evade. However, the small droplets of blood that splashed onto his body had no lethal power at all. Seeing this, Naya grinned and asked, "So it's just the last stand of a dying man?" It seems that the opponent is seriously injured, making his seemingly terrifying attack ineffective. Scaring people, that's his only remaining function. Just as Naya was gloating, an extremely fast piercing attack struck. The compressed red blood, sharp as a blade, had a tracking effect. No matter how Naya tried to dodge, he couldn't escape its pursuit. At this moment, the proud son of the Zenin clan no longer had any arrogance on his face. In his haste to evade, he left a gap in his lower body unguarded. Bang! Choso, moving at incredible speed, delivered a side kick infused with the blood manipulation technique. Naya instinctively raised his hands to block but was still blasted backward by the immense impact. Naya barely steadied himself and looked down. His noble clothing, symbolizing his status in the Zenin clan, was already stained with blood. Not only that, but the blood that had seeped into his clothes caused his own blood to coagulate. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unbearably heavy. Neia's eyes widened in horror. For the first time, fear crept into his expression. Your blood, is it poisoned? But the only response he received was an indifferent voice. Those who don't know how to cherish their brothers and sisters must be killed. Choso, his body covered in wounds, closed his eyes. He clapped his hands together, and pointed them at Neia like the barrel of a gun. To protect his younger brother, he had spent over 100 years refining this single technique. A technique designed solely by him, based on the characteristics of his unique bloodline. Supernova. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted like detonating time bombs. Without warning, clusters of crimson blood spheres burst forth from Neia's body, blooming like flowers of death. Each explosion was like a crimson spear, piercing straight through him. An overwhelming, suffocating pain engulfed Neia. His bloodshot eyes widened in shock as he let out a miserable cry. A few seconds later, he collapsed to his knees, muttering in disbelief. No, impossible. I am the pride of the Zenin clan, the only rightful heir, the future head of the clan. To die at the hands of a lowly piece of trash who is blinded by family affection. There is no cure. Choso's gaze was cold as he raised a blood-formed arrow at his fingertips. Just as he was about to end Neia once and for all, a voice called out, Choso. Struggling, Choso turned his head toward the sound and saw Yuji walking toward him, completely unharmed. Beside him was Kazuma, and Yuta, who had been pursuing him earlier. As he processed this, his vision dimmed, and his body collapsed. Luckily, Yaju rushed forward just in time to catch him. Holding his battered and bruised form in his arms, Yuji felt a wave of emotion surge through him. Neia, with a bloodied face, knelt on the ground, head lowered in thought. Cough. Yuta-kun, save me. Neia's weak voice broke the silence. His body was battered beyond recognition, his arrogance shattered. Looking up, he pleaded with Yuta, his eyes full of desperation. But before Yuta could respond, splat, Kazuma's foot stomped heavily onto Neia's face. With a twisted grin, Kazuma ground his foot down, distorting Neia's features. You, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you know who I am? Kazuma said, of course I do. You're the son of Zenin Naobito. Your father should be grateful to me. Otherwise, he wouldn't just have a broken arm. But knowing you, I bet your father's death would only make you happier, wouldn't it? At Kazuma's words, Neia's heart pounded in panic. How does he know him so well? He slowly shifted his gaze toward Kazuma's face. And then it hit him. Kazuma. There was no doubt. The three sorcerer clan had all received his wanted poster from the higher-ups. No wonder Yuji hadn't died, he was the one who had saved him. Realizing this, Neia turned back to Yuta. Yuta-kun. Save me. The Zenin clan will reward you generously. However, Yuta remained unfazed. Without a word, he rubbed the ring on his finger, completely ignoring Neia's desperate plea. Yuta had no sympathy for Neia. In fact, he found him disgusting. During his time at Jujutsu High, Maki had spoken of how much the Zenin clan despised her. Kazuma pressed his foot down harder and said, looks like the young master of the Zenin clan isn't as powerful as he thought he was. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Maki said she'd be the one to take your life. At those words, Neia, who had been thinking of continuing his pleas, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that trash. The one who can't even sense cursed energy. My delusional sister dreams of becoming like Toji. The Zenin clan truly had a talent for ruining their own greatest assets. First, they ostracized Fushiguro Toji, the strongest Zenin in history. Now, they ridiculed Maki, the one who would inherit his monstrous strength. What a waste of a legacy. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 143 Zenin clan's shortcomings. Are all the people in the Zenin clan blind? The two most talented individuals were cast out. If Hakari is a high-level gambler, then the Zenin clan is just a low-level one. Two SSR tier geniuses discarded as if they were mere uncommon tiers. Had Maki been properly nurtured, the Zenin clan's strength would have skyrocketed. But the Zenin clan is beyond salvation, it's just waiting to be wiped out. If Maki doesn't finish them, someone else surely will. Too bad for Megami, he might not realize that when he finally takes over as the Zenin clan head, he'll be the last one left. Setting those thoughts aside, Kazuma moved his foot away from Neia's face. Make sure to tell the higher-ups when you get back I'm protecting Yuji. But before that, Kazuma's lips curved slightly, and his scarlet pupils shifted. Tsukuyomi. The instant the technique activated, Neia's body went stiff. His blank eyes widened in horror as he convulsed, rolling across the ground in agony. No death, just a suffering far worse. If one Tsukuyomi doesn't solve the problem, then two will. For now, a 3 days and 3 nights package should be enough to vent Maki's frustration. Ah! Not long after, Kazuma and the others left with Choso, who remained unconscious, leaving Neia to writhe in torment beneath the bridge. His face contorted in agony, veins bulging as foam gathered at the corners of his mouth. No one knew the depths of his suffering, and if anyone passed by, they'd likely mistake him for a crazed beggar. Night. Among the collapsed ruins, the flickering bonfire cast warm hues against the darkness. Kazuma, your fire-cursed technique is insanely useful. Yuji bit into his roasted meal, giving a thumbs up with his free hand. Though Yuji appeared light-hearted, both Yuta and Kazuma saw through the act. The boy in front of them was forcing a smile. Sukuna, the parasite within him, was an inescapable curse. A shackle that bound him, branding him as a ticking time bomb. Yuji turned to Yuta, his voice quiet. "Senpai, why did you go so far to save me?" Facing the question, Yuta smiled and said, "Simple. Because the people I care about you." Yuji stiffened, then dropped his head. There was no mistaking it, Yuta meant Satoru. Without Gojo's protection, Yuji would have been executed on the spot. And now, with Gojo sealed away, Yuji was utterly powerless. Yuta understood all too well. He and Yuji shared something in common, an unbearable past. Both burdened by sins they could never undo. But Yuji's weight was far heavier. This junior of his had surely suffered more than anyone could imagine. Yuji suddenly lifted his head, voice steady. "Yuta, Kazuma, I need you to promise me something. If Sukuna takes control again, kill me immediately." Kazuma's power was undeniable. And this new senior of his, Yuta, was strong enough to challenge him. Yuta hesitated for a moment before smiling faintly. "Sure, I won't hesitate." Kazuma smirked. "Relax." Sukuna's 2 eyes got gouged out, "He'll stay quiet for a while." Yuta jolted upright and asked, "What?" Sukuna's eyes, "Who did that?" For someone like Sukuna, even with all his strength, Yuta wouldn't have thought to go for such an unorthodox attack. Yuji nonchalantly pointed a finger at Kazuma. Yuta's eye twitched. If it was Kazuma, that made sense. He'd love to fight him someday. 3 months of training in Africa had sharpened his blade, but it also fueled his hunger for battle. Just then, a faint sound echoed from the ruins. Yuji shot to his feet, body tense. "Who's there?" A tall figure stepped into the firelight, his spiky hair and dark sorcerer's uniform unmistakable. It was Megumi. "Megumi, what are you doing here?" Yuji asked. Without looking at Kazuma or Yuta, Megumi simply said, "We should return to Jujutsu High, Yuji." But Yuji shook his head, voice heavy with guilt. "I can't go back." His chest ached with the weight of his choices. If he hadn't been at Shibuya, if Sukuna hadn't awoken, everything would be different. Now, as a wanted man, his return would only cause more problems. TCH, you're still blaming yourself. This was all part of that wannabe ghetto's plan. Why do you always take the blame on yourself? Megumi grabbed Yuji by the collar and yanked him up, his face twisted with frustration. Your kindness shouldn't be wasted like this. Kazuma and Yuta, sensing the tension, wordlessly took a step back to let them hash it out. Yuji didn't resist. Megumi's grip was tight, but his words held more weight. Finally, Yuji exhaled shakily. Yuji said, "I'm sorry. But right now, I'm just a walking disaster. I can't save anyone." Megumi said, "You can still save me." Yuji froze. "My sister, Fushiguro Tsumaiki, is missing. I found residual cursed energy in her room. The fake ghetto left it there on purpose. I don't know what his goal is, but it has to do with this so-called culling games." No sooner had Megumi finished speaking than a chilling voice echoed across all of Shibuya. "Spirits rise. Cross the boundary. Die, migrate, be reborn. The cycle of struggle begins. I am Kenjaku, and I invite you all to participate in my grand game. The rules are as follows." As his words spread, chaos erupted across Japan. Thousands of curses were unleashed. 10 massive barriers sealed the country, allowing entry, but no escape. Nearly 100 million people were forcibly transported beyond the threshold, dragged into a horrifying death game. Sorcerers everywhere realized that this was an extinction-level crisis. A few minutes later, Megumi clenched his fists. "So that bastard's name is Kenjaku. His sister was taken." His nails dug into his palm. Why? Why drag his sister into this nightmare? Yuta's voice cut through the tension. "The culling games has begun. We need to prepare now. Come with me. The higher-ups are in disarray. As long as we don't get caught, we'll be fine." Kazuma barely registered the words, because at that exact moment, a mechanical voice rang inside his mind. 144, Culling Games. Ding. Trigger mission choice. Mission option 1, the strongest curse user. Stop Jujutsu High from unsealing Gojo Satoru and help Kenjaku assimilate Tengen. Reward, Izanagi. Mission option 2, speedrun the culling games. Get the top 1 in the points ranking. Reward, Kota Amatsukami. Mission option 3, a battle across time and space. Use your strength to conquer the greatest sorcerer from 400 years ago, Kashimo. Reward, Imenomika. Ahem. Each of these 3 rewards made Kazuma very excited. Izanagi is known as a forbidden technique that can change reality. It can change things that happen within a period of time that are unfavorable to the user, to favorable things. Even the reality of death can be changed. It is a ninjutsu that can make oneself invincible for a short period of time. In simple terms, it has the function of resurrection. However, the cost of performing this technique is extremely high. It will cause blindness. As for Kota Amatsukami, to some extent, Kota Amatsukami is even more powerful than Tsukuyomi. It can directly invade the target's brain without being discovered by the target and modify their will. Such a heaven-defying ability is simply too outrageous. The only downside is that the cooldown time is a bit long. If Kazuma has Kota Amatsukami, with just one look, Sukuna will drop his bloodthirsty nature and become a righteous and highly skilled sorcerer. Kazuma wondered if Kota Amatsukami could make Obito forget about Rin and fall in love with someone else. Although Amenemika is equally exciting, it is not that attractive to Kazuma, who already possesses Flying Thunder God. After some thought and decision, Kazuma finally chose the most powerful genjutsu, Kota Amatsukami. The next thing to do is to quickly run through culling games and get first place in points. With his current strength, he should be able to do it as long as he doesn't waste time by paying around. Kazuma, Kazuma. Yuta leaned closer, looked at Kazuma questioningly, and waved his hand. From the moment Kenjaku's voice was heard, Kazuma seemed absent-minded. Ahem. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Let's go back to Jujutsu High. Tokyo Jujutsu High. A group of highly skilled sorcerers were sitting together, and in the middle of the table was the prison realm that sealed Gojo. Yuji sighed and said, "Ah, the third day of missing Gojo-sensei." Shoko, with dark circles under her eyes, held a piece of chalk and wrote some words on the tactical board. These texts were almost all about how to unseal Gojo and the culling games. Okay, everyone, come here. After a few days of hard work by Utahim and me, we have some results. Let's talk about the sudden culling games first. I believe everyone heard the voice of the person named Kenjaku not long ago. What on earth is the culling games? Personally, I think everyone can understand it as a real-life battle royale. Currently, there are 10 huge barriers across the country that only allow entry but no exit. You can think of them as dungeons, and the interior of each dungeon has become a place of bloodshed and purgatory. As for the rules, that damn Kenjaku already explained them yesterday. You should all know them, right? At this point, everyone suddenly felt awkward, looking at each other. Obviously, few people could remember all these complicated yet extremely important rules. Seeing this, Shoko held her forehead and sighed. I knew you guys were unreliable. Everyone sit up straight and listen carefully. At once, everyone sat up straight, took out the paper and pen beside them, and prepared to record it. Although Shoko usually gave off the vibe of an intellectual older sister, this gem of Jujutsu High could be very terrifying if she got angry. Seeing this, Shoko cleared her throat and began to introduce the rules. The selected person must go to any colony to participate in the culling games within 19 days, otherwise, they will be deprived of their cursed technique. Even ordinary people, if they enter intentionally or unintentionally, will be regarded as participating in the culling games. The players will gain points every time they kill other players. A sorcerer is worth 5 points, and a non-sorcerer is worth 1 point. Players can spend 100 points to add rules to the game. The rules of the culling games were complicated, with a total of 9. Shoko's throat was dry by the time she finished speaking. Everyone wrote down the rules in their notebooks. Kazuma, aren't you going to write it down? Yuji, who copied homework a lot during school, had developed extraordinary hand speed. He finished recording first, turned around, and saw that Kazuma did not take any action. Kazuma pointed to his head and said, "It's all imprinted in my mind." Having read the manga, he roughly knew the rules of the culling games even without listening. Although these rules were complicated, he only needed to pay attention to a few important points. At this time, Yuji frowned and asked, "How can I tell if I have been selected?" The second after he asked the question, a small golden insect with fluttering wings suddenly flew out of his body. Instantly, some information about himself appeared in front of Yuji. Yuji stood there in a daze, looking at the introduction about himself on the information panel, and fell into deep thought. Was I chosen? However, he reacted quickly. No, the one chosen was not him, Yuji, but Sukuna, the king of curses in his body. Realizing the situation, Yuji's expression changed. For a moment, everyone cast serious glances at him. Unexpectedly, Sukuna had also signed a contract with Kenjaku. What is this person behind the scenes plotting? At this moment, in everyone's mind, the danger level of Kenjaku was on par with Sukuna. Yuta patted Yuji's shoulder and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. We will fight back if the enemy comes. Everything will be fine." "Thank you, Yuta-senpai." Shoko looked at Yuji with a serious expression and said, "Then Yuji, for your own safety, please be sure to go into the barrier within the specified time and participate." Yuji was a little confused and asked, "Life safety? Don't the rules say that at most I'll just be deprived of my cursed technique? Anyway, I can only beat people with my fists, and I don't know any cursed techniques. It doesn't matter if I don't go, right?" Shoko shook her head and said, "According to my investigation, I'm afraid the price is far from that simple. If the chosen one refuses to participate, not only will they be forcibly deprived of their cursed technique, but they may also pay the price with their life." 145. Entering Tombs of Star Corridor. Soon after. Tombs of Star Corridor, where Tengen lives in seclusion. Master Tengen, a master of barrier techniques, is not easily seen. His location is very well hidden, constantly shifting among 100 doors. If you can't find the right one, you'll never meet Master Tengen himself. In the dim corridor, Megami walked ahead, patiently explaining to the group. Yuji complained, Then how long is it going to take us to find him? Master Tenjin's residence is so hidden, why does it feel like he's avoiding something? Kazuma smiled inwardly. Ever since the star plasma vessel incident years ago, Tenjin's assimilation plan had failed. After so many years, Tenjin is likely even closer to resembling a cursed spirit, making his situation extremely dangerous. More importantly, in this state, Tenjin is vulnerable to Kenjaku, who has cursed spirit manipulation. There is no doubt Tenjin is hiding from Kenjaku. Yuta murmured, Yuki-senpai, she should know something, but it's a shame we couldn't come with her. As they wandered aimlessly, a pale face suddenly emerged from the darkness, making the group jump in fright. Whoa, something creepy just popped up. Yuji instinctively took a fighting stance. Choso sighed and said, hey, relax. It's me. He walked up to Yuji, checking if he was injured. He never wanted to be separated from his brother. Yuji let out a relieved sigh and grumbled, why would you come alone and show up in such a terrifying way? To be fair, it wasn't his fault. In the previous battle against Naya, Choso had suffered severe injuries and lost a lot of blood. His face was still unnaturally pale from it. A small bead of blood formed at his fingertip, and he spoke in a slightly proud tone, I might be able to pinpoint Master Tenjin's exact location. Yuji and Yuta exchanged doubtful glances. Could he really find Tenjin? Or was this just an excuse to stick close to Yuji? Choso didn't seem offended by their skepticism and said, I don't know Tenjin's exact location, but my brothers are near him. The cursed womb, death paintings are connected. The blood manipulation technique in my body allows me to sense the location of their remains. Even though, they're just lifeless embryos now. His voice grew somber. Yuji hesitated for a moment before saying, thanks. Though he had accepted their connection as brothers, it was still hard to fully empathize with Choso's pain. This is what I should do as your brother. Choso let the blood bead float in the air, and it quickly darted toward one of the doors. Follow the blood. Soon, Kazuma and the others, guided by the floating blood bead, arrived at a secluded chamber. Though small, the room had everything, a sofa, TV, and various appliances. They also spotted two familiar faces, Maki and Yuki. However, Maki looked different. Her once long, black hair had been cut into a clean, short style. She had also removed the special glasses that let her see cursed spirits. With her sharp features, she looked like a fierce general, strong and unshakable. The moment she noticed Kazuma, her expression wavered slightly before she quickly turned away. She still remembered, Kazuma had once told her she looked good with long hair. Now, with her hair short. TSK, so Maki actually has a shy side, Yuki teased with a knowing smirk. Kazuma smiled awkwardly and said, you look great in this style too, Maki. Maki's shoulders tensed. With her back turned, her ears visibly reddened. Kazuma sighed inwardly, he could already predict what was coming. The Zenin clan's downfall was near, and the next physical-type heavenly restriction user was about to rise. Yuki leaned back on the couch, smiling. I assume you guys are here for Master Tenjin. She casually pressed a red switch beside her. Boom. The entire tombs of Star Corridor trembled, and the ground beneath them shook. The walls of the room began to shift, revealing a long, dark corridor. Dim lights on either side barely illuminated the path ahead. At the far end stood a massive iron door, carved with ancient symbols. Yuki said, Master Tenjin is behind that gate. Even I haven't seen him before. I've waited a long time for this. It better be worth the hype. Megami tensed and said, we don't have time to waste. Tsumaiki has been taken by Kenjaku, we need answers now. Everyone nodded. The urgency in the air was undeniable. Wait a second. Yuki interrupted, glancing at Choso. Before we go in, I want to know, who is he? And where do his loyalties lie? Choso opened his mouth to respond, but Yuji spoke first. He's my brother. Yuji looked away as soon as he said it, avoiding Choso's gaze. Choso's eyes widened. He clenched his fists, his body practically trembling with excitement. That one word, brother, meant everything to him. At this very moment, he felt like he could fight Sukuna one-on-one and still win. Yuki grinned and said, well then, let's go. With that, they pushed open the last door of Tombs of Star Corridor and stepped into the elevator leading underground. As soon as they landed, something felt off. This place shouldn't have many visitors. Someone murmured. Then why is the ground stained with blood? Wait, look at the walls. There are signs of a fight. Everyone instinctively went on guard. Something had happened here. Something violent. And whatever it wasn't over yet. 146, Tenjin oversteps his boundaries. Following Yuji's exclamation, everyone frowned and looked at him with serious eyes. Looking at the old bloodstains on the gray and worn floor tiles, along with the bullet holes deeply embedded in the walls, everyone was puzzled. It seems that an accident happened in the Tombs of Star Corridor many years ago. But why are there old bloodstains in this rarely visited place? Also, judging from the location of the bullet holes in the wall, it seems that they were shot from the rear door. Kazuma knew everything that had happened here. At this moment, a gentle voice that seemed to transcend time and space, echoed in Kazuma's mind. Let's go back home, Riko-chan. Bang! A ruthless bullet pierced Riko's head, destroying the hope that had just been born in her heart. Kazuma shook his head, dispelling the images in his mind, and sighed internally. We have to ask Megami's good father, Toji, about this. That shot could be said to have started it all. Toji, who was only interested in the bounty back then, probably never expected that his actions would have such a huge impact, right? That's right, the blood on the ground was the blood of Amanai Riko, the star plasma vessel who was shot in the head that year. As a peer, Yuki was aware of the tragedy that had occurred 11 years ago. This is the scene where the star plasma vessel was shot and killed. This is also the pain that Gojo has always been reluctant to mention. Let's go. Now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Master Tengen is just ahead. Yuki looked deeply at Megami. She did not specify the crime committed by his father as that had nothing to do with Megami. In fact, father and son had completely different personalities. If the kind-hearted Megami knew that all of this was done by his father, he might do something as foolish as taking on his father's sins and sacrificing himself in repentance. Come to think of it, she was once chosen by Tengen to assimilate with as the star plasma vessel, but of course, she never followed through with Tengen's wishes. Oh, it would be great if we could bring that damn guy back to life to atone for his sins. Waving her hand, Yuki shook her long hair and strode forward. Her words were confusing to some, but they gave Kazuma an idea. Resurrection to atone for sins? That's an interesting thought. Kazuma's mouth curled slightly as an idea formed in his mind. What would have happened if he had told Toji that Megami's last name was Gojo back in Shibuya? Toji would have probably lost all composure and torn open the prison realm with his bare hands. Led by Yuki, the group passed through several shifting doors and finally entered Tengen's main hall. This place was isolated from the world, a pure land between life and death. The surrounding space was nothing but a blank void. There was no sign of Tengen anywhere. Yuki crossed her arms and guessed, could it be that Tengen is here but refusing to meet us? Hey, Master Tengen, we have brought the wanted criminal Kazuma here. Why don't you come out and show some support? She suddenly shouted, causing everyone's expressions to twitch. Yuki-senpai, please stop provoking him. Megami couldn't help but complain. If Tengen and Kazuma actually fought, given their strength, they and the entire Tombs of Star Corridor would be the ones to suffer. Kazuma had a neutral expression. Though Tengen's strength was never detailed much in the plot, he was definitely weaker than Gojo. Tengen's power lay more in wisdom and barrier techniques. Just when everyone thought Tengen wouldn't appear, an old voice echoed around them. Nice to meet you, excellent juniors. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. A figure bathed in sacred white light slowly approached. As the light faded, a four-eyed figure, dressed in a long robe, came into view. Yuji stood there in a daze, whispering, "Is this the sorcerer who claims to be all-knowing, Master Tengen?" Megami asked, "This guy, is he even human?" Yuta said, "So this is the mysterious Master Tengen." The strange appearance, neither fully human nor fully monstrous, left everyone with mixed feelings. Unfazed by their curious gazes, Tengen remained calm. He said, "The descendant of the Zenin clan, Sugawara's descendant, a cursed womb, heavenly restriction user, and a perfect vessel for Sukuna, a rarity in 1,000 years." With just one glance, Tengen, who had never left the Tombs of Star Corridor, accurately identified everyone's origins. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, as expected of the all-knowing Tengen. However, when Tengen's eyes fell on Kazuma, his expression froze strangely. "Your origins, even I cannot see through them." This statement was shocking. Everyone turned their eyes toward Kazuma. Everyone knew that Kazuma was brought back to Jujutsu High by Gojo when he had gone out to buy dessert. But no one knew Kazuma's true identity or origins. And now, even the all-knowing Tengen was unable to discern Kazuma's past. At that moment, two dazzling rays of light shot out from Tengen's calm eyes, instantly covering Kazuma's body. Tengen wanted to uncover the truth behind the man standing before him. However, the next moment, a sudden, scarlet eye filled with rotating tomos covered Tengen's vision. A strange scream echoed as Tengen's face twisted in pain. He covered his stinging eyes and staggered back. Curiosity kills more than just the cat. Kazuma's calm voice cut through the air. Just now, Tengen had attempted to spy on him without his consent. Naturally, he wouldn't allow it, not because he feared being exposed as a transmigrator. After all, the system would safeguard anything related to the system and his previous life. If Tengen had such an ability, then what was the point of Gojo and Sukuna? Kazuma was simply guarding against Tengen attempting something underhanded. Besides, in his current state, Tengen was not to be trusted. Seeing this, everyone gasped. No way. Kazuma's genjutsu is so powerful that even Tengen can't resist it. Maki scoffed internally. Those are eyes that can even peer into the past and future. How could Tengen possibly resist them? She vaguely recalled how, during their battle, Kazuma had exposed memories she had never shared with anyone. He knew her past even better than she did herself. All of a sudden, the once mysterious Tengen lost some of his prestige in everyone's eyes. After a moment, Tengen composed himself. "You are Kazuma, the one the higher-ups asked me to capture, correct? I apologize for my rudeness just now." Even as he spoke, Tengen's mind raced. While silently cursing the higher-ups, he mentally placed Kazuma's name alongside the most powerful figures in history. Hey, Tengen, if you still stand with sorcerers, then give us an answer. Yuki looked straight at Tengen, demanding a response. Perhaps others at Jujutsu High held Tengen in high regard, but she had no fondness for him. Tengen met her gaze and spoke calmly, though I may look like a demon, my heart remains human. Ask. I will answer all your questions. 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 147, a tutorial to unseal Gojo. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and nodded. In the discussion with Shoko before coming here, they had already done their homework. Megami took a step forward and asked the question that concerned him most. Master Tengen, what is the origin of this Kenjaku? What is his purpose in starting this culling game? Faced with this question, Tengen sighed and put his hands behind his back. He said, in ancient times, Kenjaku represented a saint of great compassion, but nowadays, he is an outright monster. He's the height of sin. His ultimate purpose for the culling game is to force all the humans in the world to evolve. The requirement is very simple, to assimilate humans with me. He is currently taking the first step. Thousands of years ago, this method would not have worked. But ever since the astral plasma vessel incident, Tengen's body has become increasingly uncontrollable. His current body is even closer to the perfect cursed spirit in the legend. So this is why he has been hiding from Kenjaku. Such shocking remarks made everyone present stare blankly in place with their eyes wide open. That guy's ambition is so big. He actually wants to evolve all the humans in the world. What will the evolved humans look like? The world's order is about to collapse completely. Crazy. Crazy as never before. Tengen ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd and continued, you don't need to ask the second question. I already know the answer. In history, Kenjaku has been defeated by the wielder of six eyes more than once. After his rebirth, he changed his strategy. From killing the wielder of six eyes, he turned to sealing them. This way, Gojo will not die, and another wielder of six eyes will not be born. If you want to unseal Gojo, you have to. Having said that, Tengen had an unfathomable look on his face. He waved his hand, and a dimensional crack appeared in front of him. Then he took out his most precious treasure, the back gate of the prison realm. At this time, Kazuma also snapped his fingers. Then a distortion appeared in the air, followed by a dark vortex. He reached out and took out the prison realm. Seeing this scene, Tengen's pupils slightly shrank. How is that possible? He actually knows space-related techniques. What is the origin of this guy? Seeing two extremely similar cursed objects, everyone was extremely surprised. The only difference is that the surface of the prison realm that seals Gojo is covered with densely packed and ferocious eyes. But the one in Tengen's hand is completely black, with only a tiny seam on the top. It can be vaguely seen that they are a pair of eyes sewn shut with needle and thread. Could it be that there is some connection between the two? Yuji observed it repeatedly and came to the conclusion. Could it be that, this dark cube is the tool to unlock the seal? Tengen nodded and said, this thing is called the back gate, which is the back door of the prison realm. The only cursed object that can communicate with the unique space of the prison gate. If we undo the stitches, we can unseal Gojo. Ah, so simple. Just remove the stitches. Everyone exclaimed. Kazuma complained in his heart. So the way to unlock the seal is to let Gojo take the back door. And why the sutures? Could it be that the source of everything is not Sukuna, nor Kenjaku, but the evil sutures? The next moment, Tengen poured cold water on everyone. This is not an ordinary suture. Only Toji's inverted spear of heaven and the black rope in the hands of the foreign sorcerer, Miguel, can untie it. What? Do they need these two cursed tools? When Yuji and the others heard the names of the two cursed tools, they were instantly petrified in despair. After all, both these cursed tools don't exist anymore as they have been destroyed. So, Master Tengen, is there any other way? Yes. Facing the expectant gazes of several people, Tengen seemed to have expected it. Hearing this, everyone immediately perked up again and cast expectant glances. In the culling game, there is a sorcerer from thousands of years ago. Angel has the ability to eliminate all cursed techniques. She can unlock the seal on the prison realm, but I can't sense her exact location. Angel, another old sorcerer from thousands of years ago. It seems that there is one more reason to join this culling game. Moreover, the culling game covers such a large area that it would be difficult to find her without knowing her exact location. Therefore, they must act separately, and it is more appropriate to search in a wide-ranging way. Faced with such a reply, everyone was thoughtful and began to discuss. Not long after, everyone who got the answer from Tengen discussed and came up with the simplest and most brainless method. The three strongest, Yuki, Yuta, and Kazuma, would go to different colonies to search. Yuji and Megami were assigned to seek the help of another special-grade sorcerer, Hakari. During the previous discussion, Yuji had curiously asked about Hakari's strength. Yuta's answer was that if Hakari was in good condition, he could even beat him. So, how could such a powerful helper be ignored? Just when everyone was about to make up their minds, Tengen poured cold water on them again. I must kindly remind you that if Kazuma can enter, then everything will be fine. But unfortunately, as a master of barrier techniques, I can clearly sense that this game called culling game does not welcome him. Everyone opened their eyes wide in disbelief. What? Is that despicable fellow Kenjaku doing the same thing he did in Shibuya again, excluding Kazuma with the curtains? Tengen shook his head in denial, looked at Kazuma, and said seriously, it has nothing to do with the curtain. This is a rule added by the creator of the culling game. In other words, Kazuma has something that makes Kenjaku extremely wary. Before starting this unprecedented game, Kenjaku set this rule. TSK. That old fox is so shameless. He keeps saying that everyone is welcome to join, but he's actually doing this behind the scenes. Hearing this, everyone was indignant. Yuji was so anxious that he scratched his head frantically. If Kazuma, the trump card, is not there, the efficiency in finding Angel will be greatly reduced. There will also be many uncertain risk factors. Most importantly, Sukuna in his body will take advantage of Kazuma's absence to cause trouble again, just like the Shibuya incident. If Kazuma hadn't come, who knows how many sorcerers would have died. And this time, the conspiracy behind this is obviously even bigger. The previous Shibuya incident. Kazuma frowned slightly. Was Kenjaku playing dirty tricks on him? This is indeed a small problem. He has to speedrun the culling game. How can he do that if he doesn't even have the qualification to participate? But, thinking of something, the corners of Kazuma's lips raised. He said, don't panic. Do you remember the fourth rule of the culling game? Yuji's eyes lit up and he said, you mean, players can spend 100 points to add rules to the game? Yes. Kazuma, you are a genius. Kazuma laughed and said, since Kenjaku is playing tricks on me, I naturally cannot lose the limelight. The next second, Kazuma's voice suddenly rang out. Summoning, Edo Tensei. Everyone. 148. The magic of Edo Tensei. Boom. As Kazuma finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. 5 2-meter-tall wooden coffins emerged from the ground. Kazuma slowly stood up, and looked at the 5 coffin doors that were tightly shut. He said calmly, still sleeping in. Bang. As soon as his words fell, the 5 coffin doors exploded as if they had received an order. When the smoke and dust completely dissipated, 5 extremely familiar figures appeared in everyone's sight. For a moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The 4 disaster curses. Dead, the dead are alive. Yuji rubbed his eyes frantically, repeatedly confirming whether he was hallucinating. Yago, Hanami, Dagon, Mahito, and that man who looks a lot like Megami, are all alive. I'm not dreaming, am I? Yuji grabbed Kazuma's shoulders and shook him hard. He asked, Kazuma, did you use a genjutsu on me? Otherwise, how could something so terrifying happen in broad daylight? Compared to Yuji's frantic shock, the others were also in turmoil. Their minds were blank at this moment, leaving only unspeakable horror. Several of these individuals were killed by Kazuma right before their eyes, burned to ashes by his strange black flames. Logically speaking, they should be completely dead. But now, they stood before them once again, fully intact. However, their dark and cloudy eyes and the irregular cracks on their faces proved that something was undeniably off. Seeing their reaction, Kazuma waved his hand and chuckled. He said, these guys are quite capable. After all, they were top-level threats. It would be a pity if they just died like that. So, I fished them out of the Shinigami's belly. After all, letting them off so easily after everything they did would be too kind. Now, they can atone for their sins in this culling game. Long ago, Kazuma had asked Shoko to extract DNA samples from them. Toji's leg bones, Yago's skin, Mahito's hair, Hanami's blood, and Dagon's remains. These were collected by Kazuma during the Shibuya incident. Unsurprisingly, Shoko was able to extract their DNA. It was thanks to Shoko that these guests could appear once more. Since Kenjaku had created this grand game, how could the 4 disaster curses and the sorcerer killer be left out? But this time, their roles had changed, from enemies of the sorcerers to their allies. After hearing this, even Tenjin's composed expression wavered. He stared at Kazuma with a piercing gaze. Who exactly was this guy? How could he bring the dead back to life? Even though Tengen had lived for countless years and had witnessed all sorts of strange curse techniques, this was something beyond comprehension. It was one thing to summon spirits briefly, but to snatch someone from the grasp of death. Did such a curse technique really exist in the world of Jujutsu? The dead, truly returned to atone for their sins. Yuki lightly covered her lips, her eyes shining with disbelief, especially as she stared at Toji, the man who had once killed Gojo. She had only casually remarked about bringing the dead back to pay for their actions, and Kazuma had actually done it? TSK. Kazuma was really full of surprises. What could he not do? Megami clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he glared at Toji, who kept his eyes shut the entire time. We meet again. Still playing the coward. Open your eyes and face me. Megami's sudden outburst caught everyone's attention. Was there some hidden connection between them? Kazuma slapped his forehead. Right. He had placed some restraints on them for safety reasons. Even if there was no one in this world who could break free from Edo Tensei like Madara, it was always best to be cautious. Bang! With a snap of his fingers, the 5 reincarnated figures opened their eyes in confusion. Yago furrowed his brows, glancing at the vast white surroundings. Is this the legendary underworld? Could it be that hundreds of years have passed? Then, in an instant, his expression froze. As if he had seen an unspeakable horror, he abruptly stepped back. Seeing his reaction, Hanami and the others instinctively retreated as well. Yago's gaze darted between the familiar sorcerers and Kazuma's ever-present smirk. Ha! Kazuma yawned, as nonchalant as ever. Yago, long time no see. You remember me, right? I was the one who gave you that kettle nickname. Kazuma's teasing tone only made Yago more irritated. Yago asked, what the hell is going on here? Aren't we all supposed to be dead? Atonement. Hanami crossed his arms, throwing a wary glance at Kazuma. He said, he killed us. And now, through some unknown means, he's brought us back. He says we must atone for our sins in this culling game. Yago was outraged and said, what? We are natural disasters. What atonement? If anyone should be atoning, it's the humans who destroyed the environment. I refuse. I, Yago, would rather die again than be humiliated like this. I will never bow to him. If he dares, he can kill me again. However, in the next second, thump, Yago's body suddenly went rigid. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud. For a moment, everyone stared at him with an odd mix of amusement and contempt. Yago struggled with all his might, but no matter how much he fought, his body refused to move. What the hell? My body is completely out of control. Kazuma, you devil, what did you do to me? Kazuma smiled and said, nothing much. Just ensuring that you play your part. I expect you to participate in the culling game and hand over every single point you earn. You do understand the concept of working a job, right? Kazuma's gaze was filled with amusement. A wonderful life awaits you. Before Yago could spew another complaint, Kazuma's eyes flickered. The 4 disaster curses instantly stiffened, standing at attention like puppets bound by invisible strings. Kazuma's words carried an undeniable authority, as if they were absolute law. You have no choice. I brought you back, and I can just as easily control you. You're all intelligent cursed spirits. Surely, you don't want to experience the full Tsukuyomi package, right? With that, Kazuma grinned, his scarlet eyes glowing with a bewitching light. 149. Toji sees the future. Threats, naked threats. The 4 disaster curses felt a chill on their backs and swallowed hard. Mahito, in particular, nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice, making it clear that he would definitely perform well in the culling game. He never wanted to experience the horror of Tsukuyomi again, not even for a second. It was obvious that all 4 disaster curses had silently accepted Kazuma's orders. There was no other choice. In principle, they were natural disasters, once teammates with Kenjaku. No matter what, they couldn't just turn around and help Jujutsu High. But now, those principles meant nothing, because Kazuma held the real principle in his hands. For some, Tsukuyomi was the only principle. If they dared to say no, the consequences would be. With the 4 disaster curses taken care of, Kazuma turned his gaze to Toji, who wore an indifferent and arrogant expression. Megami, wait a moment. I'll hand him over to you later. Kazuma said. Then, Kazuma waved his hand, motioning for Toji to follow him. Then, the two walked over to a secluded corner. Toji said, I don't know why they're so afraid of this Tsukuyomi you mentioned, but if you want me to work for you. Toji crossed his arms, his voice carrying a deadly tone. I've never obeyed anyone in my life. Oh. Kazuma had no interest in wasting words. Without hesitation, he activated his genjutsu. But instead of Tsukuyomi, he showed Toji a vision of the tragic future awaiting Megami. Toji's lifeless eyes widened, his breathing grew erratic, and an image of Megami being possessed by Sukuna filled his mind. He watched Sukuna use his son's soul to resist Gojo's infinite void. At that moment, Toji completely lost it. Sukuna. I will grind you to dust. Boom. An overwhelmingly terrifying pressure erupted from his body. There was no cursed energy, yet the sheer intensity of his killing intent spread across half of the place where Tengen resided. Toji's sudden outburst caught the attention of Yuji and the others in the distance. Everyone had already been briefed by Yuki. The one who was furious was the infamous sorcerer killer, Fushiguro Toji. The same man who had killed the star plasma vessel. Since the deceased had been dragged back by Kazuma to atone for his sins, Yuki saw no reason to hide the truth and told everyone everything. Megami wore a dark expression, silently staring into the distance. Although these events had yet to happen, Kazuma, who knew the plot, could naturally transmit the general picture to Toji. As the transmission ended, Kazuma released the genjutsu and looked at the enraged Toji with a smirk. Toji's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. He wanted nothing more than to slice Kazuma's head clean off. You think it's fun to torment me with fabricated illusions? Fabricated. Kazuma chuckled and said, what if I told you it's all real? Toji scoffed in disdain, but before he could retort, Kazuma continued, don't be so quick to deny it. I can summon the dead. Is glimpsing into the future really far-fetched? You don't want to see your son suffer, do you? Toji's breath hitched. He fell silent, his cold gaze fixed on Kazuma. Kazuma met his stare, unfazed. Toji's mind raced. What Kazuma said made sense. He had summoned the dead before, so peering into the future wasn't such a stretch. Besides, no one could deceive his instincts. If Kazuma were lying, he wouldn't have remained so calm. And most importantly, as a father, he couldn't accept his only son meeting such a tragic fate. He couldn't take that risk. Toji glanced at Megami, who was watching from a distance, and frowned. He asked, "You didn't tell him who I really am, did you?" Kazuma smirked and asked, "What do you think?" "Humph. You Jujutsu high brats are all the same, untrustworthy." After a long silence, Toji finally spoke, "I'll do whatever you need me to as long as you give me the time to protect Megami." Kazuma turned to the row of special grade curses standing in the distance and smiled. "All right. Like them, join the culling game. Kill someone for me. Then transfer all the points to me." Kazuma was in high spirits. Edo Tensei was truly a remarkable technique. Now, he had 5 top-tier fighters to help him rack up points. With that, they finalized their plan for the culling game. With these 5 powerhouses on their side, the strategy became simple and brutal. Step 1, quickly amass 100 points and add a rule allowing Kazuma to enter the game. Step 2, split into teams to locate Angel, Hakari, and unseal Gojo. Seeing the 5 special grades lined up behind Kazuma like bodyguards, everyone felt a twinge of jealousy. Who could have predicted that the 4 disaster curses, once Jujutsu High's fiercest enemies, would now stand beside them under Kazuma's command? The irony was astounding. One could only imagine Kenjaku's expression when he realizes the disaster curses had defected to Jujutsu High. Finally, Yuji and Megami set off to find Hakari, while the special grade curses split up to search for Angel. With all the cursed tools destroyed in the Shibuya incident, Maki decided to return to the Zenin clan's estate to retrieve some special grade cursed tools. It was also time for her to settle an old grudge. She had waited over 10 years for this moment. After years of relentless training, never slacking for even a day, she was finally ready. Even knowing the dangers ahead, she had to resolve this once and for all. Otherwise, she would forever remain shackled by the Zenin name. She would never escape the invisible chain strangling her fate. But before that, she had to find Mai. They were sisters. The shame of their past had to be erased together. At Kazuma's command, Mahito and the others, except Toji, left the tombs of Star Corridor and entered the culling game. With everything settled, Kazuma looked at the remaining group and grinned. "I'll be waiting for good news. Don't keep me waiting too long." Soon, everyone dispersed, leaving only Choso and Yuki to guard Tengen. This precaution was necessary. With most of their high-level fighters off playing the culling game, if Kenjaku struck now and assimilated Tengen, the consequences would be dire. Kazuma glanced at Megami and Toji in the far corner and remarked, "Catching up is nice and all, but don't keep Yuji waiting too long." Megami gave a slight nod. No one knew what the father and son were discussing, but for the first time, the once arrogant Toji looked subdued as his son berated him. Knowing he had no excuse, he simply remained silent, feigning indifference. Nearby, Choso sat alone, sulking. Clearly, he wasn't thrilled about being assigned to guard Tengen instead of fighting, but since it was Yuji's request, he had no choice but to accept. Suddenly, Yuki strolled over with a mischievous smile and said, "We've got some free time. Why don't we talk about what kind of women you like, Kazuma closed his eyes, ignoring her completely. "TCH. Yuki scoffed, "Hey, at least open your eyes when someone's talking." Still no response. She reached out to shake him, only for her hand to pass right through. Her eyes widened. Was he communicating with Gojo inside the prison realm? 60 advanced chapters on patreon.com/alex1000. 150 Alleviating Gojo's loneliness. Kazuma's body rippled like waves, distorting and blurring. Whoosh. He transformed into a vortex and merged into the prison realm. Only Yuki was left standing there, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Inside the prison realm, the space here was engulfed in darkness, where even a hand in front of the face was invisible. Desolation and loneliness loomed everywhere. Countless dry bones piled into a sea, like restless ghosts seeking salvation. A lone figure lay atop the bone sea, legs crossed leisurely, wearing an expression of sheer boredom. Trapped in this unique space, Gojo couldn't use his power to force an exit. Worse yet, both time and space were sealed together. Simply put, this was a parallel timeline, completely disrupted. Time stood still. Perhaps only a few days had passed outside, but inside, it felt like years. Ah, that damned fake tried playing the emotional card on me. If I get out, I swear, the days without Kikufuku feel like an eternity. Gojo pulled at his black blindfold and muttered to himself. He had lost track of time but hoped the outside world was still intact. Then again, as long as Kazuma is there, things should be fine. Is this the inside of the prison realm? It's definitely not a place for humans. A voice echoed. Gojo nodded absent-mindedly, agreeing, yeah, being surrounded by bones all day, it's like being prickled in misery. Wait. Realizing something was off, he abruptly sat up straight, scanning his surroundings. In the distance, a vortex emerged, and Kazuma stepped out. Kazuma was just taking a chance, but he had unexpectedly really entered the prison realm. He had tried countless times before, always failing. Without specific coordinates, it was like groping in the dark. Kazuma. Gojo ripped off his blindfold, staring in disbelief. He reached out to touch Kazuma's shoulder but his hand passed right through. Kazuma said, "Don't bother. I'm in a special state right now." To prevent any accidents, Kazuma had activated Kamui before entering. Kazuma held out a package of Kikifuku to Gojo. Gojo said, "You really get me." His eyes lit up. Grinning, he eagerly unwrapped the Kikifuku and took a bite. That familiar taste. By the way, how's everything outside? Kazuma didn't hold back, explaining everything, the launch of the culling game, the execution orders from the higher-ups. Gojo's face darkened instantly and he said, "Those old bastards took advantage of my absence to target my students and teachers. I should have wiped them out from the start." As realization struck, his expression twisted in anger. "You're saying even Yaga has been sentenced to death?" Kazuma nodded and said, "He's imprisoned. Knowing him, he won't hand over the method to create cursed corpses. If the higher-ups lose patience, they'll act." Yaga had disappeared after that day, supposedly taken by Gakugenji. Silence filled the inside of the prison realm. A few minutes later, a chuckle broke the silent atmosphere. Though casual, it dripped with killing intent. "Kazuma, help me one more time. If you don't want to dirty your hands, leave the higher-ups to me, but save that stubborn old fool." The memory of Yaga's strict discipline surfaced in Gojo's mind. He might not have been the best principal, but he was an excellent teacher. Kazuma's lips curled slightly and he said, "All right, but you have to agree to one condition. We'll discuss details later." Hearing this, a surprised look flashed across Gojo's face. He said, "Since the day you entered Jujutsu High, I knew you were ambitious. You don't want me as your underling, do you? Well, if so, you'd have to beat me first." Kazuma smirked and said, "Relax, I won't make it hard on you. The culling game has begun. Everyone's looking for Angel. You'll be out soon." Then a vortex appeared where Kazuma stood. His 5 minutes were up. Time to leave. Even with his abilities, he couldn't take Gojo out of the prison realm. Space limitations aside, time itself had frozen him in place. The best Kazuma could do was enter and exit freely. "Want to stay and chat?" For a brief moment, the strongest man of his era looked pitiful. His usual easygoing manner made it seem like he was fine. But inside this prison realm, loneliness gnawed at him. Kazuma waved a hand and said, "No. If I stay, Yaga might really die. I'll visit again." With a ripple, Kazuma vanished as if he had never been there. Gojo was alone again. The smile faded behind the blindfold as he let solitude consume him. "Remember to bring more Kikifuku." Tokyo, Sendai. The city center was gripped with panic. Everyone stared in horror at the colossal barrier, dark as a starless sky. Days ago, it had appeared out of nowhere, splitting the district in two. No one could see what lay beyond. They only heard blood-curdling screams, flesh being torn apart, and desperate cries. "Let me go. My son hasn't come out since he entered. I need to find him." "Don't be reckless. If you go in, you won't come out." Security officers restrained a sobbing woman. Scenes like this played out everywhere as the culling game officially commenced. On a tall building, a figure stood with hands hidden in his sleeves, watching the chaos below. "See, humans are so fragile. They'd die for such trivial things as family bonds." Beside him, another figure observed the scene indifferently. To her, the end of the world was meaningless, only one existence mattered. Urim said, "Ha, so your grand plan is just to start a bloodbath. That's kind of underwhelming." This novel is updated by Fanfic Novels. Please keep supporting me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.